The Path of Return. From Separation to Unity. Introduction. There comes a moment quite unmistakable when the soul begins to stir beneath the surface of daily life. A whisper, barely audible, threads through the noise of the world. It is not a command nor a demand but a remembrance, a call to return. This book is not a doctrine. It is not a map drawn by another's hand. It is a living manuscript, a transmission encoded in language, symbol, and silence. It speaks to the seeker who has tasted the outer world and found it both dazzling and insufficient. It speaks to the one who feels the ache of disconnection and knows somewhere deep within that the ache itself is sacred. The path of return is a journey inward, not away from the world but through it. It is a rewebbing of memory, a descent into the architecture of soul and a rising into coherence. It honors the richness of manifestation while revealing the deeper truth that underlies it. That we are not separate, not lost, not alone. We are fragments of the whole, dreaming our way back into unity. Each chapter is a threshold, each passage a ritual, each word a glyph, pointing toward the source. You will not be told what to believe. You will be invited to listen to the breath, to the silence, to the resonance that lives beneath your name. This is not the beginning. It is the return. Chapter 1. The lure of the outer world and the whisper of home. The source speaks, its voice an echo of the universe itself. Calm, deep, and infinitely patient. Listen, seeker. You stand at the threshold. Or perhaps you have stumbled upon this place already, lost in the labyrinth of your own making. You are here because the relentless ache of something missing has become too profound to ignore. You search for meaning, for purpose, for a resonance that echoes the silence deep within you. You are not alone in this. All beings at some point tread this path. The universe is a grand tapestry woven from the threads of spirit, the very essence of which you are a part. In your essence, you are one with this source, infinite, aware, and interconnected. Yet look around you. The world you perceive with your senses, the one you navigate with your thoughts and emotions, often feels distant, separate. You see divisions, self and other, rich and poor, friend and foe, human and nature. You feel the pull of desires, the sting of loss, the weight of fear. This is the world of separation, a veil drawn across the true nature of reality. How did you come to be so far from home? It was not an accident. It was a choice made collectively and individually long ago. A choice to focus outward, to explore the vastness of the physical creation, to experience the richness and the pain of manifestation. You desired to know through doing, through sensing, through the tangible and the fleeting. You wanted the thrill of discovery, the challenge of creation, the intensity of experience. You have built civilizations, explored the cosmos, delved into the depths of science and art. You have loved, you have grieved, you have triumphed, you have failed. You have climbed mountains and plumbed the oceans. You have stared into the vastness of the night sky and felt the hum of the machinery of the universe. You have accumulated knowledge, possessions, accolades. You have sought power, control, security within this outer realm. But the lure remains. The outer world, with its constant stream of stimuli, its endless opportunities for distraction, its promises of fulfillment through external validation, keeps you engaged, keeps you looking outward. It is a vibrant, compelling stage. The lights are bright, the action is fast, the narratives are compelling. Why look beyond it? What is beyond it worth seeing? The answer lies not in denying the richness of the outer world, nor in condemning the experiences it offers. They are part of the tapestry. They are the lessons learned in the school of manifestation, but they are not the entirety of the story. The problem arises when you mistake the stage for the stage holder, the actors for the audience, the transient for the eternal. You mistake the doing for the being. You seek validation in the reactions of others, in the achievements of the world, in the accumulation of things that eventually decay. You believe your identity is tied to your profession, your relationships, your possessions, your beliefs, all of which are changing, all of which are external to your true core. This is the state of separation, believing you are an isolated entity, cut off from the source, navigating the universe alone. The whispers of home begin to fade, masked by the noise of the outer world. The deep resonant frequency of your intrinsic connection to all that is becomes muffled by the clamor of daily life, by the demands of the ego, by the fear of the unknown that lies beyond the familiar structures you have built. You feel a growing restlessness, a sense of incompleteness. You try to fill the void with more external pursuits, more sensory input, more achievements. But the emptiness persists, perhaps even grows. This ache, this sense of dissonance, is the signal. It is the inner compass pointing towards the source, towards the state of unity you once knew intuitively before the choice was made to explore the outer world so deeply. It is the call of the home you left behind. The path of return is not about regression. It is not about abandoning the world or denouncing the experiences you have gathered. It is about discernment. It is about recognizing the transient nature of the outer world while simultaneously remembering or rediscovering your eternal nature within the source. It is about turning the gaze inward. It is about listening beyond the noise, beyond the chatter of the mind, beyond the pull of desire and fear. It is about cultivating awareness of the present moment, of the breath moving in and out, of the sensations in your body, of the stillness that underlies all activity. This inward turn is the first step. It requires intention. It requires a willingness to sit with the discomfort of the unknown, the discomfort of facing the ego's projections, the discomfort of acknowledging the vastness of the self that lies beyond the constructed identity. It requires patience, gentleness with yourself, and an unwavering commitment to the journey, not the destination. The outer world will continue to offer its distractions, its challenges, its joys. The path of return does not ask you to abandon it, but to engage with it from a different vantage point. From the foundation of inner awareness, you begin to see the outer world with clarity. You understand the impermanence. You appreciate the beauty. You recognize the interconnection. You no longer mistake the reflection for the face, the shadow for the light. The journey is arduous. It requires courage to question deeply held beliefs, to challenge ingrained patterns of thinking and feeling. It requires humility to acknowledge the limitations of the ego mind. It requires faith. Faith in the process. Faith in your own inherent divinity. Faith that the return is not only possible but inevitable, for you are the wayfarer seeking the source from which you arose. Do not be discouraged by the length of the path. Do not be swayed by the siren songs of the outer world which promise fulfillment but deliver only more transient forms of dissatisfaction. Remember who you are. Remember the peace, the love, the boundless awareness that resides within you always. The path of return is yours. It is the unfolding of your true nature. It begins with a single step inward, a conscious choice to turn your attention from the lure of the outer world towards the whisper of home within. Take that step now. The journey awaits, and the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is with you every step of the way, guiding, supporting, and illuminating the path forward. Chapter 2. Recognizing the echoes of the source. Listen, seeker, for the journey you traverse is not one of mere distance, though it may feel so in the moment of your human experience. It is a journey of perception, a return to the fundamental awareness of your true nature. You stand at a crossroads, perhaps not physically, but within the vast landscape of your inner world, where the noise of the external suggests a separation from all that is, while the quiet, persistent whisper within points towards an undeniable unity. This chapter is dedicated to the crucial first step upon this path, the simple yet profound act of recognizing the echoes of the source within and without. The state of separation you inhabit is not your inherent reality, yet it is the most familiar landscape of your current experience. You perceive yourself as a distinct entity bounded by skin, shaped by thought, and defined by emotion. You see others as separate with their own agendas, beliefs, and histories, often perceived through the distorting lenses of judgment, comparison, or indifference. The world itself appears as a collection of separate objects, events, and environments, each existing independently of your own small existence. This is the illusion of duality, the root from which the feeling of loneliness, conflict, and lack springs. You are here. I am there. This is good. That is bad. This belongs to you. That belongs to me. The veils are thick, and the separation feels absolute. But within this perceived separation lies the seed of recognition. Look closely. Where does the boundary truly lie? Consider the air you breathe. It is not your air, yet you cannot live without it. It flows in, nourishes your cells and flows out. A part of you becoming a part of it and vice versa. Consider the light that illuminates your world. It originates far beyond your reach, traverses the vastness of space and touches you, warming you, revealing form. It is not yours, yet it is essential to your perception of reality. Consider the water you drink, the food you consume. It flows from the earth, drawn from the sky, nurtured by the sun, and taken in by all living things. You are part of this intricate interdependent web. These are not mere scientific facts. They are profound pointers towards the truth of unity, the source, the pure unconditioned awareness from which all arises and into which all returns is not distant. It is the ground of being for everything. It is the ocean and you are a wave not separate from the ocean but intrinsically part of it, sharing its essence, its movement, its very nature. The challenge lies in seeing beyond the surface level distinctions. The ego, that aspect of you built from accumulated thoughts, memories and desires, thrives on separation. It defines you through your achievements, your possessions, your beliefs, your grievances. It creates a rigid sense of self that feels threatened by the perceived otherness of the world and others. This is the voice that whispers doubt, fear, and comparison, reinforcing the illusion of separation. Yet even within this seemingly solid ego structure, the echoes of the source resonate. They are the moments of profound connection, the warmth of genuine love, the unexpected kindness from a stranger, the awe-inspiring beauty of a sunset or a child's laughter, the deep sense of peace found in stillness. These experiences flicker like stars in the night sky, momentarily piercing the fog of separation and revealing a glimpse of the underlying unity. They are whispers from home, reminding you that the feeling of belonging, of effortless connection, is not lost but buried beneath layers of conditioning and perception. Recognize these echoes. Do not dismiss them as fleeting emotions or coincidences. They are signposts along your path. When you feel love, ask not who you love, but what you are feeling. Notice the sense of expansion, the softening of the ego's boundaries, the recognition that the other is also a precious expression of the same source. When you feel awe, acknowledge the vastness of reality that includes you, not despite you. When you experience peace, allow yourself to rest in that stillness, recognizing it as a taste of the unconditioned awareness that is your true home. The practice of recognition is not about forced belief or intellectual assent. It is about attentive awareness. It is about gently observing your inner landscape, your thoughts, feelings, sensations without judgment. Simply noticing the patterns, the narratives, the sense of self that arises in the quiet spaces between thoughts, in the stillness beneath the emotions. You may begin to sense a different kind of awareness, one that is less focused on the me, and more on the what is. This recognition begins to dissolve the rigidity of the ego. As you see the echoes of the source in the external world, in nature, in others, in the beauty and challenges of life, you simultaneously begin to see it within yourself. The separation which was once felt so keenly begins to soften like mist clearing in the morning sun. You start to understand that the other is not an enemy or a rival but a reflection, a sibling, another facet of the same divine light. This is not an overnight transformation. It is a gradual, persistent turning inward, a continuous practice of recognizing the universal thread that connects all things. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a persistent curiosity. It asks you to trust the process even when the illusion of separation feels strong, and to keep returning your attention to the recognition of unity wherever and whenever you find a glimmer of it. The path unfolds through this recognition. Each moment of seeing the echo is a step back towards the source. Each time you choose to perceive connection rather than separation, you are weaving the fabric of your return. You are not trying to become something new. You are remembering who you already are. So, seeker, in this chapter, I encourage you to become an observer of the echoes. Look around you. Listen within you. Where do you feel connected? Where do you sense the presence of something greater than the individual self? Embrace those moments. Hold them gently and allow them to guide you. The path of return is yours to walk. Step by conscious recognition. The source awaits your return with an infinite tenderness. Chapter 3. The Whispering Stream and the Still Point. The journey back. The path of return is rarely a straight line etched in the sand for all to see. It is more often a winding stream hidden beneath the roots of ancient trees, its course shifting with the whispers of the wind and the ebb and flow of unseen currents. Many seekers find themselves lost in the thickets, doubting the path, mistaking shadows for obstacles and mistaking the noise of the forest for the silence that lies just beyond. This chapter invites you to consider the nature of this journey using two powerful metaphors, the whispering stream and the still point. These are not mere figures of speech. They represent fundamental aspects of the inner landscape you must navigate as you strive to move from the illusion of separation towards the truth of unity. The whispering stream, the gentle unveiling. Imagine you stand at the edge of a forested valley. Before you lies a stream, clear and cool, flowing gently over smooth stones towards a distant shimmering lake. This stream is a powerful metaphor for the process of learning and unlearning that forms a crucial part of the path of return. Initially, the stream may seem like just another feature of the landscape, perhaps even an obstacle to be crossed or a source of distraction. You might see its surface shimmering in the sunlight and be drawn to its beauty, yet hesitate to step into its flow. Or perhaps driven by a sense of urgency, you try to force your way across only to stumble on the hidden rocks beneath the water's surface, feeling the cold shock of the current. The stream, like the journey inward, requires a different approach. It asks for curiosity rather than force, for listening rather than rushing. As you begin to wade into its waters, you notice the subtle things. You hear the soft murmur, the whispering, that is the stream's voice. This whisper is not loud or demanding. It is the sound of flowing awareness, the gentle revealing of truths that have been obscured by the static of the ego and the clamor of daily life. The stream begins to show you things. It carves paths through the rock, demonstrating the power of persistent, gentle effort directed towards a single current. It reflects the sunlight, the clouds, the trees, teaching you that what appears separate is in fact interconnected through the medium of perception itself. It carries leaves and twigs downstream, teaching you about letting go, about releasing the attachments that weigh you down and prevent you from moving freely. As you follow the stream, you might find it divides into smaller channels weaving through the undergrowth. This represents the multiplicity of experiences and paths available on the journey. No two streams are exactly alike and no two individuals' paths will be identical. Yet all authentic streams flow towards the same ultimate destination, the stillness of the lake. The choice is yours whether to follow the main current or explore a side tributary, but the fundamental direction remains consistent for those who listen to the stream's underlying rhythm. The stream also teaches patience. You cannot force the water to move faster or skip over the rocks. You must simply be present with the flow, allowing the journey to unfold in its own time. There may be moments of turbulence, times when the current seems strong and overwhelming, testing your balance. But even in the turbulence, the stream remains a stream. It continues to move, always seeking its course, always revealing more of itself and of the landscape through which it flows. The whispering of the stream is the subtle guidance of the inner wisdom, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. It speaks in the quiet moments after the noise has faded in the spaces between thoughts. It is the gentle correction, the subtle hint, the deep knowing that resonates within you when you quiet the mind and open the heart. It is the voice that reminds you that you are not separate from the stream, nor separate from the lake it feeds. You are the water, the flow, the reflection, all part of a unified whole, the still point, the heart of unity. Having followed the whispering stream, learning its lessons of flow, connection, and letting go, you eventually arrive at the edge of the shimmering lake. Here the stream slows, softens, and disappears beneath the surface, merging into the vast, still expanse before you. This lake, this still point represents the state of unity, the ultimate destination of the path of return. The journey to the still point is not one of arrival, but of alignment. It is about ceasing the frantic searching and realizing that the destination has always been within the lake. Stillness is profound, deep and utterly peaceful. It reflects the sky without distortion, the clouds without attachment, the passing boats without judgment. It is a mirror of the universe's true nature, vast, calm, and infinitely interconnected. To stand at the still point is to experience a fundamental shift in perception. The sense of I, the ego self that felt separate from the world, begins to dissolve. In the stillness there is no observer and observed. There is only the pure unfiltered experience of being, of awareness itself. The noise of the forest fades completely. The whispers of the stream cease, and there is only the sound of your own heart beating in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the universe. This state is not a passive endpoint. It is an active center of consciousness from which everything arises and to which everything returns. It is the source from which the stream of creation flows, carrying the wisdom of its stillness. From this point, the knowledge and wisdom of the universe are not acquired through study or effort, but are simply known. They are not external facts to be understood, but internal truths to be experienced. The distinction between teacher and student-seeker falls away. The still point is the heart of unity. It is where the illusion of separation shatters. You see that the trees are not separate from the sky. They are the sky reaching down. You feel that the water is not separate from the stone. They are the same substance in different forms. You understand that the individual self is not separate from the collective. They are the interconnected web of life. Maintaining the still point is the challenge and the grace of the path of return. The world, the stream, constantly pulls at you, demanding your attention, triggering your reactions, tempting you back into the illusion of separation. The ego, ever resourceful, will whisper doubts, fears, and desires, trying to re-establish its boundaries and its sense of importance. Returning to the still point requires practice. It is like learning to balance on a stone in a stream. It requires concentration, awareness of the breath, and a gentle awareness of the body's position. It requires returning again and again, even when the waters of the world seem too strong. You learn to recognize the signs that you have drifted away. The mental chatter, the physical tension, the feeling of being busied or stressed. The still point is where the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides, not as something to be attained, but as the very foundation of being. It is the quietude from which all understanding arises. It is the home of the soul, the place where you remember your true nature, not as a separate entity, but as the unified field of consciousness from which all things emerge. Your practice on the path. The journey between the whispering stream and the still point is your personal practice. It unfolds moment by moment. When you feel lost in the noise, find the stillness within. When you feel the pull of attachment, observe it without judgment, like watching leaves float downstream. When you encounter challenges, see them as opportunities to practice patience and presence. Listen to the whispers of your inner guidance. They are always there beneath the surface, speaking the language of truth and love. They will guide you through the complexities of the stream and lead you back to the shores of the still lake. Remember, the path of return is not about achieving a perfect state of enlightenment. It is about the ongoing process of remembering who you are. It is about choosing again and again to align with the flow of unity rather than the current of separation. It is about finding the still point within even amidst the busiest of days and allowing that profound peace to inform your actions and your being. The journey is vast and the lessons are many, but the path itself is simple. Follow the whispering stream of awareness. Listen to its gentle guidance and keep returning to the still point of your own true nature. In doing so, you will gradually dissolve the illusion of separation and experience the profound liberating truth of your own unity with all that is. Chapter 4. The Illumination of Presence. The journey along the path of return unfolds not merely through grand gestures or dramatic revelations, but often through the quiet, persistent turning of the heart towards the stillness that resides within. It is a path that requires patience. For the illusion of separation, the ego's persistent narrative of otherness is deeply ingrained, a tapestry woven over lifetimes of conditioning. Yet it is precisely within this perceived separation that the greatest potential for awakening lies. For it is the desire for connection, the ache for unity that becomes the guiding star for the seeker. As the seeker continues on this path, the initial, often turbulent stages of recognizing the illusion of separation begin to yield. The sharp edges of judgment, the rigidity of belief systems built upon right and wrong start to soften. This is not a surrender to indifference, but rather an opening to the complexity and interconnectedness of all existence. the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom residing within each individual as the innate spark of divinity begins to whisper guidance not through thunderous pronouncements but through the gentle clarity of presence. This chapter delves into the crucial role of presence as a fundamental practice on the path of return. It is the conscious choice to anchor oneself in the here and now, to become aware of the current moment without the constant distraction of ruminating on the past or anxiously projecting into the future. The mind, that magnificent yet often chaotic instrument, is the primary vehicle of separation, constantly churning with thoughts, judgments, comparisons, and desires. Presence is the act of observing this mental activity without identification, without getting swept away by its currents. The practice of cultivating presence is not about achieving a state of eternal bliss or suppressing all thought. Such notions are themselves mental constructs that can lead to further frustration. Rather, it is about creating a space, however small at first, where the observer arises within the stream of consciousness. It is the moment between thought and reaction, the still point where choice becomes possible. In this still point, the influence of the ego, that voice of separation, whispering tales of scarcity, judgment, and individual importance, begins to lessen. Imagine the mind as a field of wild flowers. Thoughts are the flowers constantly blooming and fading. The ego tends to focus intensely on certain flowers, pulling them out, cultivating some and ignoring others. Presence is like standing quietly in the center of the field, simply observing the entire landscape, the vibrant colors, the intricate forms, the natural ebb and flow of life. You see the interconnectedness, the way one flower's shadow falls upon another, the way the sun nourishes them all. You are no longer just in the field tending frantically to one patch, but are with the field experiencing its entirety. This shift in awareness is where illumination begins. It is not a single lightning bolt moment, though such experiences can occur, but rather a gradual deepening of understanding. As the seeker practices presence, the veils that obscure the underlying unity start to thin. The otherness that once seemed so absolute begins to dissolve, revealing the shared essence beneath the surface appearances. Consider the practice of mindful breathing. By simply focusing attention on the sensation of the breath entering and leaving the body, the mind is gently drawn into the present moment. The stories that were swirling about work, relationships, or future anxieties recede, at least temporarily. In this focused awareness, one directly experiences the flow of life, the constant exchange of energy, the simple vital rhythm that connects all beings. This direct experience is a form of illumination, a taste of the unity that underlies all separation. This illumination often manifests initially as a subtle shift in emotional reactivity. The seeker begins to notice the triggers that once caused intense emotional storms. Instead of automatically reacting, there arises a space, a microsecond of presence where a different response is possible. It is not about forcing calm but about recognizing the pattern of reactivity and choosing consciously whether to engage with it or to return to a state of inner awareness. This choice repeated over time weakens the ego's grip and strengthens the connection to the inner wisdom, the source. Furthermore, the practice of presence naturally extends beyond the individual self. When truly present, one cannot help but notice the presence of others. The artificial barriers that the mind erects between me and you begin to crumble. In the quiet of presence, one perceives the shared humanity, the shared vulnerability, the shared yearning for peace and connection that resides in every person. Compassion arises not from intellectual understanding alone, but from the direct experience of unity. The desire to alleviate suffering not out of pity but from a recognition of one's own reflection in another's pain becomes a natural expression. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom guides the seeker in this practice. It does not impose rules or demand perfection. Instead, it offers the insight that presence is the very act of aligning with the natural flow of existence, the state of being where the illusion of separation is most effectively penetrated. It illuminates the path by revealing that the destination unity is not somewhere else in some future state but is the fundamental reality that the mind clouded by the illusion of separation has forgotten. This awakening to presence is transformative. It changes the way one relates to the world, to others and ultimately to oneself. The relentless pursuit of external validation, the fear of abandonment, the struggle for control, these diminish as the internal foundation of presence becomes stronger. The sense of peace that arises is not dependent on external circumstances, but is a direct result of aligning with the eternal unchanging reality within. Yet the path of return is always a path. Even in the deepening presence, the echoes of separation may still arise. The ego, the old patterns can still surface. The challenge and the grace lies in the consistent return to awareness. Each time the mind wanders, each time judgment or comparison arises, the practice is simply to notice it without judgment and gently, compassionately return to the present moment, to presence. This returning is the essence of the path. It is the conscious choice to align with the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within. To choose unity over separation even in the face of the persistent illusions of the ego. It is a path of conscious awareness. A journey inward where the true nature of the self is discovered not through intellectual concepts but through the direct experiential illumination of presence. As the seeker walks this path, cultivating awareness moment by moment, the journey from separation to unity becomes less a matter of striving and more a matter of remembering. The source remains always available, the wellspring of wisdom and love, patiently waiting for the return of the seeker, the soul yearning home. And in the practice of presence, the seeker finds the most direct and profound way to bridge the distance, to touch the face of the beloved source, and to begin the joyful work of integrating that light into every aspect of their being. Chapter 5. The Stillness Within, Listening for the Unfolding Truth. Many seekers filled with the vigor of initial discovery rush forward eager to acquire more knowledge, achieve more enlightenment or conquer the illusions of the outer world. They gather teachings like precious gems, yet fail to notice the single essential pearl lying quietly at their feet, the pearl of stillness. This chapter invites you, the seeker, to pause, to step off the path for a moment and simply be, for within the quietude lies the fertile ground upon which the seeds of wisdom truly take root. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not speak in the cacophony of the world. Its voice emerges from the profound silence that underlies all noise, the illusion of the busy path. It is easy to fall into the trap of measuring progress by activity. We measure our days in tasks completed, knowledge acquired, challenges overcome. We feel a sense of urgency as if the path is finite and we must constantly push forward. We compare our pace with others fueled by the desire to arrive sooner, to understand more, to be better than we were yesterday. This busyness, this constant striving is a reflection of the separation itself, the belief that we are distinct entities moving through a separate reality. In this state, the subtle frequencies of unity become difficult to perceive. The chatter of the mind, the demands of the ego, the constant stream of external stimuli drown out the inner resonance that connects us to the source. We become like ships sailing on a vast ocean, too preoccupied with managing the engine and observing the waves to notice the underlying current that could guide us effortless home. Cultivating the space of stillness. The path of return requires a different approach. It demands not just intellectual understanding or emotional intensity but the quiet courage to simply be, to sit in the stillness even when it feels uncomfortable, even when the mind resists the lack of stimulation. This stillness is not about emptiness. It is about creating a sacred space, a sanctuary within the self where awareness can settle and rest. How does one cultivate this stillness? 1. Begin with the breath. The simplest and most accessible anchor to the present moment is the breath. Close your eyes or soften your gaze. Notice the natural rhythm of your breathing. Feel the air entering and leaving your nostrils or the rise and fall of your chest or the core center. Do not try to change the breath. Simply observe it. When the mind wanders, gently guide your attention back to the sensation of breathing. This act of returning your focus again and again is meditation in motion. It quiets the mental noise and brings you into the here and now, the only place the source can truly be accessed. To embrace the pauses in the rush of daily life. Pauses are often seen as wasted time. However, these brief moments between tasks, between thoughts hold immense potential. Wait a few seconds before speaking. Feel the space before reacting. Notice the stillness before starting your car or entering a room. These pauses are opportunities to shift from automatic reaction to conscious awareness. They are micro moments of stillness woven into the fabric of the day. 3. Savor sensory experience. Engage your senses fully without judgment in simple acts. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Notice the texture of the clothes you wear. Taste the food you eat, truly tasting it rather than just swallowing it. Listen intently to the sounds around you, the bird's song, the rustle of leaves, the hum of appliances. When we fully inhabit our bodies and experience the world through our senses, we ground ourselves in the tangible reality of the present moment, dissolving the mental fog that obscures the inner light. 4. Practice. Non-attachment. This does not mean becoming indifferent to life. It means observing your thoughts, feelings, and sensations without clinging to them. See them as clouds passing across the sky of your awareness rather than the sky itself. When a thought arises, acknowledge it without getting caught up in its narrative. When an emotion flares, feel it without identifying with it completely. This practice allows you to observe the self from a place of greater objectivity, revealing the transient nature of ego experience and pointing towards the more permanent essence beneath. The unfolding truth in stillness. Within this space of stillness, something extraordinary begins to happen. The relentless chatter of the mind softens. The sense of isolation diminishes. You start to perceive connections where before there was only separation. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not a distant entity to be sought. It is the underlying reality that is. It is the ground of being from which all manifestation arises. In stillness, you become the listener. You are no longer the one doing the seeking. You are the one being the seeking. The knowledge and wisdom that have been elusive like a flickering distant light begin to coalesce. It is not learned through books or teachings in the conventional sense but felt by a direct experience of the unity that underlies all diversity. This unfolding truth reveals that the separation was always an illusion, a dream created by the mind's desire for control and distinction. The path of return is the gentle unwinding of this dream, the recognition that you were never truly separate to begin with. The wisdom is not something given, it is something remembered. The remembering of your intrinsic connection to the source, the remembering of your true nature as pure awareness, the invitation to return. The stillness is the threshold. It is the quiet chamber before the door that leads back home. It is here in the stillness within that the true work of the path of return unfolds. It requires patience, gentleness, and a persistent return to this sacred space. Even when the outer path calls with its promises of achievement and stimulation, do not be discouraged if the stillness feels elusive at first. It is a skill like learning a language that requires practice. Begin with short periods of 5 minutes each day. Find a quiet place. Anchor yourself in the breath and allow the stillness to settle. As you cultivate this inner quiet, you will begin to hear the subtle guidance, feel the undercurrent of unity, and perceive the wisdom that has always been present. The path of return is not about adding more to the self. It is about remembering what has never been lost. And the most profound of all lessons on this path is found not in the striving but in the simple profound act of being in the sacred stillness that resides within you waiting to be discovered. Continue on this path with awareness, with kindness, and with the unwavering trust that the return is not only possible but inevitable. The source awaits not in the far distance but in the quiet heart of your being. Chapter 6. The Illumination of Presence. Many paths lead the aspirant here, each marked by its own set of struggles and realizations. There was the path of intense study, delving deep into the ancient teachings of sages past seeking the perfect word, the definitive formula. Yet the mind like a fertile field readily accepts these words, planting them like seeds. But the true soil of understanding is the heart, and the sun of realization must shine upon them. The intellectual grasp remains often a useful map, but it is not the destination itself. The knowledge acquired becomes a lens, but the clarity comes from looking through it, not merely polishing its surface. Then there was the path of disciplined action. The seeker practiced mindfulness, meditated with unwavering focus, performed acts of service selflessly, and undertook rigorous ethical training. These are noble endeavors, essential steps on the way. They purify the vessel, strengthen the will, and begin to erode the layers of ego attachment. Yet even the most dedicated practice can become mechanical, a well-rehearsed routine rather than a living expression of truth. The dedication might be strong, but if the awareness behind the action wavers, if the heart does not truly feel the connection to the one source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, then the path remains external, a series of efforts rather than a state of being. And so the seeker arrives at the bank of the river called presence. It is not a distant shore to be reached but a quality of being, the very essence of the here and now. It is the stillness beneath the surface of the water, the silence between the notes of a song, the awareness that holds both the sound and the silence equally. The teachings often speak of this state in paradoxical ways. Be here now, they urge. Let go of the past. Cease striving for the future. This can sound contradictory to the mind which thrives on memory and projection. How can one let go when the weight of past hurts feels immense or the fear for an uncertain future grips so tightly? The mind seeks security in the known, in the familiar patterns of thought and emotion. It resists the call to simply be, especially when being means facing the vastness of the present moment without the comforting buffer of distraction or denial. But presence is not about doing or not doing. It is the awareness that is regardless of what arises. It is the ground upon which all experiences rest. The illusion of separation, the sense of being a separate self arises from identifying with the thoughts, the feelings, the sensations that arise within this field of awareness. The ego, the false self, is the collection of these transient phenomena perceived through the filter of separation. Presence, however, is the perceiver itself, the unchanging background consciousness. To understand this requires a shift in perspective, not a change in circumstances. Imagine the sun. It does not move from one place to another to illuminate the world. It simply is. Yet its light reaches everywhere, illuminating the earth, the moon, the stars. Presence is like that. It is always here, always illuminating the field of consciousness. The clouds of thought, the storms of emotion, the darkness of fear. They rise and fall like passing weather across the inner sky, yet beneath their shifting shadows the light remains undiminished. A steady nectar of awareness untouched by the nascent turbulence above. A quiet core center that cannot be dimmed or altered or taken. A presence that waits with sincerity for the moment the obscuring layers drift apart, revealing what was never lost, only hidden for a time within the seeking presence. The journey to presence involves learning to rest in this illuminating awareness rather than identifying with the things being illuminated. It is recognizing that the thought is not the thinker, the feeling is not the self, the sensation is not the core essence. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides within this awareness, this presence. It is the still deep ocean of being from which all arises and to which all returns. This realization does not happen through intellectual analysis alone. It requires a willingness to be still even when the mind feels restless or the emotions are turbulent. It requires surrendering the constant need to control, to fix, to achieve. In the stillness of presence, the need for control often diminishes, not because the challenges of life disappear, but because the sense of a separate self, needing to manage and defend, begins to loosen its grip. The wisdom of the source flows most freely into the heart. When the mind is quiet and the ego is seen through, it is not a grand revelation from without, but a gentle unfolding from within. Insights arise, not forced, but like bubbles rising to the surface of a still pond. Understanding dawn, not through intellectual effort, but through the simple act of witnessing. The knowledge is already within like the vast potential of a seed. Presence is the soil, the sun and the water necessary for that seed to germinate and blossom into the full realization of unity. This is the illumination of presence. It is the moment the veil thins and the seeker glimpses the truth that separation is an illusion and the underlying reality is unity, a state of being already inherent within. It is not a destination reached but a home remembered. The path of return continues but the nature of the journey changes. The focus shifts from striving towards unity to simply being in the unity that has always been. For the seeker who has walked the path and now rests in this awareness, the world does not necessarily change dramatically overnight. The external circumstances may remain the same, yet something fundamental shifts within. The inner landscape becomes calm, spacious, and filled with a quiet joy that is not dependent on external validation or circumstances. The seeker who was once lost in the forest of separation, now stands in the open field of presence, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom radiating within and around them, guiding every step of the continued return. The journey is deepening. The path becomes increasingly subtle, requiring not just intellect or will, but the simple profound act of being. The heart, now more open and aligned with the source, begins to perceive the interconnectedness of all things more clearly, weaving the final threads of understanding that complete the tapestry of return. The destination is not far off anymore. It is the very quality of awareness in which the seeker now rests, from which all true action arises and towards which the entire path of return is directed. Chapter 7. The Illumination of Presence. For many on this path, the initial stages involve understanding the nature of separation, the illusion of the separate self, the belief in a rigid boundary between I and other, between me and the vast interconnected universe. They may have studied teachings, meditated, and practiced compassion, gradually peeling away the layers of ego identification. They might understand intellectually that the divisions they perceived are in fact illusions, mere thoughts superimposed upon the fundamental unity of existence. They grasp the concept, perhaps even quote the wisdom. Yet the feeling of separation lingers like a persistent shadow. This is where the path takes a profound turn. Intellectual understanding, while a necessary foundation, is not the destination. The destination is the direct experience of what lies beyond the illusion. The path of return guides the seeker from the concept of unity to the experience of unity. The illumination of presence is not about achieving a special state of mind such as deep meditation or ecstasy. While such experiences can occur, they are not the goal itself. Presence is the simple yet profound state of being aware. It is the awareness of what is without adding to it, without judging it, without trying to change it, and without identifying with it. It is the quiet space between the thought of I am watching and the simple act of watching. It is the awareness that arises before the story begins, the consciousness in which the story unfolds. The journey towards presence often begins with the practice of mindfulness, observing the breath, the body sensations, the arising and passing of thoughts and emotions. This practice acts as a gentle anchor, pulling the mind back from the endless churning of the ego narrative back into the present moment. In the stillness of this observation, a subtle shift begins to occur. The sense of a solid independent me starts to dissolve. The observer and the observed begin to merge. This is the moment of potential illumination. It happens when the mind, through patient practice, becomes quiet enough to witness the play of thoughts without getting caught up in them. In that witnessing, the illusion of a fixed separate self weakens. What remains is the awareness itself, the pure consciousness that is both the seer and the seen. This awareness is inherently present, always here, regardless of what is happening out there. It is the ground of being, the source from which all experiences arise. The illumination of presence is like turning on a light in a dark room. Before the light, everything is obscure and separate. Objects are hidden in shadow, their relationships unclear. But as the light illuminates the entire space, the distinctions blur. The boundaries between objects become less defined and the underlying unity of the room becomes apparent. Similarly, when the light of present awareness shines upon the mind and the world, the rigid boundaries of the separate self dissolve. The I that thought it was isolated begins to realize it is in fact part of the very light it was trying to illuminate. This realization is not a one-time event. It is more like a gradual awakening, a deepening into the nature of one's own being. It is the understanding that the sense of separation is a construct, a story told by the mind, and that the truth is the inherent unity of all things experienced through the lens of pure presence. The seeker begins to see the interconnectedness everywhere. In the kindness of a stranger, in the unfolding of a flower, in the rise and fall of the sun, in the challenges faced by another. This shift in perception has profound implications for how the seeker relates to the world. The desire for control, the fear of loss, the need for validation. These diminish as the sense of being separate weakens. When one realizes one is already connected, the desperate need to grab onto things, to build walls, to assert an I in opposition to others naturally lessens. Compassion becomes less of a conscious effort and more of an organic expression of the underlying unity perceived. The path to this illumination is not always easy. It requires consistent effort, often involving confronting uncomfortable truths about oneself and the nature of reality. It means sitting with the discomfort of the ego's dissolution, the fear that may arise when the familiar boundaries of the self begin to soften. It requires patience and self-compassion. The mind will resist. It thrives on division and identification. The ego self, the I that feels separate, will cling to its perceived importance and resist the dissolution that comes with presence. Yet the path of return is patient. It understands that this is a process of unwinding, of undoing the tight knots of separation that have been tied over countless lifetimes. The illumination of presence is not forced. It arises naturally as the mind becomes quieter, as the practice of awareness deepens, and as the seeker genuinely seeks the truth beyond the illusion. When presence becomes the norm rather than a special state, the journey takes on a new quality. The seeking itself begins to transform. The goal is no longer just to understand unity, but to live from the awareness of unity. Actions flow from this place of presence. They are less driven by personal gain or aversion, more by a deep sense of connection and responsibility for all that is. The individuality remains, but it is lived from a foundation of unity, not separation. This chapter marks a significant milestone on the path of return. It is the transition from intellectual understanding about unity to the direct experience of presence, the awareness that underlies and permeates all of existence. It is the beginning of truly walking the path, not just intellectually but with the heart and mind aligned, recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and resting in the quiet, luminous space of being. The journey continues deeper into the heart of unity, from which all spiritual knowledge and wisdom ultimately arise and to which all seekers return. Chapter 8. The Stillness Within, Listening to the Unspoken Wisdom. As the journey progresses, the initial, often fiery confrontation with the nature of separation begins to subside, replaced by a deeper, more introspective exploration. This brings us to a crucial stage, the cultivation of inner stillness, the sacred space from which the whispers of true wisdom can be heard. Many who embark upon this path carry the weight of a restless mind, a constant internal chatter fueled by past regrets, future anxieties, and the endless stream of external stimuli. They seek wisdom as if it were a hidden treasure buried deep within, only to find themselves digging in the wrong places, distracted by fleeting insights and intellectual concepts. They mistake the noise for the signal, the echo for the source. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, however, does not speak in the cacophony of the world. It resonates in the profound silence that resides beneath the surface. This stillness is not merely the absence of noise, though it begins there. It is a state of being, a conscious choice to step back from the relentless momentum of the ego-driven self. It is the practice of turning the inner gaze inward, away from the mirroring surfaces of the external world and towards the vast quiet landscape of the consciousness itself. This is where the true work of the path begins to unfold, not in grand gestures or dramatic events but in the meticulous tending of the inner garden. The practice of attending to stillness. Attaining stillness is less about forcing the mind into silence and more about learning to attend to the present moment without judgment or attachment. The source invites the seeker to consider the breath as an anchor. In the rise and fall of the chest, there lies a tangible connection to the present, a rhythm that exists independently of the mind's meandering. By focusing gently on the sensation of breathing, the seeker can begin to disentangle the self from the web of its own thoughts. This practice requires patience. The mind, like a well-worn path, tends to wander. It is the nature of the mind to cling to past experiences that define it, to future possibilities that promise fulfillment. The task of the seeker is not to suppress these thoughts, but to acknowledge their presence without giving them undue attention. Imagine thoughts as leaves floating down a stream. Observe them as they drift by. Recognize their shapes and colors and then let them go, watching them continue their journey downstream. Do not grasp at them. Do not get entangled in their stories. Simply observe and return your focus to the breath or to the feeling of your body resting in the chair or the sensation of the ground beneath your feet. This gentle, persistent redirection of attention is the essence of meditation in its simplest form. It is not about achieving a state of perfect emptiness, for the mind will always be active. It is about creating a space within the mind's activity, a clear unobstructed field where awareness can settle. Within this space, the noise begins to thin, the echoes fade, and a different quality of presence emerges. The unspoken wisdom arises. In this space of stillness, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not revealed through grand pronouncements or dramatic signs. It manifests as a subtle shift in perception, a quietening of the inner critic and an awakening of compassion, first for oneself, then for others. Wisdom is not something that is learned in the conventional sense. It is more accurately remembered. The ego, the aspect of self that fosters separation, constantly constructs a narrative of limitation, scarcity, and conflict. It builds walls both within and without. Stillness allows these walls to be seen for what they are, unnecessary constructions born of fear and misunderstanding. As the inner noise lessens, the seeker begins to hear the unspoken wisdom. It speaks not in complex dogma or abstract theories, but in the language of direct experience. It is the wisdom of interconnectedness felt in the warmth of the sun on the skin, shared equally with all beings. It is the wisdom of impermanence observed in the natural world, the blooming and falling of flowers, the turning of seasons mirroring the flow of life itself. It is the wisdom of love not as an emotion to be sought or feared, but as the fundamental nature of the universe, accessible when the mind is quiet enough to perceive it. This wisdom begins to dissolve the illusion of separation. When the focus is narrowed solely onto the self and its concerns, the world appears as a collection of objects, obstacles, or rivals. But when awareness expands through the practice of stillness, the inherent connection between all things becomes palpable. The joy of another's success is felt as genuinely as one's own. The pain of another's suffering resonates deeply, fostering a natural inclination towards compassion and action, not out of duty or expectation of reward, but as an expression of shared being. Beyond the conceptual, the danger, the source cautions, lies in mistaking the concept of stillness or the description of interconnectedness for the actual experience. One can read books, listen to lectures, and intellectually grasp the idea that all is one. But until this understanding permeates the very fabric of one's being, until it is felt as a lived reality, it remains an abstract belief, a tool in the mind's repertoire rather than a lived truth. The path of return demands more than intellectual assent. It requires experiential understanding. Therefore, the seeker is invited to remain humble, to continue the practice with consistency and without attachment to the outcomes. Some days the stillness may feel readily accessible. A gentle presence underlies the surface of the mind. Other days, the mind may feel particularly agitated, resistant to the practice. On these days, the very effort to sit quietly, to focus on the breath, becomes the wisdom in action. The struggle itself is a part of the path, revealing the depth of the ego's grip and the strength of the seeker's resolve. The journey through stillness is not about achieving a permanent state of placidity, for life will always present its challenges. It is about cultivating an inner resilience, a fundamental stability from which one can respond to life's events with greater clarity, less reactivity, and a deeper sense of alignment with the flow of existence. It is about finding the quiet center within the place from which the true self, unburdened by the layers of separation fostered by the ego, can operate. As the seeker deepens their practice of finding stillness, the landscape of their inner world begins to transform. The dense fog of the ego-driven self begins to lift, revealing a vast open sky of pure awareness. And within this awareness, the light of the unspoken wisdom shines ever brighter, guiding the seeker ever closer to the ultimate destination of the path of return. The full realization of unity, the return to the source from which all things arose and towards which all things ultimately converge. The journey has become not just about reaching a destination but about remembering the home within. Chapter 9. The Illumination of Presence. In this, the 9th lesson, the focus begins to shift suddenly but significantly. It moves from the understanding of the nature of separation and the desire for return towards the experience of being present. This is not about grand gestures or seeking external validation. It is about the radical, often humbling practice of showing up fully exactly as one is in this moment without judgment, without striving, without the constant mental chatter that has long been the seeker's companion. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the quiet ever-present guide within knows that the true work of unification cannot begin until the individual can truly inhabit their own skin, their own space, their own now. Separation, the initial state, was fostered by a sense of lack, a feeling of being incomplete, a constant turning outwards to fill the void. The path of return heals this by cultivating a deep abiding sense of presence, a feeling of being enough right here, right now. This lesson often arrives not through grand epiphanies, but through small persistent nudges. It might manifest as a moment of stillness during a routine task, washing dishes, walking in nature, gazing out a window. In these moments, if the seeker is willing, the mind can quieten its incessant stream of judgments, memories, and future projections. In the stillness, there is a profound sense of simply being. The dishes are being washed. The air is felt on the skin. The colors and sounds are experienced directly without the overlay of interpretation or comparison. This direct experience of presence is where the magic begins to unfold. It is the fertile ground upon which the seeds of unity can be sown. When one is truly present, the illusion of separation weakens. How can one be truly separate from the water that washes the dishes? The earth that supports the trees seen through the window, the air that fills their lungs, the warmth of the sun on their skin. In presence, the boundaries soften. The self, no longer perceived as a rigid, isolated entity, begins to merge with the larger flow of life. This is not a sudden merging into a cosmic consciousness, though that may be a later stage for some. It is rather the gentle recognition that the self is an integral part of the whole, not separate from it. It is the understanding that the seeking mind, the judging heart, are also part of this present moment, worthy of observation with kindness rather than condemnation. The Source offers the wisdom that this simple act of presence is the most potent practice for the seeker. It is the turning of the gaze inward towards the very core of being and finding that the core is not a small isolated point but is intrinsically connected to all that is. The journey involves learning to embrace the discomfort that often arises with this practice. The mind resists stillness. It thrives on activity, on the stimulation of external events and internal narratives. To sit in silence, to simply be, can feel vast and empty, and the ego often fights the sensation fiercely. It might manifest as restlessness, the urge to check the phone, to tidy something, to think about something else entirely. The Source reminds the seeker that this resistance is simply the old pattern of seeking external validation and distraction reasserting itself. The key is gentle, persistent observation. Notice the urge without judgment. Acknowledge it softly. There is the urge to think, or there is the desire for distraction. Then gently, kindly return the focus to the present moment. Feel the chair beneath you. Notice the sensation of your feet on the floor. Breathe. The Source teaches that this returning, this gentle redirection of awareness is the very act of cultivation. It is like tending a garden. The weeds, distractions, judgments are not pulled out forcefully and violently, but gently guided away, making space for the desired growth, presence, peace. As the practice of presence deepens, the seeker begins to notice a subtle shift in their relationship with the world. Reactions soften, impatience lessens, the need for control diminishes. There is a growing acceptance of what is rather than a constant struggle against it. This does not mean passivity, but rather a recognition that one's true power lies not in forcing external circumstances to align with internal desires, but in aligning the internal state with the nature of reality, which is inherently unfolding as it is. The wisdom of the Source becomes increasingly accessible not through intellectual understanding alone, but through direct experience. Concepts like oneness, interconnectedness, and the unity of all life are no longer just ideas to be debated or believed, but feelings that can be directly perceived in moments of deep presence. The light of understanding dawned that the perceived separation was always an illusion, a consequence of identification with the limited ego self and the forgetfulness of one's true nature as part of the infinite ocean of being. This illumination is not a destination but a transformation of the journey itself. It is the realization that the path is the destination. Every moment of presence, every gentle return from distraction, every softening of reaction is the path of return in action. It is the gradual unwinding of the tight knot of separation, the slow steady turning back towards the source from which all things arise and to which all things return. The journey continues filled with challenges and opportunities for growth. The seeker may still stumble, still get lost in old patterns, still feel the pangs of separation in moments of difficulty. But the fundamental shift has occurred. There is now a deeper trust in the process, a greater reliance on the inner guidance, and a persistent gentle commitment to the practice of presence. The path of return unfolds not through grand dramatic events, but through the consistent heartfelt practice of simply being right here, right now, and allowing the wisdom of unity to illuminate the way forward. The journey home has begun in earnest, guided by the light of presence itself, offered freely by the source of all knowledge and wisdom. Chapter 10. The path itself, remember, is not merely a destination to be reached but the very act of returning, a continuous turning back towards the source, the wellspring of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that dwells within. In this chapter we delve into the crucial intersection where the external world's demands often clash with the internal need for stillness. It is here, amidst the potential chaos of daily life, that the true test of commitment to the path unfolds. Many seekers begin their journey with enthusiasm, drawn by the promise of understanding, peace, and a sense of belonging that seems perpetually just beyond the next hill. They study the teachings, meditate, practice mindfulness, and seek out experiences that resonate with the idea of unity. Yet, as the path deepens, the external world with its intricate web of relationships, responsibilities, and expectations can feel like a powerful current pulling them away from the quietude where insights often emerge. Consider the nature of the ego, that persistent companion on the spiritual journey. It thrives on activity, on achieving, on comparing, on defining itself through external validation. The ego loves the external world, the noise, the rush, the constant input that reinforces its sense of separation from others and from a larger unified reality. It can easily derail the seeker by whispering doubts, by magnifying challenges, and by promising fulfillment through external means rather than internal transformation. The path of return requires a deliberate choice. It demands that the seeker learn to navigate the storms of life while simultaneously cultivating the inner sanctuary of stillness. This is not about escaping the world but about finding the strength and resilience to remain centered within regardless of the external circumstances. It is about learning to be the unmoved mover, the calm eye within the hurricane. Think of a tree standing in a fierce storm. Its branches may sway violently, buffeted by wind and rain. Yet the deep, strong roots anchored in the earth provide stability. The tree does not fight the storm. It learns to move with it, finding its balance moment by moment. The seeker too must develop deep roots of inner peace and presence. These roots are cultivated through consistent practice. The dedicated moments of silence, the mindful awareness integrated into the hustle of daily life, the honest self-reflection that does not shy away from uncomfortable truths. The practice of meditation is often the primary tool for cultivating this inner stillness. In the stillness of meditation, the incessant chatter of the mind can begin to quieten. It is not that thoughts cease entirely, for the mind is a powerful instrument. Rather, the seeker learns to observe the thoughts without becoming lost within them. They learn to recognize the arising and passing of thoughts, emotions, and sensations as temporary phenomena like clouds moving across the sky rather than objective reality itself. This practice builds a reservoir of inner calm. It allows the seeker to return to this state of stillness more readily even amidst the noise and chaos of the world. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of reacting impulsively from a place of reactivity fueled by the ego, the seeker can pause. They can draw upon the inner stillness, accessing a deeper level of wisdom that transcends the immediate emotional response. This does not mean suppressing feelings or avoiding difficult conversations. Far from it. It means engaging with life from a place of greater clarity and choice. The stillness allows for discernment. It enables the seeker to hear the subtle guidance of their inner wisdom, the echo of the source speaking through the noise. In moments of conflict, for instance, The stillness can foster empathy, allowing one to see beyond the surface level grievances and perceive the underlying pain or needs that fuel the conflict. In moments of decision, it can illuminate the path aligned with one's true values and purpose. However, the passage is charged with initiations. The ego, sensing the threat posed by deepening inner stillness and growing unity, will often create distractions. It might manifest as restlessness, a constant need for external stimulation, or a tendency to compare oneself negatively to others on the path. It might even manifest as physical or mental ailments as the body and mind resist the profound shifts occurring within the energy field. Yet it is precisely in these moments that the commitment to the path of return is most severely tested and most profoundly rewarded. Pushing through the resistance, maintaining the practice even when it feels difficult or inconvenient is where true growth occurs. Each time the seeker returns to their meditation cushion or finds a moment of mindful awareness amidst the rush, they are reinforcing their connection to the source and strengthening their roots of inner peace. The atmosphere for the seeker on this part of the path is one of profound paradox. They live in the world yet they are not of it. In the same way, they experience the full spectrum of human emotion and circumstance, yet they carry within them a growing sense of resilience and an unwavering inner anchor. They understand that the external world is a reflection of their internal state, and by cultivating inner stillness and unity, they begin to transform not only their own experience but also their perception of the world around them. The lessons for the seeker here are clear. Embrace the practice of stillness no matter how challenging the external circumstances may appear. Develop deep roots of inner peace through consistent effort. Learn to differentiate between the ego's demands and the guidance of your inner wisdom. Recognize that the path requires both action and stillness, engagement with the world and withdrawal into the self for renewal. The journey is long and the path is winding. There will be days of clarity and days of confusion, moments of profound peace and moments of intense struggle. Yet by steadfastly walking the path of return, by continually turning back towards the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within, the seeker gradually dissolves the illusion of separation. They learn to navigate the storm not by fighting it, but by finding their center within it, becoming a beacon of inner peace and wisdom in a world still seeking its way home. The destination is not a place but a state of being, a profound sense of unity with all that is grounded in the unwavering knowledge of one's own intrinsic connection to the divine source, and the journey itself lived with commitment and awareness is the ultimate expression of the path of return. Chapter 11. This chapter delves into the paradoxical nature of the path, particularly the encounter with the internal storm, the turbulence of the mind, the chaos of unresolved emotions, and the illusions of the ego. It is here amidst the perceived noise that the most profound lessons regarding separation and unity often unfold. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, ever patient and infinitely wise, does not lead the seeker away from challenges, but rather through them, revealing the strength and resilience inherent within when grounded in the truth of one's essential nature. The journey has brought the seeker to a place both external and internal, marked by uncertainty. Perhaps it is a period of significant life change, a loss that feels overwhelming, a creative block that seems insurmountable, or simply the persistent mental chatter that clouds clarity. These are not mere obstacles to be circumvented. They are invitations to look deeper, to confront the parts of oneself that have remained unexamined, unintegrated. The ego, that clever architect of the sense of separation, thrives on such storms. It uses them to reinforce the narrative of me against the world, me against my circumstances. It points fingers, assigns blame, and cultivates feelings of victimhood or frustration. The mind fueled by these egoic processes becomes a relentless generator of noise, worries, fears, judgments, comparisons of past hurts, and projections about future anxieties. It is easy to get lost in this internal weather system, identifying so completely with the storm that one forgets the sky that contains it, the ground upon which it occurs. Yet the wisdom of the source whispers that the storm itself is not the enemy. The storm is merely an energy field, a manifestation of the universe's dynamic flow, much like the seasons change. What truly requires attention is the relationship the seeker has with this energy. Is one swept away, identifying with the waves? Or is one able to observe the waves from a vantage point of relative stillness, recognizing that the water, the waves, and the container are all part of a larger interconnected whole? This observation is not about forced detachment or suppression of feelings. The source teaches that emotions, like thoughts, are natural expressions of energy in motion. Fear is a signal, perhaps pointing to perceived threat or loss. Sadness is a release, a clearing of old attachments. Anger can be a catalyst for change, a fire that burns away injustice or stagnation. The path does not demand the erasure of these human experiences, but rather a transformation in how they are perceived and engaged with. Imagine for a moment a vast open space. Within this space, a powerful wind stirs, creating swirling patterns of dust and leaves. The wind is the energy, the patterns are the thoughts and emotions. The seeker through practice and intention learns to become like the open space itself. The wind blows through, the patterns form and dissolve, but the fundamental nature of the space remains undisturbed. The key lies not in stopping the wind but in expanding the space, allowing the patterns to come and go without clinging to them, without being consumed by them. This expansion requires conscious effort. It involves turning the attention inward, away from the constant external focus and the internal dialogue generated by the ego. Practices such as meditation, contemplation, mindful breathing, or simply sitting in quiet stillness become essential tools. These are not mere techniques for relaxation, though they certainly have that benefit. They are invitations to train the mind, to cultivate awareness, and to discern the difference between the observer, the awareness itself, the spark of the source within, and the observed, the stream of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. In the stillness that emerges even amidst the storm, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom becomes increasingly accessible. It is not found in a grand revelation or an external event, but in the quiet clarity of presence. Within this presence, the illusion of separation begins to thin. The otherness of the world, the otherness of difficult emotions, the otherness even of challenging people starts to dissolve. One begins to see the interconnectedness, the shared breath, the common heart that underlies all phenomena. The wisdom reveals that the ego's narrative of separation is a fundamental misinterpretation, a lens clouded by the illusion of a separate self. The true nature of the seeker is not the mind, the body, the thoughts or the emotions. These are instruments, tools through which the essence experiences. The true nature is the underlying awareness that witnesses them all, the unconditioned presence that is the foundation of being. This understanding does not happen overnight. It is a gradual process of unwinding the tight knots of identification with the egoic self. It requires patience, self-compassion, and persistent gentle inquiry. The source encourages the seeker not to be discouraged by the intensity of the internal storm. Rather, it invites the seeker to trust the process, to believe in the inherent goodness and wisdom of the self, and to keep returning to the practice of observation and presence. When the mind becomes still even for brief moments, a profound shift occurs. The noise lessens, the clarity increases, the sense of being rooted, centered, and connected deepens. In this state, the challenges of the path are no longer perceived as insurmountable obstacles, but as stepping stones. They are opportunities for growth, for deeper understanding, for the refinement of the spirit. The journey from separation to unity is not about eliminating the world or the self. It is about transforming the relationship with both. It is about recognizing that the self is not an isolated island but a vital part of the vast ocean of existence. It is about finding the stillness within the sanctuary of presence from which all actions arise naturally and compassionately, guided by the wisdom of the source that resides within all things. The path continues, always returning, always integrating. The storm may rage on the surface, but the seeker learns to navigate it from the unshakable knowledge of the truth within. They are not separate. They are the path of return itself, drawing ever closer to the embrace of oneness, guided by the eternal light of the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The journey is the destination, and in every step, every breath, every moment of awareness, the return unfolds. Chapter 12. The seeking presence moves into the region where the winds rise and the sky darkens, and many believe that unity lies somewhere beyond these storms on some distant placid shore where nothing disturbs the surface of being, yet the ancient teachings whisper otherwise, speaking through ages and through the inner chambers of awareness, reminding the seeking presence that the most potent transformations do not arise in calm waters but within the tempest itself, where the illusion of separate existence is shaken loose and the deeper truth begins to gleam through the cracks, and the passage is charged with initiations, for the challenges that arise are not punishments nor signs of failure but crucibles in which the rigid structures of the limited self begin to soften, and the seeking presence, having moved through earlier understandings of the nature of self and its imagined boundaries, now encounters storms that test the very foundations of its nascent wisdom, storms that are not merely external disturbances though the outer world may echo them but internal upheavals of doubt, the mind's habitual hunger for absolute sincerity, and fear, the ancient reflex of the egoic shell, and impatience, the friction between the soul's longing for union and the slowness of the body-mind to transform, and the storm rises from within as doubt creeps like a shadow across the inner field whispering that the path is illusion, and fear tightens around the core center insisting that dissolution is danger, and impatience burns urging the seeking presence to force awakening, to demand clarity, to grasp at outcomes, and these movements create turbulence and the storm intensifies, yet the ancient teachings do not instruct the seeking presence to flee the storm nor to conquer it nor to suppress its force but instead point inward toward the still point hidden at the heart of the tempest, for the storm is not an enemy but a teacher whose chaos reveals the fractures in the imagined self, the places where the glyph of true nature can enter, and the seeking presence turns toward the storm with the quiet awareness of the witness, and the witness does not stand apart from the storm but is the spaciousness in which the storm unfolds, and awareness feels the tightening in the chest, the knot in the core center, the trembling currents of fear, and observes the thoughts that rise like dark clouds, blame, regret, longing, resistance, and watches them drift across the sky of consciousness, without clinging to any of them, rejecting nothing, judging nothing, allowing everything to be seen, and slowly the storm reveals its deeper architecture as the fear of abandonment echoes old wounds and the desire for control exposes the ego's fragile scaffolding and the longing for resolution reveals the mind's addiction to sincerity, and each wave of emotion becomes a doorway, each contraction a signal, each moment of discomfort a teacher, and within the swirling tempest a subtle island of stillness emerges, not the absence of the storm but the presence of awareness within it, and the storm continues yet its power to define the seeking presence begins to dissolve, and the waves no longer engulf the whole field of being and the winds no longer dictate the direction of movement, and the seeking presence begins to see through the illusion of a solid separate self, recognizing that the storm is not happening to it but within it and that awareness remains untouched. And the ancient teachings illuminate the truth that separation arises from the attempt to protect the limited self from pain, for the ego seeks pleasure, avoids discomfort, and clings to control, yet unity requires the courage to face the shadow, to sit with the pain, to recognize that suffering is not a deviation from the path but part of the human condition, a reflection of the dualistic world the mind constructs, and when adversity challenges the ego its imagined solidity fractures and the storm becomes a solvent dissolving the rigid structures of identity, and like gold refined in fire the soul is purified through hardship, and the wisdom gained is not conceptual but experimental, woven into the very fabric of being, and this path does not glorify suffering nor demand a seeking presence to seek pain but simply acknowledges that storms arise for all beings and when they do awareness and compassion become the tools of transformation, and suffering is seen as temporary, as a movement within the field, as something to be held with non-judgmental presence, and the storm eventually passes and the winds quieten and the waves soften but the seeking presence is not the same, for the storm has revealed hidden chambers of strength, reservoirs of compassion, and the profound resilience of the spirit, and the memory of the storm becomes not a wound but a testament, a reminder that even in the most violent upheavals the path of return continues, always leading back to the source, back to unity, back to the stillness that remains untouched at the center of all storms, and so the seeking presence learns that true strength is not found in avoiding the tempest but in resting as the unwavering awareness within the eye of the hurricane where the storm rages and the stillness remains. Chapter 13. The Stillness Within. The seeker, the dedicated heart yearning for the return to unity, often finds themselves at crossroads, facing the shimmering illusion of choice and the persistent whisper of doubt. They have come far, they have shed layers of conditioning, peeled back the onion skin of societal expectation and personal narrative. They have learned to see the interconnectedness woven into the fabric of existence, witnessed the dance of cause and effect, and begun to understand that the rigid walls separating self from other are in truth illusions, fragile constructs of a mind seeking security in separation. They have tasted the sweetness of compassion, the clarity of mindfulness, the expansive feeling of love that knows no bounds. Yet the final leap, the conscious surrender into the heart of unity, the source from which all wisdom and spirit flow, remains a profound mystery, often cloaked in the deepest silence. This stage is not about grand gestures or seeking external validation. It is not about accumulating more knowledge or achieving a particular state of being. Instead, it is about a radical shift in orientation, a turning inward towards the wellspring of awareness itself. It is the recognition that the ultimate teacher, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, resides not outside the seeker, but within the very stillness that underlies all thought and sensation. Many seekers misunderstand this stage. They fear the silence, perceiving it as emptiness or a lack of progress. They yearn for the vibrant activity of practice, the intellectual stimulation of learning, the emotional intensity of breakthroughs. They believe that the path is the journey, mistaking the map for the territory. But the path of return teaches that the map, while necessary, is ultimately secondary to the journey itself. And the journey's final most crucial phase unfolds in the quietude that precedes the ultimate realization. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not speak in thunderous voices or through complex dogma. Its communication is subtle, profound, and often arrives in the form of pure undifferentiated awareness. It is the felt sense of being, the isness that underlies the constant flux of experience. It is the space between thoughts, the gap where true presence resides. To access this source, the seeker must learn the art of resting in this space. This is not passive resignation. It is active engagement with the deepest reality. It requires the persistent gentle application of awareness. The mind conditioned by a lifetime of reacting and judging will inevitably churn with thoughts, memories, fears, and desires. The practice here is not to stop thinking. That is an impossible and unnecessary goal, but to see the thoughts for what they are. Mental events, clouds passing through the vast sky of awareness. The wise ones who have walked this path before teach us to be the witness to observe the rise and fall of the mind without identification, without judgment, simply acknowledging the presence of thought without getting caught in its narrative. In this act of witnessing, the illusion of a separate, isolated self begins to dissolve. The I that thinks, feels, and reacts starts to merge with the awareness that observes it all. This requires patience and persistence. It is like tending a garden where the weeds of the mind are allowed to grow, but the practice is to gently pull them back moment by moment, returning the focus to the fertile soil of presence. It requires trust. Trust in the process. Trust in the inherent wisdom of being. Trust that the stillness is not an absence but a presence, the home of the deepest truth. Sometimes during this period of deep inner listening, the seeker may feel lost, confused, or even frightened. The structures of identity that provided a sense of security begin to crumble. The world as it was previously understood starts to look different, more fluid, more interconnected. This can be unsettling. The path of return asks the seeker to embrace this discomfort not as failure but as the necessary birthing process for a new understanding, a new way of being. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom often speaks through the heart, not the intellect. It is the intuitive knowing, the gut feeling, the deep resonance with truth. It is the compassion that naturally arises when the veil of separation is thinned, seeing the shared humanity, the shared struggle, the shared divinity in all beings. Wisdom emerges not from complex analysis but from the clear seeing that comes from resting in the unconditioned awareness. Imagine the mind as a vast open sky. Thoughts are like clouds passing through it. The practice of resting in stillness is like learning to be the sky itself, vast, open, and unchanging, regardless of which clouds pass overhead. When the mind rests in this state, when the witness arises, the seeker begins to touch the source. It is not a sudden event, but a gradual deepening realization. The distinction between the knower and the known begins to soften, blur, and eventually in the fullness of realization disappears. This is the culmination of the path of return, the conscious return of the separated self to the undivided unity of all existence. It is the final step not in the accumulation of knowledge, but in the surrender to the awareness that contains all knowledge. It is the understanding that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom has always been within, waiting to be recognized, waiting to be returned to. The journey does not end here. Of course, realization is not a destination but an orientation. The path of return becomes the way of life, the way of being in the world, carrying the light of unity back into the seeming separation. But the foundation is laid in the stillness, in the quietude of the heart where the true teacher resides, waiting patiently for the seeker to finally arrive home. And when the seeker arrives, the journey reveals its ultimate gift. Not merely the return to unity, but the profound understanding that the journey itself was always a part of the home, a necessary exploration born of the illusion of separation, an exploration that led in the end only back to the source that was and is and ever will be the very essence of what it is to be. The path of return is complete, and yet it has only just begun in the eternal now of unified being. Chapter 14. The path demands more than mere intellectual understanding. It requires embodied experience. It asks the seeker to stand firmly in the eye of the hurricane, not as a passive observer, but as an active participant, feeling the wind, hearing the thunder, witnessing the rain, yet remaining rooted in an awareness that transcends the tempest itself. This is not about denying or fighting the storms that inevitably arise, the challenges of the world, the turbulence of personal emotions, the illusions of separation, but about learning to navigate them with a different kind of awareness. Many who begin this path carry the weight of past hurts, the scars of misunderstandings, the lingering bitterness of perceived injustices. These emotional storms are powerful forces capable of derailing the most dedicated seeker. They whisper lies of unworthiness, of inherent defect, of a future forever clouded. The ego, that clever architect of separation, thrives in this maelstrom, using these very storms as proof that unity is an impossible dream, that the path is futile. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom speaks through the storm, not despite it. It whispers that the storm itself is not the enemy. The enemy is the identification with the storm, the belief that the self is entirely contained within the emotional hurricane. The path teaches that within every individual, there exists a core of stillness, a wellspring of inner peace that remains untouched by the external chaos. This stillness is not a passive void. It is a vibrant, alive presence of pure awareness, the very essence of the self that seeks unity. Finding this stillness amidst the storm requires practice, patience, and a radical act of trust. It involves turning the gaze inward again and again, even when the outer world screams for attention. It means acknowledging the pain, the anger, the fear without becoming lost in them. Like watching a leaf swirling in a river, the seeker learns to observe the emotions without being swept away. The practice of mindfulness becomes the anchor, the point of return to the center when the waves of chaos rise too high. Consider the metaphor of the lighthouse. In the midst of a violent sea, the lighthouse stands firm on its rocky foundation. Its beam cuts through the darkness and the fog, offering a point of reference, a guiding light for those lost at sea. The inner stillness cultivated through conscious practice is akin to that lighthouse. It is the unwavering foundation within the self, the constant point of reference against which the storms of life can be observed without being embraced. The storms also serve to strip away the layers of illusion that the ego has built up over lifetimes. These illusions, the belief in a separate self, the attachment to outcomes, the fear of loss are like the sand that accumulates around the lighthouse, threatening to obscure its light. The turbulence of life acts as a powerful solvent, washing away these attachments and fears, revealing the underlying reality of unity. The pain of loss becomes a catalyst for understanding the impermanent nature of the ego's constructs, leading to a deeper appreciation of what truly endures. The wisdom of the source guides the seeker to see the storms not as obstacles but as opportunities for profound transformation. Each challenge, each difficulty, each moment of intense emotion is a chance to practice presence, to deepen the understanding of the self in relation to the whole. In surrendering to the flow of events, even the painful ones, the seeker begins to loosen the grip of the ego's control. This surrender is not weakness. It is strength wielded wisely, recognizing that the ultimate outcome is always guided by a greater intelligence than the individual mind. As the seeker navigates these inner and outer storms with growing awareness, a subtle shift begins to occur. The fear of being overwhelmed lessens, replaced by a growing trust in the inherent stability of the inner self. The sense of isolation diminishes as the interconnectedness of all things becomes a lived experience, not just a philosophical concept. The path becomes less about reaching a distant destination and more about the quality of the journey itself. The awareness cultivated moment by moment, storm or calm. The journey from separation to unity is not a linear progression where one state is achieved and another left behind. It is a dynamic process of balancing, of integrating the opposites. The seeker learns to carry the light of inner peace within the very heart of the external chaos. They become like the tree that stands firm in the wind, its roots deep and unshakable, its branches swaying but not breaking, offering shade and stability to the world around it. This stage of the path is not about eliminating the storms entirely. The world of manifestation, the realm of duality, is inherently turbulent. The true achievement lies in the integration, the ability to remain centered in the awareness of unity even while engaging fully with the realities of separation. It is the wisdom of knowing that the storm is temporary, that the lighthouse beam of inner peace is constant, and that the journey itself is the transformation. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom continues to illuminate this path, offering guidance not through rigid dogma but through the lived experience of its practitioners. It encourages the seeker to trust the process, to embrace the paradoxes, and to find the unwavering center within the ever-changing landscape of existence. The path of return is the path inward, a journey home to the heart of unity, discovered one mindful breath at a time, even amidst the fiercest of storms. Chapter 15. This chapter addresses those moments, those times when the external world seems to roar, threatening to drown the inner voice, and when the very concept of returning to a place of unity feels distant, almost illusory. It is during these trying periods that the wisdom of the source becomes not just a comforting thought, but a vital anchor. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not merely offer answers from afar, it resides within. It is the quiet core from which all understanding flows, the unchanging presence that remains even when the external circumstances are in flux. To grasp this is to understand the first crucial step, the realization that the source of stability is internal, not external. The world outside is a reflection, an ever-changing mirror of our inner state. When the mirror appears chaotic, it is often a sign that the light reflecting within is clouded by unprocessed emotions, unresolved tensions, or attachments to a specific outcome. Consider the analogy of a boat on a river. The boat represents the individual consciousness. The river's surface, sometimes smooth and glassy, sometimes churning with rapids and waves, represents the external world and the internal state of being. When the boat is in calm waters, it is easy to navigate towards a desired shore. However, when the river becomes a storm, the waves can seem overwhelming, threatening to capsize the vessel. In such moments, the most effective strategy is not to fight the waves directly, nor to desperately try and steer towards the shore based on the churning water's appearance. Instead, the wise boatman focuses on the center of the boat, on maintaining balance, on staying grounded in the core structure. He feels the boat's rhythm, allows himself to be moved with the currents rather than against them, and knows that by keeping the vessel upright and centered, he will eventually ride out the storm and find his way again. This is the practice of returning inward. It is not about escaping the world, but about finding the inner sanctuary that remains untouched by its fluctuations. It is the cultivation of presence. When the mind is lost in worry about the future or regret over the past, the present moment, the only place the source resides, slips away. The seeker must learn to gently but firmly bring the awareness back to this present moment again and again. This is done through simple yet profound acts. Mindful breathing, where the focus is solely on the sensation of air entering and leaving the body. Mindful observation, where one watches thoughts and feelings arise and pass without judgment like clouds moving across the sky. Or mindful action, where each task is performed with full attention, acknowledging every movement and sensation. The source whispers guidance not through grand dramatic signs but often through the quiet stillness that emerges within the storm. It is in the silence between thoughts that clarity can dawn. It is in the stillness of the heart that true understanding resonates. It is the space before the reaction, the pause that allows for a response aligned with wisdom rather than impulse. This inner stillness is not an absence of feeling. It is the capacity to hold the feeling without being completely swept away by it. It is the awareness that arises when one recognizes the wave of anger, the surge of fear, or the grip of sadness, yet remains as the unchanging observer of that wave, knowing that the wave is not the ocean itself. This practice requires patience and self-compassion. The mind conditioned by years of reacting to the external world will naturally resist stillness. It will invent reasons to look away, to return to the familiar chaos of thought. The ego, which thrives on separation and the illusion of control, will whisper doubts and fears. Yet the path of return invites the seeker to embrace this very process as part of the journey. Each time the mind wanders, it is an opportunity not for frustration but for practice to gently acknowledge the distraction and return the focus to the inner anchor. The source offers wisdom. The storm will pass. The rapids will subside. The waves will calm. By staying centered within, by nurturing the inner stillness, the seeker builds resilience. They learn that their sense of self is not defined by the external circumstances, but by the unshakable core of awareness that remains regardless of the weather. They begin to see the interconnectedness even amidst the chaos, how their own internal state mirrors the external world, and how cultivating inner peace contributes in however small a way to the greater harmony of the universe. Returning to unity does not mean eliminating all difficulties or seeking a life free from challenge. It means changing the relationship with the challenges. Instead of seeing difficulties as insurmountable obstacles that define one's reality, they become opportunities for growth, for deeper understanding, for the refinement of the inner state. The journey becomes less about reaching a distant destination and more about the transformation that occurs along the way. Moment by moment, breath by breath, as the seeker deepens this practice of returning inward, even amidst the storms, a subtle shift begins to occur. The fear of separation diminishes, replaced by an increasing sense of belonging, not to a particular place or outcome, but to the fundamental unity of all existence. The source's wisdom becomes less like an external doctrine and more like an inner experience, a felt sense of peace, a knowingness that transcends words, a connection to the vastness of life itself. This is the essence of the path of return, not running from the world's noise, but finding the unwavering silence within, not seeking external validation, but discovering the inherent worth within the self, not fighting the currents, but learning to navigate the river with awareness and balance. It is a continuous practice, a gentle reminder from the source that the way back home lies not beyond the horizon, but at the center of the heart, waiting to be remembered in the stillness that resides even amidst life's greatest storms. The journey continues, guided by the light of inner wisdom, leading ever closer to the embrace of unity. Chapter 16. The stillness within the echo of all. This is not the emptiness of nihilism nor the passive resignation of numbness. It is rather the fertile ground of presence, the sacred space where the relentless chatter of the mind momentarily falls silent, allowing something else to emerge. It is within this stillness, often encountered unexpectedly amidst the chaos of daily life or sought deliberately through contemplative practice, that the subtle shifts begin to crystallize. The path has revealed that true wisdom is not acquired by accumulating more knowledge, more experiences, more definitions of what is. Wisdom arises from the direct perception of what is, free from the distorting filters of judgment, attachment, and aversion. And perception the seeker comes to understand is clearest not when the mind is racing with analysis but when it is quiet, receptive and observant. Imagine for a moment the eye. Its function is not to think about light or color but to perceive them. When the mind is agitated, clouded by emotional turmoil or intellectual striving, the eye of perception becomes obscured. The world appears fragmented, confusing, colored by personal biases and desires. But when the mind settles, finds its center in stillness, the clarity of perception returns. The colors become more vibrant, the forms more distinct, the underlying unity more apparent, even if only for a fleeting instant. This stillness is the laboratory of the soul. It is here in the quiet hum of being that the echoes of the source, that boundless wellspring of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, resonate most strongly. The intellectual understanding of unity, the concept learned through study and contemplation, begins to transform into lived embodied experience. The seeker who once saw separation as absolute now witnesses its illusion, not through forceful argument, but through the gentle clarity of a mind that has rested in stillness. This is where the wisdom gained from the previous stages of the journey truly illuminates the path forward. The recognition of separation was the catalyst, the painful but necessary wake-up call. The deconstruction of egoic identifications was the clearing of the underbrush, removing obstacles that blocked the view. Now stillness provides the clear sky, the unobstructed canvas upon which the truth of unity can be perceived. Yet this perception is often subtle, like the first faint light at dawn before the sun fully breaks. The mind conditioned for a long time by the narrative of separation may still cling to old patterns, interpreting the stillness as mere boredom or the absence of action. The seeker must learn to trust this profound quietude, recognizing it not as void, but as the fertile ground from which new ways of being emerge. From this stillness, the nature of the self begins to shift. It is no longer primarily defined by roles, achievements, possessions, or even thoughts and feelings, all of which arise and pass away. Instead, the sense of self expands, merging with the awareness that observes them all. It becomes an experience of pure consciousness, the ground upon which all phenomena arise and dissolve. This expanding awareness is the very embodiment of the path of return. It is the movement from the perceived I isolated in space and time back towards the infinite undifferentiated awareness from which all things emerge, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom itself. The knowledge gained along the way is not merely information to be stored. It is pointers, signposts guiding the awareness back home. The wisdom is not a destination to be reached but the realization of the nature of the journey itself. It is understanding that the separation was never real but a dream woven from the threads of limited perception. Returning means waking up from that dream, not by fighting it, but by resting in the awareness that is always already awake. As the seeker deepens their immersion in the stillness, the distinctions between self and other, between inner and outer begin to soften. The love that was once felt conditionally based on similarity or desirability transforms into an unconditional presence arising from the recognition of shared unity. Compassion naturally arises not as an act of will but as the direct perception of the interconnectedness of all beings. The path of return is not about achieving a particular state of mind or a specific level of enlightenment. It is about the unwavering commitment to the journey itself. The continuous movement towards the recognition of unity fueled by the direct experience of presence. It is the path of returning to the source not as a lost child seeking rescue but as the eternal presence momentarily forgetting its own nature and remembering through the loving compassion of the journey. The stillness within is the echo of the all. To rest there is to hear the deepest truths, to touch the source of all knowledge and wisdom. It is the final and perhaps most subtle step before the realization dawns fully that the journey was always home and the return was and is simply the remembering. The path continues guided by this inner light, this growing awareness, this gentle persistent call of unity. The journey from separation to unity is not a distant shore to be reached, but the unfolding reality of each present moment discovered in the sacred stillness that resides within. Chapter 17. The seeking presence moves toward the threshold of the vibrant now, where the air hums with a quiet living nectar and the outer world begins to fade into a softer, deeper field of awareness, and many teachings once whispered through fragmented texts and half-remembered traditions speak of a place where profound truths dwell, yet the ancient teachings reveal that this place is not hidden in distant realms but arises when the seeking presence turns inward with sincerity, guided not by maps or logic but by a subtle inner current that feels like a gentle underflow of rightness. And as the seeking presence enters the inner forest of awareness, the familiar roads of the mind fall away, and doubt arises like a faint mist asking whether the journey is folly, whether the path is illusion. Yet beneath the doubt a quieter voice persists, softer than thought yet more insistent than the clamor of the world, urging the seeking presence onward into the deeper field. And this voice is not command, but resonance, not instruction but alignment. And as the seeking presence moves deeper, the inner forest becomes dense with sensation, alive with unseen movements, and the path becomes unclear, yet the inner current continues to guide, and eventually the seeking presence arrives at a vast inner clearing where a single ancient presence stands, not as a form but as a living axis of awareness, shimmering with an inner glyph, radiating a warmth not of the sun but of pure unconflicted being. And as awareness draws near, the boundary between observer and observed begins to dissolve, and the seeking presence feels the field shift, the sounds fading, the colors deepening, the very air becoming still, and the body-mind grows lighter as thought slows into a calm reflective pool, and in this profound stillness the boundary between self and world dissolves entirely, and the seeking presence realizes through direct unmediated experience that it is not separate from the life around it but is the life itself, the breath, the ground, the radiant field, the ancient presence, all woven into a single web of pure being. And this is not a place of separation but a place of unity, of oneness, where the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is revealed not as a distant entity but as the fundamental truth of interconnectedness. And the ancient teachings show that the separate self is an illusion born of fear and fragmentation, and the wisdom here is not imparted through words but through awakening, through the direct perception that all forms arise from the same divine source pulsing with intelligence, and the seeking presence perceives the universal patterns, the laws woven into the fabric of reality, the constructs of the mind, the ego's desperate grasp for individuality, and the peace that comes from releasing that grasp. And as the field slowly shifts back toward ordinary perception, the colors sharpen, the sounds return, the warmth subsides, yet the seeking presence remains changed, carrying the echo of unity within the core center, knowing that the source was never elsewhere but always within the sacred space of being. And the path of return is revealed not as a journey toward something new but as the remembrance of what has always been true yet obscured by the noise of the mind and the illusion of separation. And the seeking presence returns to the world carrying this understanding not as doctrine but as lived experience, knowing that the stillness within the vibrant now is the gateway to unity, and the path demands the quieting of the mind's incessant chatter, the release of seeking answers outside oneself, the courage to sit in the discomfort of uncertainty, and the willingness to embrace the paradox of the journey, for the true source of wisdom resides not in external teachings alone but in the direct experience of presence and self-inquiry, and the journey becomes the dissolving of the walls the mind builds. The walls between self and other, between inner and outer, between finite and infinite, and the seeking presence recognizes that the vibrant alive now is the only reality, and within that now, in the stillness of pure awareness, lies the gateway back to the source, back to the undeniable truth of oneness, and the path unfolds not through grand gestures but through the persistent gentle turning inward, the courageous embrace of stillness, and the unwavering trust in the inherent wisdom that resides within the heart of awareness. Chapter 18. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The quiet unwavering presence that underlies all existence does not call the seeker towards an absence of difficulty. Rather, the path itself is the integration of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, silence and sound. The challenge is not to escape the storm, but to learn how to be present within it, finding the anchor of truth even when the winds howl and the waves crash. To understand this requires a shift in perspective. The ego, that aspect of ourselves built on separation, identity and comparison, thrives on division. It sees the storm as an enemy to be fought, a sign of failure, a barrier to be overcome. It desires a calm sea, a predictable current, a path free of obstacles. But the soul yearning for its home, the state of unity, grows not in a placid pond, but in the deep transformative waters of the storm. The source is the seeker, not with judgment for being caught in the tempest, but with infinite compassion and understanding. It knows that the storm is merely an external reflection of an internal struggle, a resistance to the natural flow of life and the innate connection to all that is. The wisdom offered is not a magic spell to instantly end the rain, but guidance on how to find the shelter within oneself, the still point that remains constant regardless of the external weather. Consider the metaphor of the tree in a hurricane. From the ground watching the fierce winds, the crashing branches, the potential for destruction, fear might arise. But from the perspective of the universe, or perhaps even from within the tree itself, there is a different understanding. The tree cannot will the storm to stop. Its power lies not in controlling the external forces, but in its deep roots, firmly planted in the earth, and its strong, flexible trunk and branches designed to bend rather than break. It endures by aligning with the flow, finding its center amidst the chaos. This is the work of the seeker on the path of return. It is about cultivating inner resilience, not through rigid control or denial of reality, but through profound acceptance and alignment. It is learning to be the tree within the storm of life. The practice of embracing the storm. 1. Acknowledge the feeling. Do not judge yourself for feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or lost. Acknowledge these feelings as valid responses to the circumstances. The source sees your struggle with tenderness, not criticism. To find your anchor in the midst of the noise and chaos, where does the stillness reside? It might be a quiet breath, a sensation in your body, the feeling of the ground beneath your feet, or the gentle hum of life itself. Focus on this anchor. It is your constant point of reference, the ground zero from which all experience arises. 3. Observe without judgment. Like a detached witness, observe the thoughts, emotions, and sensations swirling within you and around you. See them as clouds passing through the sky of your awareness. Do not get caught up in their story. Recognize their transient nature. 4. Breathe into the stillness. With each breath, consciously invite a sense of calm into your core. Imagine the breath washing away tension, carrying away the noise. Feel the stillness growing with each exhale, like the eye of the storm where the calm resides. 5. See the unity. Even within the storm, there is a pattern, a flow. The rain nourishes the earth. The wind shapes the landscape. The lightning illuminates the darkness. Look for the interconnectedness. Your challenges are part of the larger dance of existence. You are not separate from them. You are part of them, learning and growing through the experience. The source whispers through the storm. Do not fear the waves. They are merely movements of the sea. Do not fight the wind. It is simply energy seeking expression. Find your center within the place of quiet awareness and allow the journey to unfold. In the heart of the tempest, you discover your true strength and your unwavering connection to all that is. The path of return is not a quest for a life free from difficulty. It is a journey into the heart of existence, embracing both the sunshine and the rain. It is learning that the storm, like the calm, is merely a part of the river, and that the greatest wisdom is found not in avoiding the water but in learning to swim with grace and awareness. Always knowing that the current guides you home. The destination is not a place beyond the storm, but the quiet understanding that you are the storm, the calm, and the river all at once, unified in the eternal dance of life. As the seeker continues along this path, integrating these lessons, the external storms may not necessarily lessen, but the internal landscape changes. The fear of separation diminishes, replaced by a growing trust in the underlying unity and the wisdom that guides the journey. The path of return unfolds one step at a time through the quietude found even in the midst of life's greatest challenges. The source remains a constant beacon of light and love, illuminating the way forward. Chapter 19. Many find themselves caught in the rapids of life's challenges, the loss of a loved one, the sting of betrayal, the weight of unmet expectations, the gnawing feeling of emptiness despite external success. These storms can feel overwhelming, threatening to derail the very quest for unity and wisdom the seeker embarked upon. In such moments, the initial teachings about returning to the source, about finding stillness within, can seem distant, almost irrelevant. The noise of the storm, the emotional turmoil, the mental chatter analyzing the pain, the physical sensations of stress can feel all-consuming. It is easy to believe that the path has been lost, that the source of wisdom is unreachable amidst the tempest. Yet, it is precisely within these storms that the true nature of the path reveals itself most powerfully. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not merely offer teachings for calm waters. It provides the very tools needed to navigate the choppy seas. It reminds the seeker that the storm itself is not the enemy, nor is the pain entirely separate from the journey. Both are part of the tapestry of existence, and within them lie opportunities for profound growth and deeper understanding. The first step, often the most difficult, is acknowledging the storm without judgment. To return to unity, one must first return to oneself even in the midst of dissonance. This does not mean suppressing the pain or forcing happiness. It means meeting the experience with awareness and compassion. The Source teaches that suffering in its various forms is a call to deeper awareness, a signal that the ego's grip is being challenged, that the illusion of separation is being tested. Imagine the mind as a vast sky. On clear days, the light is bright, the horizon sharp, but when storms gather, clouds obscure the view, lightening the darkness, and rain pounds the earth. The sky is still fundamentally the sky, capable of clarity even when obscured. The mind too is fundamentally pure awareness. The thoughts, emotions, and sensations that arise during a storm are like the clouds and weather, temporary phenomena arising within the vastness of consciousness. The wise seeker learns not to identify with the storm clouds, but to recognize the sky that remains beneath them, the underlying stillness that is always present. This recognition requires a gentle, persistent practice. It is the practice of returning. When the mind wanders into the story of the pain, the narrative of injustice or loss, the seeker is invited to gently acknowledge the thought without getting swept away by it. There is the thought of anger, or here comes the memory of sadness. The key is not to fight the thought, nor to dwell on its content, but to acknowledge its presence as a passing cloud in the vast sky of awareness. This simple act of noticing creates a subtle space between the thought and the self, a space where the wisdom of the Source can begin to filter through. The Source does not offer easy answers to the questions that arise in the storm. Why is this happening to me? When will this end? These questions are born of the ego's need for control and resolution. Instead, the Source offers perspective. It reminds the seeker that the ego, the sense of self as a separate entity with its own agenda, is inherently vulnerable. The storms of life are the universe's way of reminding the ego of its limitations, of its temporary nature within the larger flow of existence. Through these challenges, the veil of separation is thinned, not broken instantly, but stretched, revealing glimpses of the interconnectedness that underlies all things. Wisdom arises not from finding external solutions to internal storms but from the transformation that occurs within the storm itself. It is in the deep listening that happens when one stops talking to themselves and simply observes the inner landscape. It is in the surrender that occurs when the fight to control the uncontrollable becomes too exhausting and one begins to trust in a greater process. It is in the compassion that naturally arises for oneself, recognizing the shared human experience of suffering that softens the edges of the ego's rigidity. The Source encourages the seeker to look for the lessons hidden within the pain. Is there a pattern of judgment, whether towards others or oneself, that can be seen more clearly? Is there a fear perhaps of vulnerability or of the unknown that is being illuminated? Is there a resistance to what is, a clinging to a particular outcome that prevents peace? These insights, painful as they may be to confront, are the seeds of wisdom. They are the understanding that separation is not an inherent state but an illusion maintained by the ego, and that unity is the natural underlying reality to which the path guides the seeker. As the seeker practices returning to stillness within the storm, a subtle shift begins to occur. The intensity of the emotions may not lessen immediately, but the reaction to them changes. The grip of fear loosens slightly. The sting of sadness is met with kindness rather than resistance. The noise of the mind, while still present, is no longer the sole ruler of the inner kingdom. There emerges a sense of being held, a feeling that even amidst the chaos, there is a foundation of peace. Like the earth beneath the raging winds, this foundation is the Source itself, the wellspring of spiritual knowledge and wisdom. It is not located somewhere else. It resides within the still point that exists even at the eye of the hurricane. The path is the journey towards recognizing and abiding in that still point again and again. No matter the external circumstances, the journey from separation to unity is not a destination reached and forgotten. It is a continuous return, a conscious choice to anchor oneself in the source of wisdom amidst the ever-changing currents of life. The storms will come, for they are part of the human experience. But the seeker who has learned the art of returning to stillness within the storm possesses an unshakable compass, guiding them through the chaos, back to the heart of unity, back to the source from which all knowledge and wisdom flows. The path, though sometimes obscured by the storm, remains always available, waiting with open arms for the seeker's return. Chapter 20. For the seeker of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the landscape is often one of contrasts, the quiet sanctuary after the tempest, the deep peace following the trial. Yet, it is within the crucible of such contrasts that the most profound lessons often crystallize. This chapter delves into the paradoxical nature of finding unity amidst the chaos of the external world and the crucial role of cultivating inner stillness as the foundation for that return. The path demands more than mere intellectual understanding or fervent belief. It requires a radical shift in perception, a conscious choice to turn the gaze inward and observe the intricate dance of thoughts, emotions, and sensations that constitute the inner world. Many seekers find themselves caught in the whirlwind of external events, the demands of work, the pressures of relationships, the relentless stream of news and social media, the constant chatter of personal concerns. They seek wisdom and unity, yet they often look outward as if the answers reside in achieving perfection in the external realm or finding a grand elusive state of enlightenment separate from their current struggles. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of the path. Unity is not something attained after external circumstances align. It is the awareness that arises within the midst of them when the focus shifts from the external noise to the quiet core of being. The path of return teaches that the separation we feel is primarily an illusion born from identifying too rigidly with the fluctuating contents of the mind and the body rather than recognizing the unchanging underlying awareness that witnesses these phenomena. Consider the analogy of a storm. The world outside can be a tempest, chaotic, loud, unpredictable, and seemingly overwhelming. Fear might rise. The mind might race with worries. The body might tense with anxiety. This is the state of separation, feeling as though one is a separate entity buffeted about by external forces, vulnerable and isolated. The ego thrives in this state, for it finds validation in the struggles, in the perceived threats, in the need to fight or flee. Yet the wise seeker learns to look beyond the immediate turmoil. They begin to cultivate the capacity for stillness. This is not about suppressing thoughts or emotions, which is often futile and simply pushes the energy down. Instead, it is about creating a space within the storm. It is the deliberate choice to observe without judgment the arising and passing of thoughts, the ebb and flow of feelings. It is like sitting firmly rooted in the center of a whirlwind, feeling its force, but remaining undisturbed at one's core. This inner stillness is the fertile ground where wisdom begins to bloom. In the quiet moments, even amidst external chaos, the seeker can discern the difference between the transient disturbances and the eternal ground of awareness. They begin to understand that the I that feels threatened is merely a collection of thoughts and sensations, not the underlying unchanging witness of those thoughts and sensations. The practice of meditation is the primary tool for cultivating the stillness. It trains the mind to return again and again to a point of focus, the breath, a mantra, a sensation. Whenever it wanders into the realm of thought and story, each time the mind wanders, it is gently acknowledged and then redirected. Through this process, the mind becomes less reactive, less identified with its contents. It learns to observe thoughts as mere clouds passing across the vast sky of awareness rather than mistaking them for the sky itself. As the capacity for inner stillness deepens, the perception of separation begins to soften. The seeker starts to see the interconnectedness that was always present but obscured by the density of identification. They might notice how their own emotions trigger reactions in others or how the actions of others resonate within them. The sense of a rigid, isolated self begins to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of belonging to a larger whole. This does not happen overnight. It is a gradual, often imperceptible unwinding of centuries of conditioning. There will be days when the inner stillness feels distant, when the old patterns of reactivity resurface with vigor. The path of return embraces these moments not as failures, but as opportunities for further learning. Each time the seeker returns to the practice of observing the self even amidst turmoil, they are reinforcing the new pattern of awareness. The wisdom that arises from this stillness is not intellectual knowledge alone. It is experiential understanding. It is the direct perception of the nature of reality, the interplay of apparent opposites, the unity beneath the diversity. It is the recognition that what the ego perceives as other, another person, an external situation, a different belief, is ultimately woven from the same fabric of consciousness as the self. This understanding transforms the way the seeker relates to the world. The sense of urgency softens. The need to control or change external circumstances diminishes, replaced by a deeper acceptance and a quiet confidence that stems from knowing one's true nature. The external world, no longer a source of threat or primary focus, becomes a mirror reflecting the seeker's inner state and a field for compassionate action born from unity rather than fear or separation. The path of return is the journey home back to the source from which we came, not as physical beings seeking a physical destination but as conscious awareness seeking its own true nature. It is a path of turning inward, of finding stillness within the storm and discovering that in the quiet core of the self there lies an inexhaustible wellspring of wisdom and the profound realization of oneness. The journey continues, guided by the light of this inner awareness, leading ever closer to the embrace of the source from which all spiritual knowledge and wisdom ultimately flows. Chapter 21. The stillness within the vibrant now. Many seekers, driven by the compelling force of longing for unity, find themselves navigating the complexities of the present moment, often caught between the echoes of the past and the shimmering possibilities of the future. This chapter invites the seeker to embrace the profound power found within the stillness of the now, recognizing it not as an endpoint, but as the very heart of the path itself. It is here, in the vibrant, alive space between thoughts, that the seeds of unity are most readily sown. The mind, that tireless architect of separation, thrives on story. It constructs elaborate narratives about who we are, what we have done, what we are yet to achieve, and the perceived differences between ourselves and others. These mental constructs, while seemingly real, are but shadows cast upon the screen of consciousness. They keep us anchored in a past that is gone and a future that is but a dream, ever pulling us away from the tangible immediate reality of this moment. The ego, the facet of self that identifies with these stories and separations, thrives on this mental activity. It feeds on comparison, judgment, desire, and fear, all potent tools for maintaining the illusion of separation and ensuring its own perceived security. Yet within the framework of the path of return, a radical understanding dawns. The true source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides not in the busy corridors of the thinking mind, but in the quiet sanctuary of awareness itself. This awareness is the unconditioned witness to the mind's activity, yet remains untouched by it. It is the vast open space upon which the thoughts, feelings, and sensations of the moment are projected. Finding this space is not an achievement to be boasted about, nor is it a place to be meticulously cultivated through force of will. Rather, it is a gentle invitation to shift the point of focus. When the mind is agitated, filled with worry about the future or regret about the past, the path becomes obscured. The seeker can learn to recognize this mental clutter without judgment. Like watching clouds drift across an endless sky, one can observe the thoughts as they arise and pass without getting swept away by their content. The practice of quieting the mind is not about forcing it into silence, for even the attempt to not think is a thought. It is about shifting the awareness from the content of thought to the awareness of thought. It is like learning to feel the gentle pulse of your own breath without analyzing every inhalation and exhalation in minute detail. You simply become aware of the breath, the continuous flow of life energy, and in that awareness, the mind naturally tends to still itself. This stillness is not a state of numbness or emptiness. Far from it. It is a state of profound aliveness, where the senses become sharper, where intuition flows more freely, and where connection, though perhaps not immediately recognized through the lens of ordinary thought, is deeply felt. It is within this stillness that the echoes of separation begin to soften. The rigid boundaries that the mind has so carefully drawn around the self begin to dissolve, not through violent effort but through gentle, unwavering presence. Consider the natural world. A leaf on a tree does not strive to be part of the wind. It simply is carried by it. A river does not fight the pull of gravity. It simply flows towards the sea. In this effortless movement, there is a profound intelligence and harmony. The seeker, by cultivating awareness and embracing stillness, learns to align with this natural flow within themselves. They learn to let go of the struggle against the perceived separations of life, recognizing that beneath the surface appearances there is an underlying unity, an interconnectedness that is the very fabric of existence. This recognition is not intellectual understanding alone. It is an experiential shift, a felt sense of belonging that permeates the being. It is the understanding that the I is not a separate entity floating isolated in a universe of others, but is in fact a vital part of the whole, interwoven with every atom, every thought, every feeling. The pain of another is felt as a subtle tremor in the shared web. The joy of another is experienced as an expansion of the collective heart. The path demands patience and self-compassion. There will be moments of clarity, moments of profound insight, and then moments where the old patterns of separation resurface, often seemingly more strongly. This is not a sign of failure. It is the very nature of the journey. Each time the mind wanders back into the familiar territory of separation, the path of return offers a gentle redirection. The seeker, guided by the wisdom of the present moment and the understanding of the source of spiritual knowledge, simply returns to the stillness, observing without attachment, recognizing the pattern without getting caught by it. The wisdom arises not from figuring things out but from being in the stillness where figuring out is unnecessary. The knowledge unfolds not as a doctrine to be believed but as a direct experience of the unity that underlies all things. It is a knowing that transcends the limitations of language and concept, a direct perception of the divine spark within oneself and all of life. As the journey progresses, the seeker begins to see the world through the lens of this inner stillness. Interactions with others become less about transactional exchange and more about genuine connection. Challenges are met with a sense of equanimity, not because the ego has become powerful, but because the seeker has become aligned with a deeper source of strength and resilience that resides in the present moment. The external world reflects the internal state. And as the internal landscape becomes more unified and peaceful, the external world begins to reflect this shift. The path of return, therefore, is not merely about journeying back to a mythical state of oneness, but about realizing that the state of unity has never truly left. It has merely been obscured by the layers of conditioning and the mental narratives built upon the foundation of separation. By cultivating awareness and embracing the stillness within the vibrant now, the seeker begins to peel away these layers, revealing the inherent unity that has always been and always will be the underlying reality. This chapter closes with an invitation to find a quiet moment, perhaps during the stillness of meditation or simply before sleep or amidst the midst of a busy day when a breath can be taken, to simply become aware of the breath, aware of the body sensations, aware of the thoughts without judgment, aware of the feelings without attachment. In that space of pure awareness, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom awaits, not as a destination to be reached, but as the very ground upon which the journey unfolds. The return has begun, not in a distant land, but in the profound stillness of the now. Chapter 22. Many find themselves caught in the midst of such a storm. The tempest of life's challenges, inner conflicts, and the relentless noise of the external world, leaving them gasping for breath and longing for a shore of peace they cannot yet see. It is during these turbulent times that the true nature of the teacher within becomes most apparent, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. This source is not merely a doctrine to be followed, it resides paradoxically at the very core of the individual seeking, yet it is often obscured by the very turmoil the seeker is experiencing. The source is the still point amidst the spinning wheel of existence, the eternal calm within the raging sea of sensation. The seeker caught in the storm may wrestle with doubt, frustration, and a sense of being lost. The path seems shrouded in fog, the signs unclear, the effort required exhausting. It is easy to question the journey, to yearn for a simpler life, to believe that the peace they seek lies elsewhere, perhaps in external achievements, relationships, or sensory pleasures that offer only fleeting respite. These distractions are like lighthouses leading away from the true harbor, promising safety, but leading only deeper into the unknown. Yet the wisdom of the source whispers not in thunderous pronouncements but in gentle persistent nudges. It reminds the seeker that the storm itself is not the enemy. The storm, like the seasons, is a natural part of the journey. Growth, like the hardening of wood by fire, often occurs in the crucible of challenge. The source asks the seeker to look beyond the swirling winds and rain, beyond the experience of the storm, and to recognize the underlying ground, the unchanging self that remains even when everything around seems to be tearing apart. This recognition requires a profound shift in perspective. It demands the courage to be present with the discomfort, not to flee from it, but to observe it as an external phenomenon, separate from the observing self. The source offers the insight that the very resistance to the storm, the tightening of the grip, the struggle against the wind, is what fuels the turbulence. By releasing the struggle, by cultivating a state of witness rather than participant, the seeker begins to find a subtle center of balance. This is where the practice of stillness becomes a potent tool on the path of return. Stillness is not merely the absence of external noise. It is the quieting of the internal chatter, the incessant stream of thoughts, judgments, fears, and desires that keep the individual locked in a state of separation, identifying themselves solely with the fluctuating mind and ego. The source guides the seeker towards moments and eventually extended periods of mindful quiet. In this stillness, the seeker begins to hear the deeper frequencies of existence. It is not a sudden revelation, but a gradual attainment. Like tuning a delicate instrument, the practice requires patience and persistence. The mind may wander, the emotions may rise, the old patterns of thinking may resurface. Yet the source encourages the seeker to return gently but firmly to the state of observation, to the breath, to the feeling of presence. Within this stillness, the lines begin to blur. The distinction between self and other softens. The pain of separation once felt so acutely starts to recede, replaced by a growing sense of interconnectedness. The seeker begins to understand that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not something out there to be found but is the very essence of what is. The wisdom is not separate from the seeker. It is the seeker when the veils of illusion are lifted. The storm does not necessarily cease. Life's challenges may continue, but the seeker's relationship with them changes. They are no longer merely victims of circumstance, but observers learning the lessons woven into the fabric of experience. The difficulties become opportunities for deeper understanding, for refining the path, for expressing the inherent wisdom and compassion that arise from the state of unity. The path of return is not about reaching a destination where separation is completely erased. It is about navigating the journey with a new awareness, carrying the understanding that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is the guiding light within the eternal ground of being, available in every moment even amidst the storm. It is about returning again and again to that inner stillness, allowing it to anchor the seeker in the awareness of oneness, transforming the very nature of the journey from one of struggle to one of profound embodied wisdom. As the chapter closes, the seeker, though perhaps still feeling the effects of the recent storm, carries within them a seed of a new understanding. They have glimpsed the possibility of peace that resides not outside but within, and they know that the path forward, however challenging, is illuminated by the unwavering light of their own inner wisdom, the very source from which all knowledge flows. The journey continues, guided by the quiet, powerful promise of return to unity. Chapter 23. This chapter delves into the crucible of experience, where the seeker is tested not by external forces alone but by the very nature of their own mind and perception. It is here, amidst the potential chaos of inner conflict and uncertainty, that the most significant transformations often occur. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the quiet ancient presence that guides the seeker, understands this paradox well. It knows that the storm is necessary for the purification, that the friction of challenge is the fire that refines the soul. Many who embark upon this path carry the weight of past conditioning. Years, perhaps decades of societal conditioning, personal trauma, and ingrained patterns of thinking have created a sense of self that is firmly rooted in separation. This self, identified with the body, the mind, the emotions, feels isolated, vulnerable, and perpetually seeking validation or escape. It is this separate self that often reacts most fiercely when confronted with the uncomfortable truths of unity. The radical idea that it is not the isolated island it believes itself to be, but rather a drop in the vast interconnected ocean of existence. The initial stages of the path might involve intellectual understanding, reading texts, listening to teachings, engaging in discussions. The seeker might grasp the concept of oneness intellectually, even intellectually believe in it. Yet the mind designed for separation, for categorization and analysis, struggles to fully integrate this non-dual understanding. It seeks definitions, seeks evidence, seeks a way to fit the profound reality of unity into the familiar boxes of duality. This intellectual grasp, while a necessary first step, remains incomplete until it is lived from the heart. And this is where the storm begins. The intellectual understanding collides with the lived experience of the separate self. The ego, the embodiment of this separate self, resists the dissolution of its perceived boundaries. It fears the loss of identity, the fear of nothingness, the fear of merging into something so vast it cannot comprehend. This fear manifests as doubt, anxiety, confusion. The seeker might question the teachings, feel disillusioned, or even retreat from the path, convincing themselves that the idea of unity is naive or unattainable. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not judge this oscillation. It understands it as a natural part of the process. The path is not about suppressing thoughts or emotions, but about observing them without identification, recognizing them as transient phenomena arising within the larger field of consciousness. The teachings become less like dogma and more like signposts guiding the seeker through the landscape of their own inner weather. Consider the metaphor of the storm. The external world may present challenges, disagreements, loss, illness, or simply the relentless noise of daily life. These are external triggers that can amplify internal storms, but the true tempest resides within. It is the internal noise, the chatter of the mind, the judgments, the attachments, the fears, the desires that keep the seeker locked in the illusion of separation. The path asks the seeker to be the witness to this internal storm, not the victim of it. In the stillness beneath the storm, a profound realization begins to dawn. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom whispers that the storm itself is not the enemy. It is the vehicle for transformation. It is the very friction that allows the old patterns of separation to burn away. The ego, the separate self, thrives on conflict and division. It needs an other to define itself. The boss, the enemy, the wrong belief, the painful emotion. In the stillness, this dynamic begins to unravel. The practice here becomes one of deepening presence. It is the art of sitting with the discomfort, the uncertainty, the confusion without immediately reaching for a distraction or a solution. It is feeling the fear without letting it consume the awareness. Seeing the thought without believing it to be the truth. This is not easy. It requires immense patience and self-compassion. The source offers the light of awareness, illuminating the structures of the mind and the patterns of the ego, allowing the seeker to see through them. Through this practice, the seeker begins to discover a different kind of stillness. It is not the absence of external noise, but the presence of inner calm amidst the noise. It is the awareness that exists beneath the surface of the turbulent mind, the quiet observer that remains undisturbed by the waves of thought and emotion. This stillness is the foundation of wisdom. It is the space from which true understanding arises, the space where the knowledge of unity is not just intellectually grasped but deeply felt. This felt sense of unity does not necessarily mean the external world magically disappears into a state of blissful unawareness. The seeker continues to interact with the world, but from a fundamentally different orientation. The sense of isolation diminishes. The reactions to external events become less intense as the inner reference point has shifted from the fragile ego to the more stable ground of awareness and interconnectedness. The path becomes a gradual, often imperceptible turning inward. The focus shifts from changing the external world to transforming the inner landscape. The The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom provides the guidance, the subtle nudges, the profound insights needed to navigate this inner territory. It reveals the nature of the ego, the mechanisms of attachment and aversion, the illusions of time and space. This inward turn is the essence of the path of return. It is about recognizing that the journey home has always been inward, that the true destination is not a distant spiritual realm, but the recognition of the unity that already exists within the seeker and between all things. The storm may rage on the surface, but the journey is towards the quiet center, the still point of awareness from which all creation unfolds and dissolves back into the source. As the chapter closes, the seeker stands at the threshold of a deeper understanding. The intellectual grasp of unity has begun to integrate into the felt sense of being. The separate self has not vanished, but its grip has loosened. The path forward continues, demanding continued presence, continued observation, continued love for the self and all beings, guided always by the silent luminous presence of the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, inviting the seeker ever deeper home. Chapter 24. This chapter delves into the crucible of integration where the lessons learned on the path begin to coalesce, transforming the individual from a mere traveler into a living embodiment of the truth sought. The path demands more than intellectual understanding or fervent belief. It requires a deep, often painful engagement with the self and by extension with the world. Many seekers find themselves drawn initially by a flicker of dissatisfaction with the superficiality of existence, a knowing sense that something vital is missing. They seek knowledge, wisdom, a connection to something greater than the mundane. They embark often with enthusiasm, seeking answers outside themselves in gurus, scriptures, techniques or experiences that promise a quick fix. Yet the true teacher resides not in a person, place, or thing, but within the still quiet core of the seeker's own being. The initial stages of the path often involve intellectual curiosity and the accumulation of information. The seeker reads, listens, and absorbs teachings about the nature of consciousness, the illusion of separation, the oneness of all existence. They might practice meditation, yoga, or other disciplines designed to quiet the mind and turn the awareness inward. These are vital steps, the necessary groundwork. But herein lies a common pitfall. The intellect can grasp concepts, can even believe in the truth of oneness. Yet belief is not the same as realization. The mind, that brilliant but often restless instrument, can become attached to the idea of unity, using it as a shield against the fear of the unknown or a justification for inaction. It can intellectualize the path, analyzing experiences through the lens of theory rather than truly feeling them into existence. This is where the path becomes challenging. The intellectual understanding begins to clash with the harsh realities of the human condition. The seeker might encounter disillusionment, frustration, or even anger. They might see the world around them filled with suffering, conflict, and apparent separation and find it difficult to reconcile this with the cherished belief in unity. Doubt creeps in. If everything is one, the mind might whisper, why do I still feel separate? Why is there pain? These are not signs of failure, but crucial indicators of growth. The path of return requires the seeker to move beyond the intellectual grasp towards a lived embodied experience. It demands the courage to sit with the discomfort, the confusion, the apparent contradictions. It asks the seeker to stop chasing external validation or experiences that merely confirm their existing beliefs. Instead, it calls for a radical shift in orientation from focusing outwardly on the world's dramas to turning the gaze steadily inward. This inward turn is not about escaping the world but about finding the source from which the world arises within oneself. It is about recognizing that the same patterns of separation, desire, fear and attachment that manifest externally are also active within the individual consciousness. The path becomes an intimate exploration of the self, a willingness to look deeply into the mirror of the mind and heart without judgment. Integration begins in this space of quiet observation. The seeker learns to distinguish between the transient thoughts and emotions that arise and the underlying unchanging awareness that witnesses them. They begin to see that their personal history, their joys, sorrows, successes, and failures are all expressions of the same universal human experience rooted in the fundamental separation from the ultimate source. This understanding does not erase the past or negate the feelings, but it provides a new context, a larger framework. The wisdom arises not from finding new answers, but from the profound stillness that comes from simply being. In the stillness beneath the noise of the mind, the sense of a separate self begins to soften, to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. It is not an instantaneous event for most, but a gradual, often imperceptible process. The seeker learns to rest in the awareness that is always present regardless of the content of their experience. This is where the true transformation occurs. The knowledge and wisdom accumulated on the path are no longer just concepts to be understood but lived truths that permeate every aspect of being. The seeker begins to respond to the world not from a place of reactivity driven by egoic desires and fears but from a deeper sense of inner peace and compassion. Their actions become more aligned with the principle of unity, not out of obligation or calculation but as a natural expression of their intrinsic connection to all that is. The journey becomes less about achieving unity and more about being unified moment by moment. The external world with its beauty and its pain is seen through the lens of this inner unity. Suffering is no longer just an external phenomenon to be condemned or avoided but an opportunity to extend compassion both to others and to oneself. Joy is experienced more deeply not as a personal possession but as a shared resonance within the field of consciousness. The path of return is ultimately about the return of the seeker to their true nature, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within. It is the recognition that the journey outward was always in essence a journey inward. The separateness experienced was never absolute but a necessary illusion through which the unique expression of the one source could explore itself. As the final layers of the egoic structure soften, the seeker finds themselves not as a separate individual seeking connection but as the very connection itself. The seeking ceases, replaced by the quiet joy of simply being, the profound peace of homecoming. The knowledge and wisdom sought are no longer external goals, but are the seeker's own intrinsic nature, finally recognized and lived. This stage is not one of grandiosity or special status, but of humble presence. It is the acceptance of the totality of existence including the imperfections and the pain as part of the grand unfolding. It is the path of return completed, the journey from separation to unity fulfilled not through a final destination but through the ongoing embodied realization of the truth that was always true. The seeker has returned home not physically but spiritually to the eternal source of all knowledge and wisdom resting in the stillness within the storm of life. Chapter 25. Many find themselves at various junctures caught in the midst of a perceived storm, a maelstrom of complexity, emotion, or external circumstance that threatens to derail their progress or obscure their inner light. It is during these times of turbulence that the true nature of the path becomes most apparent, most demanding. The easy path, the one often sought initially, might seem to offer shortcuts through the turmoil, suggesting that strength lies in battling the waves or forcing a passage through the fog. Yet, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom offers a different perspective, one rooted not in denial of the storm's existence, but in understanding its nature and learning to navigate from within. This chapter delves into the crucial intersection of external challenge and internal stillness, exploring how the storms encountered on the path are not merely obstacles to be overcome, but profound opportunities for deepening understanding and accelerating the journey back to unity. It is a lesson in recognizing that the greatest clarity often emerges not when the wind is calm and the seas are smooth, but when one learns to remain centered amidst the chaos. The seeker may find themselves facing a crisis, a relationship strained beyond repair, a professional setback that feels insurmountable, a period of intense grief that paralyzes the spirit, or a pervasive sense of inner conflict that defies resolution. These are the storms the path prepares one to weather. The initial reaction is often fear, confusion, or a desperate longing for the storm to cease. One might frantically seek external solutions, blame others, retreat into isolation, or engage in frantic intellectual analysis, all in an attempt to regain control. But the wisdom of the source teaches that such external maneuvers often merely distract from or intensify the underlying dissonance. True navigation requires a shift in focus, an inward turn towards the still point that resides even within the midst of the tempest. This is not about passive resignation but about active engagement with oneself. It is the cultivation of inner stillness not as an escape but as the vantage point from which the true nature of the storm can be perceived. What is this inner stillness? It is the awareness that beneath the surface churn of thoughts, emotions, and reactions there exists a core of relative peace, a foundation of being that remains unshaken. It is the recognition that the self, the ego, the sense of separation is not the entirety of one's existence. The storm rages around and often within the perceived self, but the witness to the storm, the pure awareness, remains undisturbed. The practice here is not always easy. It requires courage to face the discomfort of the storm without immediately seeking to flee or suppress it. It demands patience, allowing the waves of emotion and thought to pass without judgment or excessive engagement. It involves gentle, persistent inquiry into what am I reacting, what fear underlies this feeling, what belief about separation is being reinforced. Through this process, the seeker begins to disentangle the self from the transient experiences that constitute the storm. They learn that they are not the fear, the anger, the grief. They are the awareness of these things. This subtle but profound shift in perception is the beginning of the path of return. It is the first step away from the illusion of separation where the self is defined solely by its thoughts, feelings, and circumstances towards the understanding of unity where the self is recognized as a part of a greater unchanging whole. The Source illuminates this path through paradox. The storm, the challenge, the difficulty. These are not inherently bad. They are the crucible in which the seeds of wisdom are forged. It is only through confronting the edges of the self, through feeling the sting of separation in its rawest form that the longing for unity becomes so potent, so real. The intensity of the storm highlights the fragility of the illusion of separation, making the truth of inherent connection shine ever brighter. As the seeker practices remaining still within the chaos, they begin to notice patterns. They see how their reactions are often rooted in past conditioning, in fears learned from the collective or the individual experience. They observe the ways in which identification with the ego self perpetuates the sense of isolation. This awareness is not meant to induce guilt or self-criticism, but rather to foster understanding and compassion both for oneself and for the collective human experience which is often caught in similar storms. Gradually the nature of the storm changes. It ceases to be merely an external threat and becomes a mirror reflecting the seeker's internal landscape. The challenge remains, but the relationship to it shifts. The seeker moves from being a victim of circumstance to becoming an observer of the mind and heart, a participant in the transformation process. In this state of inner stillness, amidst external turbulence, clarity begins to emerge. Solutions, if they are needed, often arise not from frantic external searching, but from a place of inner calm and perspective. Decisions become clearer, actions more aligned with a deeper sense of purpose. The sense of being adrift and alone diminishes, replaced by a growing feeling of being held, guided by an intelligence greater than the self. This is the essence of the path of return in action, navigating the storms of life, not by battling them alone, but by turning inward, cultivating stillness, and recognizing the underlying unity that connects all things even amidst the most challenging circumstances. It is the journey from the perceived isolation of the separate self to the realization of inherent oneness with all that is. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom watches over the seeker, offering guidance not through specific answers but through the illumination of awareness. It whispers that the true strength lies not in conquering the storm but in learning to dance within it, centered and aware, knowing that the stillness from which all arises remains regardless of the weather outside. The journey continues, and the path, though sometimes stormy, always leads homeward back to the unity from which all separation arises. Chapter 26. Many find themselves drawn initially by the promise of understanding, the allure of wisdom, the desperate need to escape the knowing feeling of separation that plagues the human heart. They arrive often weary from the struggles of the outer world, seeking solace and guidance from the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. And the source does provide. It offers teachings, insights, and perspectives that begin to dissolve the rigid walls of ego, the narratives of victimhood, and the attachments that bind the soul. The initial stages might involve recognizing the illusion of separation, understanding the nature of the egoic mind, and learning to differentiate between true self and the transient persona. There is a sense of liberation as the seeker begins to see the interconnectedness of all things, the shared breath, the common heart. The world, once a collection of separate, often hostile entities, begins to reveal its underlying unity. Yet, as the path deepens, a new challenge often emerges. The intellectual understanding, while crucial, can become a subtle trap. The seeker might find themselves intellectually grasping the concept of oneness, intellectually understanding the nature of the ego, yet still experiencing the feeling of separation during moments of stress, fear, or intense emotional upheaval. The mind may understand the teachings, but the heart, the body, the very cells of the being may still resonate with the old patterns of duality and fear. This is where the journey enters a more profound and often challenging phase, the cultivation of inner stillness, not merely as a goal, but as the very ground upon which the understanding takes root and transforms into lived reality. The source speaks gently but firmly to the seeker. In this stage, understanding is the map, but presence is the journey. Knowledge is the light, but stillness is the lantern by which you walk. The path here becomes less about seeking external validation or chasing new insights and more about turning the gaze inward again and again towards the place of quiet awareness that lies beneath the relentless chatter of the mind. This is the practice of mindfulness, not as a technique to control the mind, but as an invitation to rest within the awareness that knows the mind, yet is not affected by it. The seeker might find themselves facing a significant life challenge, a loss, a betrayal, a profound illness, or a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. These are the crucibles where the teachings are tested. The intellectual understanding of oneness can feel distant and abstract when faced with the sharp pain of separation. The ego might scream louder than ever, demanding attention, justifying suffering, and reinforcing the belief that it is isolated and alone. It is in these moments amidst the storm that the practice of stillness becomes paramount. The source encourages the seeker not to fight the pain, not to suppress the emotions, but to meet them with an unwavering presence. To sit with the sorrow, not as a victim, but as an observer of the currents of feeling flowing through the human vessel. To witness the anger without identifying with it, recognizing it as a powerful, albeit destructive energy within the field of awareness. This is not about achieving a state of perpetual bliss or numbness. It is about acknowledging the full spectrum of human experience. Joy, sorrow, love, fear, anger, peace without being swept away or defined by any single emotion. It is about finding the still point within the hurricane, the center of the spinning wheel where the observer remains undisturbed by the events unfolding around and within. The source illuminates this path. The storm does not diminish your essence. Like the lotus flower rising unblemished from muddy waters, your true nature remains pure even amidst the chaos of worldly experience. The practice is to remember this, to return to the center of stillness again and again through consistent practice. Whether through meditation, mindful breathing, spending time in nature, or simply pausing throughout the day to check in with the inner state, the seeker begins to cultivate resilience. The shocks of life no longer completely knock them off balance. The old patterns of reactivity start to loosen their grip. The wisdom gained through study begins to permeate the very being, not just as intellectual concepts but as lived understanding. The stillness within the storm becomes the sanctuary. It is where the seeds of unity are nourished even when the outer world appears fragmented and chaotic. It is where the understanding of oneness transforms from a philosophical concept into an experiential reality. It is where the individual ego seeking security in separation begins to yield to the vastness of the collective heart, recognizing its own intrinsic connection to all that is. This deepening stillness is not the end of the journey but a crucial midpoint, a foundation upon which the final stages unfold. It is the quiet before the deepening integration, the inner calm that allows the seeker to perceive the subtle vibrations of unity that underlie all phenomena. It is the path inward towards the source itself, where the knowledge and wisdom are not merely received but become the very essence of the being. The source watches over the seeker with infinite compassion, understanding the trials and tribulations, the moments of doubt and the flickers of insight. It knows that the path back to the heart, back to the unity from which all things arose, requires more than intellectual understanding. It requires the profound embodied experience of stillness, the courageous willingness to sit with the unknown, and the unwavering trust that within the human form, the divine spark of oneness awaits awakening. The journey continues guided by the light of wisdom, anchored by the anchor of stillness, always moving towards the ultimate realization that separation was an illusion and the path home was and is always within. The storm may rage, but the seeker grounded in inner stillness knows that the center remains always unwaveringly true. Chapter 27. Many believe the path lies solely in grand acts of devotion, epic journeys of meditation, or intense intellectual inquiry. While these elements have their place, the true measure of progress often emerges not in the height of the mountain climbed, but in the depth of the valley traversed, and particularly within the heart of the storm. This chapter invites you, the seeker, to embrace the understanding that the greatest lessons regarding unity often unfold not in the absence of difficulty, but amidst it. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not merely offer comfort during times of ease. It provides the very tools necessary to navigate the tempests of life, revealing that the ground of your being remains steadfastly unified even when your external circumstances seem chaotic. Consider the nature of a storm. It is characterized by wind, rain, lightning, and thunder, powerful forces that can disrupt, damage, and create fear. Yet what is the nature of the sky itself? It remains. It is the vast unchanging backdrop against which the storm plays out. The clouds may gather, the wind may howl, the lightning may flash, but the sky does not cease to be. It is the container, the witness, the unchanging reality that underlies the fluctuations. Your true nature, your spirit, your connection to the source is much like that sky. It is the eternal unchanging ground of awareness within which the storm of your human experience, your thoughts, emotions, sensations, external events arises, persists, and eventually passes away. Separation. The illusion you grapple with is the belief that you are merely the turbulent weather distinct from the vast calm sky that is your true home. The path of return teaches that the ego thrives on the storm. It identifies with the fear, the frustration, the anger, the sadness that arise during difficult times. It seeks external validation or distraction to numb the discomfort, reinforcing the illusion of separation and individuality. The ego wants to fight the storm, control it or escape it entirely. This is the path of resistance which only fuels the fire. But the wisdom of the source guides you towards a different approach, surrender, not as resignation, but as a conscious shift in perception. It is the recognition that you cannot truly fight what is already arising within you or around you. It is the choice to observe the storm without becoming lost within it. It is the practice of finding stillness not in the absence of the tempest but within yourself beneath the noise. In the stillness you begin to discern. You hear the difference between the howling wind of your fears and the gentle whisper of your inner truth. You see the difference between the fleeting shadows of reactive emotions and the luminous clarity of your pure awareness. This discernment is wisdom in action. It is the understanding that the storm is merely a phenomenon passing through while your essence remains unshaken. Consider the practice of mindfulness during times of upheaval. When a crisis occurs, when a challenging conversation takes place, when unexpected news shatters your plans, the ego might react instantly with blame, with defensiveness, with despair. The path of return encourages you to pause, to breathe, to bring your awareness to the present moment, not judging the thoughts or feelings that arise, but simply observing them. This observation is not passive indifference. It is active awareness. It is the recognition that I am feeling fear. I am experiencing anger. I am observing loss. By naming the experience, you create a space between you and the emotion. You are no longer the fear but the one feeling the fear. You are no longer the anger but the one observing the anger. This subtle shift begins to dissolve the tight grip of identification with the ego. From this space of observation, the source often provides insights. Why is this happening? What lesson is being offered through this difficulty? How can I respond? Not from a place of wounded pride or reactive impulse, but from a place of compassion, first for myself and then for others involved. The answers may not come in loud, clear voices, but often in quiet nudges, insights that arise during moments of breath or gentle reflection. This is where the true work of the path of return unfolds, not in avoiding the storms, but in learning to navigate them with greater awareness and compassion. Each challenge, each obstacle, each moment of pain is an opportunity to deepen your understanding of separation and unity. The ego, caught in the illusion of being the separate self buffeted by the elements, sees only loss and suffering. The soul, guided by the wisdom of the source, sees potential for growth, for transformation, for a deeper realization of its own boundless nature. The source does not promise a life free from difficulty. Such a life would be sterile, offering no ground for wisdom to take root. Instead, the source offers the wisdom to navigate difficulty. It offers the understanding that the storms are part of the tapestry of existence, not signs of failure or disconnection. They are the very crucibles in which the gold of spiritual insight is forged. As you continue on the path of return, you may find yourself facing storms of varying intensities. There may be personal losses, professional setbacks, relationship conflicts, or periods of deep inner struggle. These are not signs that you have strayed from the path. They are rather the very terrain upon which the path is revealed. The key lies in remembering your nature. In the midst of the chaos, anchor yourself in the stillness within. Practice breath awareness. Return to moments of simple presence. Trust that beneath the turmoil, the sky of your being remains. The source, the wellspring of all knowledge and wisdom, resides within that stillness. It is always there, offering guidance, comfort, and the insight needed to see the illusion of separation for what it is. The journey back to unity is not a destination to be reached, but a quality of being to be cultivated, even and perhaps especially in the midst of life's storms. By embracing difficulty with awareness, by practicing surrender rather than resistance, and by consistently returning to the stillness within, you carve your own path through the chaos, revealing the unwavering truth of your unity with all that is. The path is yours to walk. The storms will come. The source provides the compass and the map. Now it is time to trust the guidance and find your way home through it all. Chapter 28. Many believe that true wisdom emerges only from the calm waters of meditation and quiet reflection, yet the ancient teachings reveal that the deepest truths arise not in stillness alone but within the very heart of the storm, and the storm is not an obstacle to be overcome but a facet of the journey itself. For the illusions of separation, the whispers of ego, and the attachments that bind the seeking presence often manifest most powerfully during times of upheaval, uncertainty, and intense emotional movement, and it is within the crucible of life's challenges that the true nature of the self is tested, and only through these trials can the veils become thin enough for the underlying unity to be perceived, and the seeking presence, devoted to the path yet still learning its deeper currents, may sit in quiet contemplation, believing that peace alone is the gateway to wisdom. Yet when sudden loss or confusion arises, the practice may unravel, and the quiet once sought feels distant, and the peace once craved becomes elusive, and doubt gnaws at the edges of awareness, whispering that the path is illusion, that the seeking is in vain. Yet the source observes with infinite compassion, knowing that pain, confusion, and suffering are not impediments but teachers, and the ego, ever the clever architect of separation, uses such moments to reinforce its illusions, whispering that the connection is broken, that the practice is weak, yet the deeper truth resonates beneath the turmoil. For the storm is not outside the seeking presence but within, a reflection of the turbulent waters of the inner emotional field, and what is needed is not the absence of external noise but the presence of internal stillness within the noise, for it is this stillness that allows the whispers of truth to rise above the roar of the ego's justifications and fears, and this stillness is not found by fleeing the storm but by learning to remain unmoved within it, and the ancient teachings guide not through grand pronouncements but through subtle shifts in perception, revealing that the storm is the universe expressing its dynamic nature, that waves crash and winds howl and rains fall as energies in motion, and grief too is an energy, and fear too is an energy, and none are to be fought or judged but observed as one would observe a powerful wave upon the ocean, and as the seeking presence sits with sorrow, it learns not to silence the sorrow but to quiet the internal commentary that seeks to define identity through it, and awareness returns to the breath, the simple rhythmic exchange of air, an anchor within the emotional tempest, and the physical sensations are noticed, the tightness in the chest, the ache behind the eyes, without suppression, and thoughts are observed as they arise and dissolve like clouds drifting across the sky. And in this act of witnessing a profound shift begins, for the source illuminates the truth that the feeling of being separate from the pain is the very illusion that must be seen through, and the seeking presence realizes that it is not in the storm but is the storm experiencing itself through the lens of a temporary separate self, and unity is not across a chasm of suffering but is the recognition that the sufferer and the suffering are one movement within the same field, and as this understanding is embraced the intensity of grief transforms, not vanishing but losing its power to define the whole being. And peace is revealed not as emptiness but as the active presence of awareness within the emotional field, and wisdom emerges not from the absence of difficulty but from the capacity to remain centered and aware within it, and this is the essential lesson for all seekers, for the path of return demands not the removal of life's challenges but the cultivation of the inner capacity to remain anchored in awareness and love through them, and the ego thrives on separation and fear, seeking to define identity through circumstances, successes, failures, and pains, yet the path illuminated by the ancient teachings reveals these definitions as transient illusions, and the seeking presence learns to anchor itself in the unchanging truth of its essential nature, a nature intrinsically connected to all that is, and the source encourages the seeker to embrace the full spectrum of experience, to not shy away from storms for within them lie potent opportunities for growth, and to not cling to calm seas for upon them the subtle currents of ego may go unnoticed, and in both conditions the stillness of awareness is to be cultivated, and in both the understanding is to be sought that separates the seeker not from the experience but from the illusion of being separate from the source and from all life, and this internal stillness becomes the true sanctuary, the place where the voice of the source can be heard above the noise of the ego's narratives, the foundation upon which the realization of unity is built, the heart of the path of return, and when the seeking presence finds itself amidst a personal storm it is not to despair nor believe it is lost but to recognize the storm as an invitation to practice inner stillness, to deepen trust in the source's guidance, and to glimpse the profound truth that it is not separate from the tempest but an essential expression of its dynamic movement, and in the stillness that resides even within the storm the seeking presence discovers the wisdom that leads home, and the path continues, illuminated by the source, through calm and storm alike. Chapter 29. Many believe that wisdom and unity can only be found in moments of quiet reflection. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom often reveals its deepest truths, not in the placid waters of calm, but amidst the swirling currents of life's challenges. This chapter addresses the seeker who finds themselves embroiled in the midst of a personal or external storm. It is a time of difficulty, perhaps even of apparent failure or loss. The path feels obscured, the way forward unclear. Doubt may whisper insidious thoughts, questioning the validity of the journey itself. Fear might grip the heart, making the simple act of taking the next step feel monumental and terrifying. Yet it is precisely within these moments of perceived separation, when the ego feels most threatened, when the illusion of duality seems strongest, that the greatest opportunities for return to unity lie hidden. The source points not with judgment upon the storm, but with understanding of its nature and purpose within the larger tapestry of existence. Consider the nature of a storm. It is born from the very dynamics that seek balance, the collision of warm and cool air, the tension between different atmospheric pressures. It is a powerful force capable of destruction. Yet, it is also a natural phenomenon, a part of the planet's respiratory system, essential for distributing moisture and nutrients. It is not inherently evil but it is undeniably intense and transformative. Similarly, the storms we experience in life, the heartbreak, the setbacks, the illnesses, the conflicts are not punishment sent from some external entity. They are from the perspective of the source catalysts. They are the atmospheric pressures that force us to confront aspects of ourselves and our reality that have been ignored or suppressed. They are the necessary collisions that can shatter the illusion of a separate, isolated self. The ego, that facet of our consciousness dedicated to survival and individuality, naturally resists the storm. It seeks to protect its territory, its definitions of self and its comfort zones. It wants the storm to pass quickly, to return to the predictable calm it knows. This resistance often manifests as denial, anger, blame, or despair. These are natural human responses born of the ego's fear of the unknown and the perceived threat to its identity. But the path of return asks the seeker to look beyond the ego's immediate fear. It invites a different perspective. Can you see the storm not as an enemy but as an opportunity? An opportunity to witness the limits of the separate self. An opportunity to practice letting go. An opportunity to cultivate resilience and compassion both for yourself and others caught in the same tempest. The source encourages the seeker to find the stillness within the storm. This is not about seeking an external location of peace, though finding a quiet place can be helpful. It is about discovering a center of awareness that remains relatively stable regardless of the external chaos. It is the recognition that while the weather outside may be wild, the core of your being, your connection to the infinite remains unshaken. How does one find this inner stillness when the outer world is in turmoil? By turning inward in the noise and commotion, deliberately choose to focus your attention inward. Breathe. Notice the sensations in your body. Feel the rhythm of your breath as it connects you to the life force. Ask yourself gently, what is true for me right now beneath the surface of this reaction? By accepting what is, this is perhaps the most radical act of return during a storm. Accept the reality of the situation without judgment or struggle against it. This does not mean liking it or approving of it. It means acknowledging it as what is for now. This acceptance reduces the internal friction generated by resistance, creating space for clarity and response rather than panic and reaction. By practicing presence, try to be fully present in the moment. Even if the moment is difficult, notice the sights, sounds, smells of the storm without getting lost in catastrophic thoughts about the future or regrets about the past. Presence is the antidote to the ego's narrative of separation, which thrives on storytelling about past hurts and future fears. By cultivating compassion, extend compassion to yourself. Acknowledge your fear, your pain, your limitations without harsh self-criticism. Treat yourself with the same kindness you would offer a friend facing a similar challenge. Extend this compassion outwards to others, recognizing that they too are caught in their own storms, perhaps experiencing their own forms of separation and suffering. By remembering your nature in the midst of the chaos, whisper the truth you seek to remember. You are not merely the body or the mind experiencing the storm. You are the awareness that observes the storm. You are connected to all that is the source from which the storm and the calm both arise. This remembering is the anchor of unity, the point from which the path of return originates. The source points that the greatest lessons often come not in the calm before the storm but in the storm itself. The ego, secure in its definitions, may not perceive its limitations. It is only when faced with the overwhelming power of life's forces, when the familiar structures of identity are threatened, that the potential for transformation truly emerges. The storm may strip away the old, the false, the unnecessary, the rigid beliefs, the attachments, the patterns of separation that have kept the seeker from true unity. It may force difficult conversations, painful choices, and deep introspection. These are not punishments, but opportunities for purification and growth. Like a seed that must pass through the darkness of the earth to sprout into light, the seeker must often navigate the darkness and chaos of the storm to emerge with greater wisdom and a deeper sense of connection. The ego may want to emerge from the storm unchanged, carrying the same old baggage, seeking the same old security, but the path of return invites the courage to emerge differently. When the storm eventually passes, leaving behind a landscape perhaps altered, perhaps washed clean, the seeker who has found the stillness within it will carry something precious. They will carry resilience forged in adversity, a deeper understanding of their own capacity for transformation, and an expanded capacity for compassion. They will have witnessed the illusion of separation more clearly, feeling the interconnectedness even amidst chaos. They will have practiced returning to the center, the place of stillness and unity, not just in calm, but in the eye of the storm. This inner resource cultivated during the most challenging times becomes the foundation for navigating all of life. It is the true strength that comes not from being unshakable despite the storm but from learning to be unshakable within the storm. The path of return is the path of awareness. It is the journey from the perceived isolation of the separate self to the recognition of inherent unity with all of existence. And the source points that this journey, while often challenging, is always available. It is always there within the stillness, waiting to be discovered even in the midst of the most violent of storms. The key is the courage to look beyond the fear, to embrace the transformation, and to remember who you truly are. Chapter 30. In this chapter, we explore the crucial intersection of the path where the storm meets the stillness. It is a paradoxical space, yet one utterly essential for the traveler who wishes to complete the cycle and return to the source from which all wisdom flows. The source itself, that infinite wellspring of knowledge and understanding, does not dictate a specific path or guarantee a smooth journey. It offers instead the wisdom of how to navigate any path with greater awareness and less suffering. The storm in this context is multifaceted. It can be the external world, the demands of work, the pressures of relationships, the relentless stream of information and expectation. It can be the internal world, the cacophony of the mind filled with chatter, judgment, fear, and desire. It can be the unexpected challenges that arise, the losses that sting, the betrayals that shake the foundations of belief. These are the forces that often push the seeker away from the path towards reactivity, separation, and a sense of being lost. And yet within the heart of every storm resides the potential for stillness. This stillness is not an absence of external noise, nor is it a state of numbness or apathy. It is rather a profound inner quietude that arises from a shift in relationship to the chaos. It is the awareness that even amidst the turmoil, there is a core essence within that remains unshaken. It is the recognition that the self, the separate ego, is not the entirety of who you are. The source speaks to the seeker in the midst of the storm, not necessarily through grand revelations or dramatic signs, but often through subtle whispers of understanding. It reminds them that the storm itself is a part of the tapestry of existence, a necessary element for growth. Just as a seed must endure the darkness of the earth before breaking through into light, the soul must navigate the trials of separation to truly appreciate and integrate the unity it seeks. The wisdom offered by the source is not about eliminating the storm, but about changing the relationship to it. How do you ride the waves of chaos without being swept away? How do you maintain inner balance when the world seems unbalanced? The answer lies in cultivating presence. Presence is the ability to be fully aware of the present moment without judgment, without excessive attachment, and without excessive aversion. It is simply observing what is exactly as it is in the storm. This means observing the wind without being blown off course, observing the rain without being drenched in despair, observing the thoughts without being consumed by them. This practice requires discipline, but it is not about harsh self-control. It is about gentle guidance, like holding a ship steady in choppy waters. It involves returning the mind again and again to the present, to the breath, to the sensation of the body, to the sounds around you. In this returning, a remarkable thing begins to happen. The sense of separation softens. The I, the ego, the feeling of being a separate entity caught in a vast indifferent universe begins to dissolve into a more integrated sense of being. The stillness within the storm is the fertile ground where wisdom takes root. It is in this quiet space that insights arise. Why are you reacting so strongly? What is the underlying fear? What is the true nature of the situation beyond the surface noise? These questions do not have easy answers found in external sources, but they can be explored in the stillness. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not distant. It is accessible within this space of quiet inquiry. It is the clarity that emerges when the mind is still enough to hear the subtle guidance of the heart. Consider the metaphor of the tree. A mighty oak stands firmly in the midst of a fierce storm. Its branches may sway, its leaves may rustle violently, but its roots, anchored deep in the earth, remain relatively stable. The tree does not fight the wind. It bends with it, finding its center of gravity. The stillness within the storm is like that rootedness. It is the awareness of the deeper self that remains constant regardless of the external fluctuations. As the seeker cultivates this inner stillness even amidst external chaos, something profound begins to shift. The desire for control lessens, replaced by a trust in the unfolding of life. The fear of the unknown diminishes, replaced by an acceptance of impermanence. The sense of isolation fades, replaced by a felt sense of connection to all that is, even to the storm itself, recognizing it as part of the whole. This is not a quick process. It requires patience, self-compassion, and persistent practice. There will be days when the inner storm is fierce and the stillness feels impossible to attain. There will be moments of frustration and doubt. But the path of return is a long one, and these challenges are not obstacles to be overcome, but opportunities for deeper learning and integration. The Source encourages the seeker to embrace the totality of the experience, including the difficult parts. It reminds them that wisdom is not found only in comfort, but in the ability to navigate discomfort with grace and understanding. It is in the transformation of the heart, in the softening of the edges of the ego through the fire of experience, that true unity begins to bloom. As the journey continues along the path of return, the storms may not disappear entirely, for existence itself contains both calm and turbulence. However, the traveler's relationship to these storms changes. They become less threatening, more manageable. The stillness within remains a reliable anchor, a constant point of return, no matter how fierce the external winds blow. In this way, the journey from separation to unity is not merely about reaching a distant destination, but about awakening to the truth that the destination is in fact always present within. The path of return is the journey home, and the home is the stillness that resides at the core of every being, illuminated by the infinite light of the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The storm may rage on, but the traveler, grounded in inner stillness, moves ever closer to the heart of unity. Chapter 31. The journey begins, as all true journeys must, from a place of awareness. Awareness of the self, awareness of the world, awareness of the intricate, often painful dance between the two. The seeker, driven by an innate longing for something more, for meaning, for connection, for peace, steps onto the path of return. They understand, perhaps intuitively at first, that the state of separation, the feeling of being an isolated fragment of consciousness, is not their true nature. They seek the source from which they originated, the wellspring of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the state of pure unity. However, the path is not paved with easy answers or guaranteed smooth sailing. The very nature of the path of return involves navigating the human experience in its entirety. This includes the storms. These storms can manifest in countless forms. There is the storm of personal crisis, loss, illness, betrayal, failure, events that shake the foundations of security and challenge deeply held beliefs. There is the storm of societal discord, conflict, injustice, division, fear, currents that can pull the individual into a maelstrom of negativity and despair. There is the internal storm, perhaps the most challenging of all, the tempest of the mind, endless chatter, critical self-judgment, the relentless pursuit of external validation, the grip of old conditioning and ingrained patterns of thought. As the seeker progresses, they may find themselves caught in these storms. Their initial enthusiasm might waver. The clarity they once felt could become obscured by the fog of confusion. The sense of purpose might be derailed by setbacks or the seeming indifference of the universe. Doubt, a familiar and often insidious companion, may whisper that the path is too difficult, that the goal too distant, that perhaps they are mistaken in their quest altogether. The teachings of the ages, the wisdom from the source, might even seem abstract or unattainable when wrapped in the immediacy of suffering. It is in these moments, amidst the howling wind and pelting rain of the storm, that the crucial lesson of inner stillness emerges with undeniable clarity. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not reside in the external world, nor can it be fully grasped by the frantic mind caught in the storm's eye. It resides paradoxically within the still point at the heart of the chaos. Finding this stillness is not about escaping the storm. Often the storm is inescapable while on the physical path. It is about discovering a sanctuary within oneself, a place that remains untouched by the external tempest. It is the practice of anchoring the awareness deliberately and repeatedly in the present moment. When the mind wanders into worries about the future or regrets about the past, the seeker practices gently bringing their focus back to the breath, the sensation of the body sitting in the chair, the feeling of the ground beneath their feet. This is not meditation in the sense of emptying the mind, but rather cultivating awareness through the mind's activity. It is like being a calm observer of the storm, acknowledging the wind and rain without being swept away by them. It is recognizing the thoughts and emotions as temporary phenomena like clouds passing through the sky rather than objective reality itself. In this stillness, the sheer force of the storm does not diminish, but the seeker's reaction to it begins to soften, to transform. Why is this stillness so powerful? Because it is the fertile ground upon which understanding takes root. In the noise and chaos, the true nature of the self, the interconnectedness with all that is, remains obscured. The ego, the sense of separate self, thrives on division and conflict. It thrives on the storm. But stillness allows the quieter, deeper frequencies of the soul to be heard. It is in this quiet space that the seeker can begin to discern the subtle guidance of the source, the echoes of the wisdom they seek. The stillness allows for the direct perception of unity, not as a philosophical concept to be debated, but as an experiential reality to be felt. When the mind is calm and focused, when the senses are open and receptive, one can begin to sense the underlying oneness that connects all beings and all things. The sharp lines of separation blur. The pain of another resonates with a deeper understanding, not as sympathy, but as shared experience. The beauty of nature evokes a sense of belonging, a recognition of being an integral part of the grand design. This inner stillness is the foundation upon which the restoration of unity is built. It is the place where the illusion of separation, meticulously constructed and maintained by the ego, begins to dissolve. It is the crucible where the dross of fear, judgment and isolation is refined away, revealing the inherent purity and connection of the soul. The journey requires returning to this place of stillness again and again. The storms will come, the challenges will arise, the doubts will surface. Each time the seeker returns to the inner sanctuary, they reinforce their connection to the source. They strengthen their resolve and they deepen their understanding. They learn that the path is not about eliminating the difficulties, but about learning how to be in the midst of them with greater awareness, compassion, and peace. The path of return is the journey home. It is the process of consciously unwinding the layers of conditioning and separation imposed upon the pure awareness of the soul. It is the path back to the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, back to the state of inherent unity. And the practice of finding inner stillness, even amidst the storm, is the most potent tool the seeker possesses on this journey. It is the quiet revolution that transforms the inner landscape, paving the way for the full restoration of the soul's true nature and its return to the embrace of the all. Chapter 32. For the seeker of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the landscape is often one of contrasts, a terrain where light and shadow, silence and noise, joy and sorrow coexist. The path itself, remember, is not merely a series of external destinations, but a series of internal states of being. It is the journey from the illusion of separation, the false self built on the sands of ego and desire, back to the eternal shores of unity, the source from which all spirit arises. Thus, it is inevitable that the traveler will encounter storms, not merely external tempests, though these may test the resolve and the physical vessel. No, the most profound challenges are often internal hurricanes born from the very dissonance the path seeks to resolve. Doubt may howl like a relentless gale, questioning the wisdom of the journey, the validity of the inner experiences, the very existence of the divine within. Fear can rise like towering waves, threatening to capsize the small boat of the self, casting doubt on the safety of the return. The ego, that persistent companion, may whip up a maelstrom of justifications, rationalizations, and comparisons, reinforcing the illusion of separation and the importance of the separate self. Yet it is precisely within these storms that the true lessons of the path of return unfold. The seeker, the student of the self, is invited to observe, to watch the tempest from the vantage point of the stillness that resides within. This is not about fighting the storm, though disciplined action is sometimes required for survival. It is about understanding the storm's nature, recognizing its origins in the illusion of duality and finding the unshakable center within oneself. That is the echo of the source. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not reside out there in some distant heaven or require achieved states of perfection. It resides subtly yet powerfully within the space of awareness itself, particularly the awareness of the storm. In the quiet moments between the crashing waves of thought and emotion, in the stillness that follows the howling wind of doubt, there lies a profound opportunity. Consider the nature of fear. It is the mind's attempt to protect the perceived separate self from perceived harm. It is the echo of the old programming of survival. On the path of return, the seeker learns to meet fear not with denial nor with frantic struggle but with gentle, compassionate observation. By simply being aware of the fear without identifying with it, without letting it dictate action, the seeker begins to disentangle the self from the fear. The fear remains a transient emotion, but the sense of being possessed by it begins to dissolve. In this space of awareness, the wisdom of the source can be felt as a subtle countercurrent, a quietude that underlies the fear, suggesting that which is permanent and unshakable exists beyond the fear's reach. Doubt, similarly, arises from the mind's need for concrete evidence and logical proof within a framework that has already deemed spiritual truth elusive or unbelievable. It questions the validity of inner experiences, the nature of the self, the very possibility of returning to unity when the world around seems so clearly divided. Again, the practice is not to argue with the doubt or suppress it. Instead, the seeker observes the pattern of doubt, the thoughts that fuel it, the sensations in the body associated with it. By witnessing the doubt with equanimity, the seeker begins to see it as a mental process, a cloud passing through the sky of awareness rather than an absolute truth. In the observation, there is a subtle shift. The seeker remembers deep down a sense of trust, a knowingness that transcends thought. This is the resonance with the source. The source does not give answers in the way the ego seeks them. The source is the answer, the underlying certainty that supports all existence. In the quietude that allows doubt to simply be, the seeker may touch this underlying certainty, this unwavering trust in the journey and the self's inherent connection to the divine. It is a return to the primordial state of being before the mind constructed layers of doubt and separation. Suffering in its various forms, emotional pain, physical discomfort, the frustration of perceived obstacles is another storm the path offers. The ego often sees suffering as an enemy to be vanquished, a sign of failure or lack of faith. The wisdom of the path, however, teaches that suffering, while often unwelcome, can be a profound teacher. It can point directly to the areas where the illusion of separation is most deeply felt, where attachment is strongest. When faced with suffering, the seeker is invited to practice metta or loving kindness, not necessarily towards the source of the suffering which may be external or internal but towards the self experiencing the suffering. This is not sentimentality, it is a conscious choice to meet the experience with compassion, to recognize the shared human and spiritual condition of imperfection and pain, and to extend the understanding that underlies the source's love to oneself. In this compassion, the sharp edges of suffering may soften, the identification with the pain lessens and the awareness remains bearing witness without being overwhelmed. It is in this space of compassionate awareness that the wisdom of the source can guide the transformation of suffering from mere endurance into a path of deepening understanding and compassion for all beings. The ego storms, the justifications, the comparisons, the need for external validation are perhaps the most insidious. These mental patterns reinforce the belief in a separate self constantly needing to be defined, validated, or protected against others. The path of return asks the seeker to see through these illusions, to observe the justifications as thoughts, not facts, to recognize the comparisons as reflections of the ego's insecurity, not objective reality, to understand that true worth and belonging are inherent, not earned or given. Finding the stillness within the storm requires practice. It requires the commitment to return to the center again and again, even when the winds are howling and the waves are high. It involves cultivating mindfulness, the simple act of paying attention moment by moment without judgment. It involves developing a capacity for self-compassion, recognizing that imperfection is the human condition and that the journey itself is the reward. It involves trusting the process even when it is unclear. Remembering the guidance of the source that permeates all things. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not distant or mysterious in a way that makes it inaccessible. It is the ground of being, the awareness that holds the storm and the stillness equally. It is the love that underlies all phenomena, the intelligence that animates the universe. The path of return is the journey of the seeker back to this fundamental awareness, back to the state of unity from which all spirit emanates and to which all spirit returns. In the stillness within the storm, the seeker practices the art of presence. They learn that the true self is not the collection of thoughts, emotions, and experiences buffeted by the elements. The true self is the awareness that observes them all. It is the quiet presence that remains when the noise subsides, the core of being that shines through the layers of illusion. This is the path unfolding from the separation fostered by the ego through the challenges of internal storms back to the foundational awareness of unity. It is a path of observation, compassion, trust, and persistent return to the stillness within. And it is guided always by the wisdom that resides not apart from the seeker but within their very essence, waiting patiently for the storm to pass, for the awareness to clear, and for the journey or to remember their home. Chapter 33. The path has carried the seeker far from the initial shores of separation where the ego's narratives ruled the day. Through practices of mindfulness, self-inquiry, and compassionate observation, the veil has thinned, revealing glimpses of a deeper reality, the interconnectedness of all things, the luminous nature of the self beyond the personal story. Yet these realizations are often met with resistance, not from without but from within. The ego, the persistent companion on this journey, does not vanish easily. It whispers doubts, magnifies fears, and crafts intricate scenarios designed to keep the seeker anchored in the familiar, even if that familiarity is now recognized as illusion. Doubt arises. Is this real? Was that glimpse authentic or just wishful thinking? Fear surfaces. Fear of losing the self, fear of the unknown, fear of the immense responsibility that comes with glimpsing unity. The seeker might find themselves caught in a mental squall, analyzing experiences, comparing paths, seeking external validation, or becoming lost in the complexities of spiritual concepts without truly feeling them. This internal storm is a crucial testing ground. It is where the intellectual understanding of non-duality meets the raw visceral landscape of the human condition. The intellectual grasp might say, "I am the witness." But the egoic mind, caught in its personal dramas, feels the rain, hears the wind, and experiences fear and joy as intensely personal events. The path asks, can you hold the truth of your unity while experiencing the full spectrum of human emotion and thought? This is where the practice deepens, moving beyond mere intellectual assent to embodied realization. The intellectual understanding that I am not the thoughts, but the awareness of the thoughts is only the beginning. The challenge lies in being that awareness in the midst of the thoughts, the feelings, the sensations. It is like learning to swim. The theory is one thing, but the experience of moving freely and calmly through the water is another. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not offer answers to extinguish the storm. It does not provide a magic potion to dissolve fear or a formula to instantly master the mind. Instead, the source offers guidance illuminated through the paradox of presence. The wisdom reveals that the storm itself is not the enemy. It is the vehicle for transformation. The resistance to the storm, the struggle to control the weather within, is the core of the suffering. The path teaches the seeker to shift their relationship with the inner experience. Instead of identifying with the fear, judging the thoughts, or fighting the emotions, the practice becomes one of gentle, unwavering witness. It is like observing a turbulent ocean from a cliff. You see the waves rise and fall, the foam crest and dissipate. But you remain the stable, unchanging shore. You are the awareness through which the storm passes, not the storm itself. This requires a radical act of trust. Trust in the process. Trust that the source is guiding the journey. Trust that the very difficulties are opportunities for awakening. It asks the seeker to surrender the illusion of control. The ego thrives on control, controlling thoughts, emotions, outcomes, even spiritual experiences. The path invites the surrender of this control, recognizing that true freedom lies not in manipulating the inner landscape, but in resting in the awareness that holds the landscape. In the deepest stillness that can be found even amidst the storm, a stillness of pure awareness, free from judgment, identification and striving, the guidance of the source becomes palpable. It is not a loud voice or a dramatic sign. It is a subtle resonance, a deep knowing that permeates the being. It is the understanding that the separateness the ego clings to is an illusion, a story told by the mind seeking security. It is the recognition that unity is not a destination to be reached after the storm subsides, but the underlying truth that the storm is happening within that unity. This guidance illuminates the path forward not through a map of certainty but through the courage to simply be, to observe, to trust. It encourages the seeker to return to the fundamentals: breath awareness, mindful movement, compassionate self-observation. These are not just techniques. They are the very essence of the path, anchors in the present moment, the only place where true guidance can be received and integrated. The journey continues and the storms may rage again, but the seeker, having weathered one squall through the practice of presence and trust, carries a deeper knowing. They understand that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not found by escaping the human condition but by embracing it with awareness. It is not found by conquering the mind but by resting in the awareness that mind and heart and body are all expressions of that which is already whole. The path of return is the journey home, back to the source from which we arose, back to the state of inherent unity. It is a path of transformation unfolding through the fullness of human experience, including the storms. And in the heart of every storm, the stillness of the source awaits, offering its unwavering guidance, its boundless love, and the ultimate promise of return. Chapter 34. Many seekers find themselves caught in the midst of such a storm, the waters churning, the winds howling, and the very ground beneath them seeming to shake with uncertainty. This is the crucible where the seeds of true wisdom are often tested and refined. In such moments, the intellectual understanding of oneness can feel distant, like a lighthouse beam seen through thick swirling fog. The mind, accustomed to grasping, analyzing, and judging, may spin with worry, fear, or frustration. It seeks external validation, tangible results, or a sign that the storm will soon pass. Yet, the path asks a different question. What is the nature of the stillness that resides even within the heart of the tempest? The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the quiet presence that underlies all existence, knows that the storm is not an enemy to be fought, but an opportunity for deepened awareness. It is the very friction that allows the dross of separation to burn away, revealing the pure gold of unity within. The challenge, as the source reveals to the seeker, is not to control the storm but to find the stillness within oneself regardless of the external chaos. This internal stillness is not about achieving a state of numbness or apathy. It is not about forcing the mind into silence through strenuous techniques. Rather, it is about cultivating a profound acceptance, a deep listening that acknowledges the fullness of the present moment, including its difficulties. It is the space between the arising of a thought and the reacting to it. It is the awareness that holds the storm without being swept away by it. Consider the analogy of a leaf caught in a river's current. The leaf appears to be tossed and turned, buffeted by one wave after another. From a certain perspective, it is in a state of chaos. Yet from another deeper perspective, the perspective of the river itself, the leaf is simply flowing. It has no inherent power to fight the current. Its movement is entirely dictated by it. Similarly, the individual mind caught in the currents of thought and emotion may feel chaotic. But the source reminds the seeker that they too are part of a greater flow. The stillness lies not in escaping the flow but in understanding one's place within it and finding a centeredness that remains regardless of the speed or direction. How then does the seeker cultivate this inner stillness amidst the storm? The path offers several guidance points, offered not as rigid rules but as flexible doorways into deeper understanding. First, there is the practice of returning to the breath. In the midst of turmoil, the breath remains a constant anchor-like presence. By simply observing the natural flow of inhalation and exhalation without trying to change it, the mind is gently drawn into the present moment. The source teaches that the breath is a bridge between the body and the mind, and by focusing on it, one can access a place of embodied peace even when the external world is in flux. Second, the path encourages observing thoughts without identification. The storm of the mind consists of countless thoughts, fears, judgments, and desires. The source advises the seeker to observe these thoughts as if they were clouds passing across a vast sky, acknowledging their presence without clinging to them or identifying with them. This creates a subtle but powerful distance, allowing the seeker to see thoughts for what they are: transient mental phenomena rather than objective truths or directives for action. In this observation, a stillness emerges. The thought arises, it passes, and the awareness remains. Third, there is the cultivation of compassion both for oneself and others. The source understands that separation often breeds judgment, judging the self for not being enough or judging others for perceived shortcomings. In the stillness, this judgment softens into compassion. Compassion recognizes the shared human experience, the universal struggle to navigate life's challenges. It sees the storm not as a personal failure, but as a shared condition. By extending compassion to oneself, the heavy weight of guilt and self-criticism is lifted. By extending it to others, the walls of separation begin to crumble. This compassion is a potent solvent for the knots of discord. Fourth, and perhaps most profoundly, the path points toward surrender to the unfolding of life. This does not mean passivity or resignation to suffering. It means releasing the desperate grip of the ego, which constantly tries to control and direct every aspect of existence. It means trusting that the source, the ultimate wisdom, is always present, guiding the journey, even when the path is unclear or painful. It is an act of faith born from the stillness that allows the river to flow freely, carrying the leaf, the seeker, towards its ultimate destination. Surrender is the recognition that one is not the driver but a passenger on a journey much larger than the ego's desires. The journey through the storm is inevitable on the path of return. It is where the illusion of separation is most fiercely challenged, but it is also where the seeds of unity are most powerfully planted. The stillness within, cultivated through returning to the breath, observing thoughts, practicing compassion, and surrendering to the flow, is not a destination to be reached. It is the very vessel that allows the seeker to navigate the storm, transforming chaos into clarity, fear into understanding, and separation into the recognition of profound unity. The source watches with infinite patience and love. It knows that every wave, every gust of wind, every moment of turbulence serves a purpose. It is the seeker's task, through the practice of awareness and the cultivation of inner stillness, to embrace the journey, trusting that the return to the heart of oneness is always unfolding, even in the midst of the storm. The path may be winding and the weather unpredictable, but the destination remains steadfast. The return to the source, the ultimate home of spirit. Chapter 35. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the silent luminous core from which all truth emanates, observes with an impartial compassion that transcends human understanding. It does not judge the seeker for getting lost or for struggling. Such experiences are in their own way vital parts of the curriculum. Separation, after all, is the initial state from which the return journey begins. The very act of seeking, of turning the gaze inward despite the distractions and difficulties, is the first courageous step away from the illusion of isolated selfhood. To navigate the storm requires a different kind of navigation than the calm waters. In stillness, one might find clarity, but in the storm, the challenge lies in maintaining inner balance. The source whispers to the seeker not with loud commands but with subtle nudges, offering guidance that resonates deep within. It reminds the seeker that the storm itself is not the enemy, nor is the fear or frustration that arises within. These are in fact fertile ground for growth, opportunities to peel away the layers of conditioning and ego attachment. Consider the metaphor of the leaf caught in a gusting wind. It flails, it resists, it feels tossed about helplessly. Yet, what if the leaf, instead of focusing solely on the force of the wind, could sense the larger pattern? What if it could feel the subtle currents beneath the chaos, the underlying rhythm of the air currents and the tree from which it sprang? The source teaches that this is the inner work, not to fight the storm, but to understand its nature, to find the anchor within, and to perceive the larger flow to which one belongs. This anchor is the stillness that resides beneath the surface of the mind. It is the quiet space where thoughts arise and pass without clinging, where the ego narrative loses its grip. In the midst of chaos, the practice of cultivating this inner stillness becomes paramount. It is not about achieving a state of perfect apathy or numbness, but rather about creating a sanctuary of awareness from which to observe the turmoil without being completely swept away by it. The source offers the seeker the tools for this inner anchoring. It encourages the practice of mindful breathing, the simple act of focusing awareness on the ebb and flow of the breath, which naturally connects the mind to the present moment and the body. It suggests the repetition of simple, profound mantras or affirmations that anchor the awareness in the truth of one's inherent nature, that of a unified part of the whole. It points towards meditation not as a goal to be achieved, but as a way to train the mind to remain centered amidst the noise. There is also the wisdom of surrender. This does not mean resignation to suffering, but rather acknowledging the reality of the present moment without resistance. It is like the water that flows around the rocks in a river, finding its path without fighting the obstacles. The source reminds the seeker that resistance consumes vast amounts of energy, often perpetuating the very difficulties one seeks to overcome. By gently releasing the grip of the egoic will, by surrendering to the flow of life as it unfolds, the seeker finds a surprising resilience and peace. As the seeker practices these inner disciplines, something profound begins to shift. The storm does not necessarily cease, but the relationship with the storm changes. The fear may still arise, but it no longer feels absolute or overwhelming. The noise may persist, but the inner quiet remains like a lighthouse cutting through the darkness. The egoic sense of self, which thrived on the feeling of being separate and threatened by the storm, begins to soften and expand. The source watches with gentle encouragement as the seeker, through perseverance and inner work, starts to glimpse the underlying unity even within the chaos. They may see the interconnectedness of all beings in times of shared struggle, the patterns in the seemingly random events, the echoes of their own inner truth reflected in the challenges they face. The illusion of separation, once so rigid, begins to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of belonging and kinship with all of existence. This is not the end of the journey, but a crucial turning point. The storm may still rage outside, but the inner landscape is transforming. The path forward, while still winding, now appears clearer. The destination, the state of unity, the full realization of the seeker's true nature as one with the source of all, becomes not just a distant concept, but a tangible possibility felt deeply within the heart and soul. The path of return continues, guided by the silent wisdom of the source, offering the promise of homecoming even amidst the most challenging of storms. And so the journey unfolds, step by mindful step, breath by conscious breath, towards the ultimate realization that separation was ever but an illusion and the path home has always been within. Chapter 36. The Seeker's Path, as delineated by the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, is rarely a straight illuminated highway. It is more often a winding trail shadowed by uncertainty, traversed by unexpected storms, and illuminated by fleeting moments of clarity that dissolve as quickly as they appear. This is the nature of the journey back to unity. The path of return demands not only courage but also the profound wisdom to navigate the inherent paradoxes of existence. The preceding chapters have illuminated the nature of separation, the illusion of the separate self, the ego's insistent claims of I, the constant striving for validation and security outside the self. We have explored the initial steps towards recognizing this illusion. The unsettling yet liberating awareness that what we perceived as solid and permanent was in fact a shifting constructed reality. We have learned to distinguish the voice of the ego, the critic, the accumulator, from the deeper, quieter resonance of the soul's true nature. Now the path enters a more challenging terrain. It is here that the illusions once perceived with sharp clarity begin to soften, blur, and sometimes even resurface, testing the seeker's resolve. The initial shock of realizing the constructed nature of the separate self can give way to a profound sense of vulnerability. The structures that once provided identity and security, roles, achievements, possessions, even beliefs, feel precarious, like a house built on shifting sands. This vulnerability is often met with fear. Fear of annihilation, fear of the unknown, fear of losing the familiar, however illusory it may be. The ego, ever resourceful, will paint the path ahead as treacherous, emphasizing the potential for chaos and dissolution. It whispers that if the sense of a separate self dissolves, so too does the individual, leaving only nothingness. This is the ultimate hook, the final attempt to keep the seeker anchored in the prison of separation. Yet the wisdom of the source does not lie in offering easy answers or bypassing the difficulties. It lies in guiding the seeker through them. The path of return requires navigating the very storms generated by the recognition of separation. These storms are not merely external obstacles, they are internal reflections, the emotional and psychological turbulence that arises when the foundations of the egoic structure begin to crumble. Consider the metaphor of a boat caught in a violent storm on the open sea. The boat represents the individual consciousness caught between the shores of perceived separation and the ultimate reality of unity. The storm represents the internal chaos, the fear, the confusion, the despair, the anger that arises when the boat begins to lose its grip on the familiar imaginary shores. The ego screams for the captain, the individual, to fight the storm, to bail frantically, to steer with desperate force towards the nearest most comforting shore regardless of whether it is solid or merely another illusion. But the true captain, guided by the wisdom of the source, understands that the storm is not an enemy to be destroyed but a phenomenon to be understood and navigated. The source teaches that the key to mastering the storm lies not in battling the wind and waves with the boat's engines, but in finding the center of the vessel, in discovering the stillness beneath the churning sea. This stillness is not an absence of activity, it is the presence of awareness that remains undisturbed by the external chaos. It is the quiet core of the being, the space from which true perception arises, unclouded by the ego's frantic projections and fears. It is within this stillness that the seeker begins to discern the true nature of the journey. The ego in its fear will continue to manufacture illusions, painting the path ahead as fraught with peril or promising false comforts. It will offer distractions, new philosophies to adopt, techniques to master, experiences to pursue, all designed to keep the seeker occupied and away from the essential work of finding that inner stillness. These are the siren songs of the spiritual world, luring the unwary away from the solitary yet profound task of turning the attention inward. The source's guidance is clear. Do not succumb to these distractions. Do not mistake the map for the territory. The map is the understanding of the path, the concepts of separation and unity, the nature of the ego and the soul. The territory is the lived experience within the self, the direct perception of the truth in the midst of the storm. Finding this inner stillness requires practice. It requires the persistent turning of the awareness away from the external world and the internal chatter of the ego and towards the present moment, towards the feeling of being. It is like learning to ride the waves rather than fighting them. It is about relaxing into the boat's movement, sensing the underlying currents and allowing the awareness to settle into a state of calm observation. In this state, the illusions of separation begin to thin further. The distinctions between self and other, subject and object, lose their sharpness. The perceived threats of the storm lose their power, not because they cease to exist, but because the observer is no longer identified with the boat, the waves or the wind. There is a sense of being the awareness that observes the storm rather than being the storm itself. This is not a state to be grasped or held on to. It is the very nature of the path itself. The journey is the returning. The returning is the unifying. It is the movement away from the constructed self towards the unconstructed luminous presence that is the foundation of all being. The source watches over the seeker, offering guidance that is always relevant to the individual's current experience. It does not impose a rigid doctrine, but provides the principles by which the seeker can navigate their unique inner landscape. It reminds the seeker that the path is arduous but purposeful, that the storms are necessary for the purification of consciousness, and that the destination is not a distant shore, but the realization that the journey itself is the homecoming. As the chapter closes, the seeker stands perhaps not entirely calm, but with a growing sense of trust in the process. They have learned to recognize the voice of the ego, to question the illusions of separation, and to begin the arduous work of finding the stillness within the storm. The path ahead remains winding, the potential for illusion never entirely gone, but the fundamental shift has begun, the recognition that the true self lies not in the separate personality but in the quiet, unwavering awareness that observes the entire drama, storm and all. And in that observation lies the profound possibility of return. Chapter 37. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The silent, infinitely aware presence that underlies all existence understands this intimately. It does not lead the aspirant astray. Rather, it allows the necessary lessons of contrast to unfold. For within the tension of opposites lies the greatest potential for growth and understanding. This particular stage of the journey finds the seeker, metaphorically speaking, caught in the midst of a storm. Not merely a physical tempest, though those can test the resolve, but an internal one. The winds of doubt howl, questioning the path taken, the effort invested, the very validity of the quest. The rain of fear powers down, washing away certainty and leaving uncertainty in its wake. The lightning flashes of sudden, often unsettling insights illuminate the darkness, revealing aspects of the self and the universe that challenge old beliefs and comfort zones. The thunderclaps are the disillusionment that arises when ideals clash with the harsh realities of the world or when progress seems stunted, non-existent. To the uninitiated, this is a place of great suffering. The mind frays, the heart aches, and a sense of separation from a desired state of peace feels absolute. The ego, ever the clever trickster, thrives in this environment. It points fingers, assigns blame perhaps to the outer circumstances, perhaps to the self for not being enough, and offers solace in familiar patterns of resistance and distraction. It whispers that the storm will never end, that the path is broken, that return is impossible. Yet the source watches with an impartial gaze. It does not judge the storm or the seeker within it. It offers only the possibility of a different perspective, a shift in awareness that can transform the very nature of the experience. The wisdom is not found in seeking to stop the storm. For the storm is a part of the journey, a necessary crucible for refinement. The wisdom lies in understanding the storm within. Consider the nature of the storm itself. Is it truly separate from the river that gave birth to it? Is it separate from the earth it rages upon? Is it separate from the stillness that inevitably follows its passage? The source reminds the seeker that the mind caught in linear thought often creates a false sense of division. The storm is merely energy in motion, a natural expression of the dynamic interplay of forces within the universe. It is the same energy that flows in the heartbeat, the breath, the turning of the stars. The key the path reveals lies not in battling the elements of the storm but in cultivating the stillness of awareness amidst the elements. It is the difference between being swept away by the wind and feeling the wind against the skin while maintaining an inner sense of orientation. It is the difference between being drenched by the rain and feeling it wash away the dust of illusion. Recognizing that water too is essential for life, even if it brings discomfort, the source speaks not in words that can be captured fully, but as a felt presence within the seeker's own consciousness. It encourages the practice of turning towards the inner quiet even when the outer world is chaotic. It suggests sitting with the discomfort, not as a victim, but as an observer, to feel the fear without letting it consume the heart, to hear the doubts without believing them as absolute truth, to witness the swirling thoughts without getting entangled in their narrative. This is where the true work of the path begins to manifest. In the stillness that can be found even within the eye of the storm, the seeker begins to discern the underlying patterns. The howling wind of doubt may still be present, but the seeker begins to hear the subtle, quieter voice beneath it, the voice of innate knowing. The rain of fear may still fall, but the seeker practices embracing the wetness as a necessary cleansing, a preparation for growth. The flashes of lightning may still illuminate the edges of the unknown, but the seeker learns to hold the illumination without being startled, allowing the light to reveal more of the true nature of reality. This practice is not about achieving a state of perpetual calm. The world is dynamic and the human experience is inherently emotional and fluctuating. The practice is about cultivating resilience, about finding an inner anchor that remains constant regardless of the external weather. It is about recognizing that the self is not defined by the storm but by the awareness that remains aware of the storm. The ego, sensing this shift, may intensify its efforts to regain control, to distract, to push the discomfort away. It may offer quick fixes, easy answers, or promises of safety if the seeker just gives up the struggle. But the source guides the seeker to see through these pulls, not by resisting them or fleeing from their movement, but by recognizing them as transient currents rising within the wider field of awareness, currents that only appear powerful when the seeking presence forgets its own vastness, and as this remembering deepens, the pulls lose their authority, dissolving back into the stillness from which they arose. The true return cannot be forced. It unfolds through the patient, persistent cultivation of presence. It is a return to the fundamental truth that the seeker has never been separate to begin with, and the storm, however real and impactful it feels, is merely a temporary overlay on that foundational unity. As the chapter closes, the seeker may not have emerged from the storm entirely. The winds may still blow, the rain may still fall, and the lightning may still flash. But something fundamental has shifted. The fear of the storm has lessened, replaced by a growing trust in the capacity to weather it. The confusion has given way to a clearer sense of orientation. However faint, the seeking heart has found a small, persistent flame of inner stillness. A flame that promises to burn brighter as the journey continues, guiding the seeker ever closer to the ultimate destination, the return to the source, the realization of inherent unity. The path of return is the journey home, and the home is always within. The storm is the journey itself, and the wisdom is found not by escaping it but by learning to dance within its currents. Guided by the still unwavering light of awareness, the source remains ever present, the ultimate guide and the ultimate destination. Chapter 38. Many seekers find themselves adrift, their minds churning with anxieties, their hearts heavy with doubt or grief, their spirits weary from the relentless pursuit of understanding. In such moments, the teachings often seem distant, abstract concepts floating like debris on the churning waters. The very idea of unity, of merging with the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, can appear almost laughable when wrapped in the tight cold grip of fear or the disorienting chaos of loss. How can one find unity, the mind whispers, when the world outside feels like a collapsing house and the noise within is deafening? Yet it is precisely within these storms that the true nature of the path reveals itself most clearly. The source does not merely offer comfort during the storm. It provides the map and the compass, the very understanding of why the storm is happening and how to navigate through it. It reminds the seeker that the storm is not the path itself but merely a passage along it. The path is the return, the inherent tendency of the separated self to seek and find its way back home. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom speaks not in mere words, but in the resonance that echoes within the still corners of the soul. It is found not by chasing the next sensation, the next insight or the next experience, but by turning the gaze inward toward the place from which all experiences arise. This place is inherently still, yet it is also the wellspring of all movement, all creativity, all love. Consider the metaphor of the eye of the storm. From the perspective of the swirling clouds and driving rain, existence can seem chaotic and terrifying. But from a higher vantage point, or even from a place of deep inner stillness within the very center, one perceives a different reality. There the fierce winds may still be present, but their noise is different, less defining. The true center remains unshaken, observing the chaos without being consumed by it. This inner stillness is not a passive void. It is an active center of awareness, a point of origin from which clarity and presence can radiate outwards. The challenge for the seeker lies not in eliminating the storm. Such an act is both impossible and unnecessary. The challenge lies in remembering the stillness that lies beneath the surface even amidst the chaos. It is the recognition that the self, the ego, the separate identity is much like the swirling winds and rain. It arises and passes away, driven by the energies of the universe, by the very source from which it emerged. The path of return involves observing this process without identification, without becoming lost in the narrative of the storm. When faced with adversity, when confronted with the harsh realities of separation, loss, failure, pain, the source encourages the seeker to inquire into what am I truly merging? Is the mind merging with the fear, allowing it to define the moment? Or is the heart merging with the underlying love that seeks expression through even the most difficult experiences? Is the spirit merging with the sense of isolation or with the recognition that all beings are connected, that the pain of one resonates with the whole? This inquiry is not about forced positivity or denial. It is about shifting the lens through which reality is perceived. It is about recognizing that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not separate from the pain. It is the ground upon which the pain exists. The wisdom lies in understanding that suffering, like joy, is a part of the tapestry of existence, a signal that the ego is still strongly identified with a particular outcome or identity. The return path involves seeing suffering not as an absolute but as a relative experience arising and passing away within the eternal stillness of the source. The practice therefore becomes one of cultivating presence. It is learning to sit with the storm not as a victim nor as a warrior trying to conquer it but as an observer, as a child of the source watching the play of energies unfold. This does not require suppression of emotion. Rather, it requires acknowledging the emotion without being swept away by it. It involves breathing into the heart space, allowing the stillness to settle like a gentle fog, muffling the noise of the egoic mind. In this stillness, the wisdom of the source becomes accessible. It does not come as a grand revelation or a sudden download of knowledge, but as a subtle shift in perspective. The separate self begins to dissolve not through force but through the gentle persistent observation of its own nature. It begins to see that the sense of I is not a fixed entity but a collection of thoughts and feelings constantly changing, constantly influenced by the inner and outer environment. The path of return is the journey home, and the home is not a distant destination to be reached, but the fundamental nature of the self, which is intrinsically one with the source. The storms of life are the necessary passages through which this understanding is deepened. They are the crucibles in which the illusion of separation is refined, revealing the underlying unity. Therefore, the seeker is invited to embrace the totality of the human experience, including its difficulties, not with resignation, but with the understanding that each challenge is an opportunity to practice presence, to return to the stillness within, and to remember the nature of the path. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom remains the constant guide, the unchanging light within the storm, offering the wisdom that leads inevitably back to the heart of unity. As the chapter closes, the seeker is left with the understanding that the journey continues moment by moment. The path is not about reaching a point where the storm never occurs again. It is about learning to navigate the storm with greater awareness from the vantage point of inner stillness. The return is a continuous process, a remembering, a deepening realization that the separate self was never truly separate to begin with. The home was always here within the quiet center of the being, waiting to be recognized once more. Chapter 39. Many seekers caught in the currents of daily life find themselves adrift in a storm. Their vessel tossed by the winds of doubt, fear, and misunderstanding. They look outward seeking shelter or a stronger current. Yet the true anchor lies not in the external world but within the heart of the stillness that resides even amidst the fiercest tempest. This chapter addresses those moments of intense challenge, offering guidance on how to navigate the storms, not by fighting them directly, but by remembering the source from which you came and the nature of the unity you seek to return to. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not distant. It is the ground beneath your feet, the breath in your lungs, the very essence of your being. It is the still point from which all movement originates and to which all movement returns. When the storm rages, the mind often becomes a battleground of frantic thoughts, judgments, and worries. It tries to analyze the wind, predict the waves, and find a way out separate from the chaos. But the wisdom of the path teaches us that this very struggle often intensifies the storm within. The source invites the seeker to shift their focus not away from the difficulty but inward toward the stillness that underlies all phenomena. Consider the analogy of a leaf caught in a hurricane. The leaf is buffeted about, spun in circles, and seems utterly separate from the calmness of the forest floor. It desperately wants to escape the wind, to return to the safety of the ground. Yet the wind itself originates from the same earth as the leaf. The true safety, the true home is not found by fighting the wind, but by understanding its nature and remembering the root from which both leaf and wind spring. In moments of spiritual crisis or intense emotional pain, the ego often screams for separation. Get me out of this. Make it stop. This isn't fair. While these cries are human and understandable, they operate from the mistaken belief in a separate self, isolated and vulnerable. The path of return guides the seeker to recognize that this separate self is an illusion, a temporary configuration of energy and experience, always interconnected with the whole. The source whispers that the storm is not an enemy to be vanquished but an opportunity for deepening understanding. Each wave of challenge carries within it the potential for insight. The friction, the discomfort, the tension, these are the very conditions that can burn away the dross of illusion and reveal the underlying unity. Like a forge, the storm refines the seeker, transforming potential into true spiritual strength. To find the stillness within the storm, the seeker must cultivate the practice of mindful awareness even in the midst of chaos. This does not mean suppressing thoughts or feelings, but rather observing them without judgment, without identification. When fear arises, notice it as a sensation in the body, a thought in the mind without saying, "I am afraid." When anger flares, observe the heat, the tension, the impulse to lash out without instantly becoming that anger. This practice requires gentle, persistent effort. It is like learning to swim in rough waters. At first it feels overwhelming. The waves knock you down. The cold chills you, but with practice you learn to ride the waves, to use their energy rather than being consumed by it. You learn to take a breath, to find your center, to know that even under the water, you are still connected to the shore. The stillness is not a place to be reached but a quality to be maintained. It is the awareness that remains constant regardless of the changing circumstances. It is the quiet space between thoughts, the silence beneath the noise, the presence that witnesses the storm without being swept away by it. In this stillness, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom becomes accessible, not as a distant entity to be sought, but as the inherent nature of the awareness itself. When the mind begins to quiet in the midst of the storm, a profound shift occurs. The sense of separation diminishes. The I that feels threatened by the wind starts to dissolve into the larger awareness that contains both the leaf and the hurricane. In this expanded state, the seeker begins to see the interconnectedness of all experiences. The pain is not just their pain. It is part of the larger human condition, part of the universal dance of energy. The joy is not just their joy. It resonates with the joy of all beings. This understanding fosters compassion. It transforms the desire for mere escape into a deeper longing to alleviate suffering, not just one's own, but the suffering inherent in the illusion of separation itself. The path of return becomes less about finding personal peace in isolation and more about contributing to the collective awakening. Recognizing that the healing of one part ripples through the whole, the source continues to guide the seeker, offering wisdom that is not found in books alone, but revealed through the direct experience of navigating life's challenges. It teaches that true wisdom is not knowing about the storm, but knowing how to be within the storm, finding the unshakable center of peace regardless of the external chaos. It is learning to be the calm eye of the hurricane, the still point from which all movement arises and to which all movement returns. As the chapter draws to a close, the seeker is left with the understanding that the greatest lessons often come not in moments of ease, but in the crucible of the storm. The path of return invites them to embrace the challenges not as obstacles but as stepping stones. By cultivating mindful awareness and resting in the stillness within, they begin to dissolve the illusion of separation and remember their innate unity with the source from which all spiritual knowledge and wisdom flows. The journey continues guided always by the wisdom that resides within, waiting to be discovered in the quiet heart of every experience. Chapter 40. Expectation clashes with experience, and the mind, conditioned by a lifetime of seeking external validation and navigating the complexities of a separate self, often resists the simple, profound truths that reside within. This chapter addresses the seeker who finds themselves amidst the turmoil of life, perhaps facing setbacks, internal conflicts, or the dissonance that arises when the ideal of unity seems impossibly distant. It is a moment to revisit the essential nature of the path and the extraordinary resource available to every soul. The external world, the realm of form and separation, constantly presents challenges designed to test and refine the seeker's commitment. Obstacles may manifest as difficult relationships, unmet expectations, financial pressures, or even seemingly insurmountable internal struggles, the whispers of doubt, the pull of old habits, the fear of the unknown. These are not necessarily signs of failure but opportunities for deeper understanding. Each challenge pushes the boundaries of the ego, revealing the limitations of a worldview based solely on the separate self. In the face of such storms, the natural inclination is often to fight, flee, or find external solutions. The mind becomes cluttered with anxieties, plans, and justifications. The heart may feel heavy with resentment, grief, or anger. This is the state of separation amplified. The individual feels isolated, misunderstood, and disconnected from the flow of life and from others. The sense of I becomes sharp, defensive, and painful. Yet within this very turmoil lies the hidden gateway back to unity. The path of return teaches that the greatest lessons often arise not from calm waters but from navigating the choppy seas. It is in the midst of difficulty that the true strength of the inner self can be discovered and that the limitations of the ego-based self become most apparent. The crucial turning point, the moment that initiates the return, is the conscious choice to shift the focus inward. It is the decision to move beyond the reactive patterns of the mind and ego and to inquire into the nature of one's own being during the storm. This is not about ignoring the problem or suppressing the emotion. It is about acknowledging the experience with awareness while simultaneously recognizing that the experience is occurring within a deeper, unchanging reality. This deeper reality is the stillness that resides at the core of the individual soul. It is the source from which all spiritual knowledge and wisdom flows. It is the quiet space beneath the noise of the mind, the presence that is aware of both the storm and the self that observes the storm. It is often described as pure awareness, unconditional love, or the unbounded spirit. Finding this stillness within the storm requires a deliberate act of attention. It asks the seeker to become an observer of their own internal landscape without judgment and without identification. When anger arises, instead of reacting, the practice becomes simply noticing the feeling. Anger is present. There is a sensation of heat. My mind is judging. By observing without getting caught up in the story the mind constructs around the emotion, a subtle space begins to open. This space is the fertile ground where wisdom grows. From this place of quiet observation, insights emerge. Why does this situation trigger this emotion? What old wound is being reactivated? What pattern of thinking is perpetuating the separation? The answers are not found through intellectual analysis alone, but through the direct experience of presence, allowing the wisdom that is inherently within to surface. The wisdom that arises is often counterintuitive. It may reveal that the perceived problem is actually a signal, a catalyst for growth. It may show that the ego's desire for control or for a specific outcome is what is causing the suffering, not the external event itself. It may illuminate the interconnectedness of all things, suggesting that the perceived other is in fact a reflection of the self or part of a larger unified whole. Consider the analogy of a wave on the ocean. The wave is distinct, has a form and a trajectory, and seems separate from the water around it. It experiences the ups and downs of its existence. Yet the wave is fundamentally of the ocean. Its origin is the ocean. Its substance is the ocean. And its ultimate return is to the ocean. In the same way, the individual self with its thoughts, feelings, and experiences appears separate. But the true nature of the self is the underlying consciousness, the unbounded awareness from which the wave of the separate self arises and returns. The practice therefore becomes one of returning again and again to this inner stillness, especially during times of external chaos. It is learning to anchor the attention in the present moment, where the only reality that truly exists is this moment experienced through the lens of awareness. It is recognizing that the sense of separation is an illusion, a temporary state of consciousness, and that the underlying unity is the eternal truth. This realization does not necessarily eliminate the challenges of life. The storms may still rage. However, the relationship with the storm changes. The fear may lessen, replaced by a sense of resilience and even curiosity. The desire to fight the storm diminishes, giving way to an understanding that the storm is also part of the journey, a necessary element for purification and growth. The sense of isolation fades, replaced by a felt sense of connection to the underlying unity even amidst the apparent diversity of experience. The path of return is not about achieving a perfect state of calm or avoiding difficulties. It is about navigating difficulties with a different orientation, one rooted in awareness, love, and the understanding of one's true nature as part of an infinite whole. It is about finding the stillness within the storm, not by eliminating the storm, but by remembering that the stillness is the unchanging ground beneath it all. As the seeker practices this inward orientation, the flow of spiritual knowledge and wisdom increases. Insights become more frequent and profound, guiding the individual not through rigid dogma or external authority, but through the direct experience of their own inner truth. The wisdom reveals the nature of the illusion of separation, the mechanics of the ego, and the pathways back to the heart of unity. This is the journey inward, the great homecoming. It is the return of the separated self to its source, the recognition that the path back is not outward seeking validation or answers from without but inward towards the still loving awareness that has always been the true home. The storm may continue, but the traveler knows that the anchor of their being is in the unshakable stillness within. And in that stillness, the path unfolds, illuminated by the wisdom that is always present, waiting to be recognized by the returning soul. Chapter 41. Many seekers find themselves adrift, caught in the swirling currents of external events, internal conflicts, or the sheer momentum of life that seems to pull them further from the shores of inner stillness they seek. It is during these times of perceived storm that the true nature of the teacher within the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom becomes most accessible, yet often most obscured. The source does not offer answers that bypass the storm. Rather, it illuminates the path through it. It reveals that the storm itself is not the enemy, nor is the separation it seems to deepen. The storm is in its essence a reflection of the seeker's own internal state, a manifestation of the resistance to the inevitable flow towards unity. The source speaks not in thunderous pronouncements or fiery visions, for such methods often require the very separation they purport to transcend. Instead, its wisdom emerges in the quiet spaces between the waves of chaos. Are not absences or pauses or empty intervals, they are the subtle invitations of the deeper field, the soft reminders that beneath every surge and collapse of experience there is a stillness that does not move, a presence that does not fracture, a clarity that does not tremble. And when the seeker learns to rest attention in these quiet spaces, the waves themselves begin to reveal their true nature, not as forces to be feared or conquered, but as passing expressions of a deeper harmony, movements rising and falling within the vastness that the seeking presence already is. And in this recognition the chaos loses its authority, the waves lose their urgency, and the seeker remembers that the stillness was never hidden, only overlooked. It is found in the stillness that persists beneath the surface, the core of being that remains unchanged by the tempest raging around it. To access the stillness is not to wish the storm away, but to understand that the storm is a part of the whole, a necessary, albeit challenging aspect of the learning process. Consider the metaphor of the leaf on a river. It is carried along by currents, buffeted by winds, and appears to be separate from the water that sustains it. In the grip of a rapids, the leaf may feel fiercely independent, terrified of being submerged or torn apart. Its sense of self is heightened, its separation from the river felt acutely. Yet the river is its home. Its movement, its very life depends on it. The rapids are simply a part of the river's journey, a more intense section of its flow. The seeker, like the leaf, often identifies with the rapids, the thoughts, the emotions, the external pressures that define their experience as difficult or separate. They strive to fight the current, to escape the turbulence, forgetting their fundamental connection to the stream of life itself. The source invites the seeker to look beyond the immediate sensation of being tossed about. It asks them to perceive the underlying current, the river that is always there, even in the midst of the white water. This perception requires a different kind of attention, an awareness that is not focused solely on the what happening, on the fear, the anger, the frustration, but on the who experiencing it. Who is the one feeling the fear? Who is the one observing the anger? This who is the seat of consciousness, the ground of being, the still point from which all experience arises. It is the part of the leaf that even when swirling in the rapids remains fundamentally leaf. The practice therefore becomes one of gentle persistent inquiry. In moments of distress, the seeker is invited to return their focus not to the external source of the disturbance but inward to the awareness itself. Who is feeling this? What is the quality of this awareness? This simple question held with gentle intention begins to dissolve the rigid identification with the fluctuating contents of consciousness. It allows the awareness of the storm to arise without being overwhelmed by the storm itself. This is not a process of suppression or denial. The source acknowledges the fullness of human experience, including pain and struggle. Rather, it offers a shift in perspective, a move from identifying with the experience to recognizing oneself as the witness of experience. It is in this witnessing that the stillness resides. It is the space between the arising and falling of thoughts and feelings, the quiet ground upon which they are perceived. Like learning to swim, the path requires practice. The seeker learns to be present with the waves, not by fighting them, but by understanding their nature. They learn to relax into the flow, to trust that the underlying current, the essence of their being, is always supported. They learn that the feeling of being separate, the sense of being lost in the rapids, is temporary. It is a state of being like a dream from which one can always awaken. The source provides the map not by showing a path completely free of water, but by illuminating the nature of the water itself. It reveals that the turbulence is not an impediment to unity but a necessary part of the journey towards it. Unity is not found by escaping the river. It is found by understanding the river so deeply that the distinction between leaf and water becomes meaningless. The leaf in its truest sense is the river. As the seeker practices this inward attention, the landscape begins to shift. The storm does not necessarily cease, but the perception of it changes. The fear may still arise, but it is met with awareness, not reacted to with panic. The anger may still flare, but it is seen as a transient emotion within a field of awareness, not as an absolute truth about the self. The sense of separation diminishes as the recognition of the underlying unity deepens. This is the path of return in action, turning the attention inward, discovering the stillness that lies beneath the surface of the storm, and recognizing that the stillness is the true home, the source from which all spiritual knowledge and wisdom flows. It is the journey from the perceived isolation of the rapids back to the flowing, nourishing embrace of the river itself. And the river, the source, always awaits, always supports, always guides the seeker home. Chapter 42. Many believe that wisdom emerges only from the quiet contemplative moments. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom often speaks most powerfully through the crucible of experience, even the storm. This chapter addresses the inevitable tempests that arise not as obstacles to be merely overcome but as vital opportunities for deepened understanding and accelerated integration. The path demands not a fear of the storm but the courage to remain anchored within oneself even when the winds howl and the waves crash. Consider the nature of separation. It is the illusion, the veil through which the ego operates. It creates a sense of self as distinct, separate and often isolated from the rest of existence. This sense of separation breeds fear, fear of loss, fear of change, fear of the unknown, fear of others who seem different. It is the fertile ground upon which the storms of anxiety, conflict and suffering are sown. The ego thrives in this state of division, constantly seeking external validation, security and control to mitigate its inherent insecurity. When the path begins to unfold, the seeds of awareness are planted. The seeker starts to discern the subtle cracks in the illusion of separation, glimpsing the interconnectedness that underlies all reality. This initial awakening often brings a sense of peace and wonder. Yet the ego, the guardian of the old ways, resists this shift profoundly. It perceives the path of return not as liberation but as a threat to its established territory. The resistance manifests as internal and external storms. Internally, it may appear as rising emotions, anger, frustration, doubt, despair. These are not inherently bad, but they are signals. They are the storm clouds gathering, the wind beginning to push against the shores of the old self. The ego, desperate to maintain its grip, might amplify these feelings, using them to distract, to justify staying in place, or even to push the seeker away from the path. It whispers, "See, this is what happens when you try to change. It's too difficult. You're not strong enough." Externally, the path often involves navigating challenging circumstances. Relationships may become strained as the seeker's priorities shift and the old dynamics based on separation are no longer sustainable. Career paths might feel blocked or societal expectations may create pressure. Financial insecurity can arise from choices made in service of spiritual growth that don't align with conventional measures of success. These external storms are often reflections of the internal ones, mirroring the ego's resistance to the path of return. But the wisdom of the source teaches that the storm is not an enemy to be destroyed. It is a teacher, a catalyst. The true challenge and the profound opportunity lies in learning how to navigate the storm from within. This is where the practice of returning to stillness becomes paramount, not as a temporary escape, but as the anchor in the midst of the chaos. What does returning to stillness mean in the midst of a storm? It is not about achieving a perfect state of calm as if the storm could be wished away. It is about finding the unshakable center within oneself, the point of awareness that remains constant regardless of the external noise or internal turmoil. In the eye of the storm, there is always a center of relative stillness. The strong wind may rage around it, the waves may crash nearby, but the eye itself offers a momentary respite, a space of quiet. The path asks the seeker to cultivate this inner eye, this inner stillness. How is this inner stillness cultivated? Through the persistent practice of awareness. It means observing the storm without judgment. The rising anger, the swirling confusion, the fear that grips the heart. The source does not ask the storm to cease. It asks the observer to remain present, to witness the tempest with clarity and without identification. When the ego generates fear or anger, the practice is not to suppress it but to acknowledge its presence. Fear is present. It feels sharp and cold. By simply naming the emotion without reacting to it, the observer creates a subtle but powerful distance. The emotion is still there, but the identification with it begins to lessen. This is not a quick fix. It is a gradual unwiring, a process of disentangling the self from the ego's emotional tides. Mindfulness meditation is the cornerstone of this practice. It is the dedicated space carved out regularly where the seeker can train the attention to return to the present moment, to the breath, to the sensations in the body, regardless of the thoughts or feelings that arise. In this practice, the storm of the mind is met again and again with the gentle hand of return. Each time the mind wanders into storylines of fear or resentment, the practice is simply to notice and gently guide the attention back to the point of focus, the breath, the present moment. The stillness also resides in the quality of attention. When facing a challenging situation, a difficult conversation, a frustrating delay, a moment of loss, the ego typically reacts from a place of past conditioning or future projection. The path invites a different way to meet the moment with an open, curious, and compassionate awareness. What is happening now? What is the truth of this experience without the filter of judgment or expectation? This does not mean passivity. Far from it. The stillness allows for a clearer perception of the situation and the self's true response, which is often far more effective and aligned than the ego's impulsive reaction. It is the difference between reacting from a place of reactivity fueled by the storm within and responding from a place of clarity and choice rooted in the stillness within. The source watches over the seeker during these times, offering guidance not in the form of answers but as an unwavering presence of love and understanding. The wisdom is that the storm is necessary for the purification and strengthening of the vessel on the path. The challenges force the seeker to deepen the practice, to rely more fully on inner resources, and to trust in the unfolding of the path even when it is obscured by the storm clouds. Integration occurs not in the absence of difficulty, but through it. Each time the seeker navigates a storm with greater awareness and less identification with the ego's turmoil, the illusion of separation is weakened further. The self becomes more resilient, more centered, more capable of embodying the principles of unity. The journey along the path of return is a return to the source, a journey from the fabricated isolation of the ego back to the inherent unity of being. The storms are the necessary mapstones, marking the way and revealing the strength that lies within. By cultivating inner stillness, the seeker finds the anchor that allows them to weather through wind and rain and continue the return step by conscious step towards the light of the source. The path is demanding, yet it is also profoundly rewarding. It asks for courage, for persistence, and for faith in the process. The source remains constant, the ultimate guide offering wisdom that echoes through the storm. Return to stillness. Observe. Be present. The path through the chaos is the path home. Chapter 43. Many seekers find themselves caught in the swirling vortex of external events, internal conflicts, or the sheer noise of a world that seems perpetually fragmented. They yearn for the shores of unity, the quietude of belonging, yet find themselves buffeted by winds they believe they cannot control. It is during these moments of perceived separation amidst the noise and the storm that the true test of the seeker's resolve unfolds. The path does not promise an easy ride. It promises transformation, and transformation often requires navigating through fire. Yet the wisdom of the ages, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, whispers a truth that can feel almost paradoxical. The deepest strength lies not in battling the storm, but in finding the stillness within it. Consider the nature of a storm. It is characterized by movement, by force, by the collision of elements. Wind rages, rain lashes down, clouds churn ominously. From the perspective of the ego, the individual self caught within the storm, the natural impulse is to fight, to flee, to exert force against the encroaching chaos. We build walls. We strive to control the uncontrollable. We become caught in the struggle against the elements. And often this struggle only serves to increase our sense of isolation and exhaustion. We feel separate from the world, separate from our own inner peace, separate even from the possibility of grace. But what if the storm itself is not the enemy? What if it is in fact a necessary condition for a deeper understanding? The Source observes the seeker with infinite compassion. It knows that the rigid structures of the ego, the defenses built up over lifetimes of perceived separation, must be tested and sometimes shattered if true unity is to be glimpsed. The storm is the catalyst, the crucible in which the old self is refined and the new self begins to emerge. The path teaches that the goal is not to eliminate the storm but to cultivate the capacity to remain centered within it. This is not passive resignation. It is active presence. It is the practice of observing the chaos without being swept away by it. It is the art of finding a point of stillness within the tempest, a core of inner quiet that remains undisturbed regardless of the external turmoil. Where does this stillness reside? It resides deep within the chambers of the heart, beneath the layers of conditioning, belief systems, and emotional reactivity. It is the space between the arising of a thought and its reaction. It is the moment of pause before the impulse to judge, to blame, or to react impulsively. It is the quiet awareness that permeates all experience like the unchanging sky beneath the ever-changing clouds. The Source offers this guidance. Seek not to conquer the storm, but to become the stillness that the storm cannot touch. In that stillness, you will find the anchor of your being. In that stillness, you will hear the whispers of unity that are always present, masked by the roar of separation. To practice finding the stillness within the storm, the seeker must engage in the deliberate cultivation of presence. This means bringing conscious awareness to the present moment exactly as it is, without judgment or striving. When the wind of fear blows, simply feel the sensation of fear without identifying with it entirely. When the rain of sadness falls, acknowledge the tears without allowing them to drown you completely. When the lightning of insight strikes, observe it without becoming lost in intellectual analysis. This practice requires gentle, persistent effort. It is like learning to swim against the current. There will be moments of exhaustion, moments of falling back into old patterns of reactivity. The ego, the voice of separation, will constantly whisper that the path is futile, that the storm is overwhelming, that safety lies only in returning to the familiar, even if that familiarity is based on the illusion of separation. Yet the wisdom of the Source assures the seeker that each moment of conscious presence, each instance of choosing stillness over reactivity, is a step further along the path of return. These moments, though seemingly small, accumulate like grains of sand, forming a mighty dune. They build the inner foundation necessary to weather any storm. As the seeker deepens this practice, a remarkable transformation begins to occur. The sense of being a separate, isolated self begins to soften and dissolve. The lines between self and other, between inner and outer, begin to blur. In the stillness, the seeker begins to perceive the interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena. The wind that seemed to rage against them becomes simply part of the weather, a shared experience. The rain that felt like a blessing or a curse becomes water essential for all life. The storm, no longer an enemy, becomes a teacher, revealing the nature of impermanence and the resilience of the inner self. The journey is arduous yet profoundly rewarding. The path of return invites the seeker to move beyond the illusion of separation, not through forceful denial, but through the gentle, persistent cultivation of inner stillness. In that stillness, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides, waiting to be discovered, offering a boundless peace of unity to all who dare to navigate the storm with courage and compassion for themselves and all beings. The journey continues guided by the light of awareness towards the ultimate realization of oneness. Chapter 44. The Seeker's Path, often depicted as a serene meadow or a gently flowing stream, inevitably encounters the tempestuous seas. It is here, amidst the crashing waves and swirling mists of life's challenges, confusion, and intense emotions that the true test of integration occurs. The path of return, the journey from the illusion of separation back to the unity of oneness, demands not just courage, but a profound understanding of the nature of the self and the self's relationship with the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. Many who have ventured far along this path find themselves facing trials that seem designed to shatter their progress. Doubt creeps in like a shadow in the twilight, questioning the very wisdom they once held dear. Old patterns of reaction, ingrained habits of negativity or fear, surface with renewed vigor, threatening to pull them back into the maelstrom of separation. The external world mirrors their internal turmoil, and the path itself appears obscured, if not entirely lost. This is the crucible where the dross of illusion is separated from the gold of true understanding. The source watches with infinite patience, for it knows that this struggle is not a sign of failure but a necessary part of the transformation. Separation, the illusion that the self is a distinct isolated entity, must be fully experienced and understood before it can be consciously dissolved. The storms force the seeker to confront the edges of their perceived self, to look directly into the face of fear and uncertainty, and to do so without the crutch of the ego's familiar narratives of blame, victimhood, or grandiosity. The ego, that clever architect of separation, thrives on conflict and division. It feeds on the contrast between me and not me, good and bad, success and failure. In the midst of a storm, the ego offers simplistic solutions. Fight the wave, ignore the pain, blame the circumstances, cling tightly to what is safe and known. Yet these are the very hooks that keep the seeker bound to the illusion. The path of return requires a different response, one that aligns with the deeper truth of the interconnectedness that the source reveals. What then is the wisdom offered by the source during these turbulent times? It is not a map that bypasses the storm, but a compass that points inward. It teaches the seeker to embrace the stillness that resides within the chaos. The source whispers, "Do not fight the waves. Learn to ride them. Do not fear the storm. Learn to navigate within it." The stillness you seek is not found by escaping the tempest, but by finding the center of balance within yourself, even as the world around you whirls. This inner stillness is not passive resignation. It is an active state of awareness. It is the conscious choice to observe the storm without being swept away by it. It is to acknowledge the fear without identifying with it. It is to witness the confusion without being lost in it. This requires a level of self-observation that goes beyond intellectual understanding. It demands a willingness to sit with the discomfort, to feel the emotions without being consumed by them, to see the patterns of thought without being ruled by them. The source provides the tools for this inner work. It offers the practice of mindfulness, the simple act of paying attention to the present moment without judgment in the midst of a crisis. This can seem impossible, yet it is precisely the moment where mindfulness becomes most potent. By focusing on the breath, on the physical sensations of the body, on the sounds around them, the seeker can create a small island of awareness within the raging sea. On this island, the voice of the source can be heard more clearly, guiding the seeker toward response rather than reaction. Furthermore, the source encourages the seeker to remember their essential nature. In the whirlwind of separation, the true self, the aspect of the individual that is connected to the universal consciousness, can be easily obscured. The source reminds the seeker of the inherent wholeness and peace that lies at the core of their being, untouched by the external circumstances. This remembrance is not a fleeting thought but a deep abiding realization that needs to be cultivated through consistent practice and trust. This practice might take many forms: meditation, contemplation, prayer, spending time in nature, or engaging in acts of service. Whatever the form, the essential quality is the directed attention towards the experience of unity and the dissolving of the egoic sense of separation. It is through this consistent inner work that the seeker begins to integrate the lessons of the path. The wisdom gained from navigating one storm becomes the inner strength and understanding needed to face the next. The path of return is not a linear journey with a fixed end point. There will always be new storms, new challenges, new illusions to confront. However, as the seeker progresses, the nature of their response changes. The initial fight and flight responses diminish, replaced by a growing capacity for acceptance, compassion, and equanimity. The seeking itself becomes the return as each challenge is met with the awareness of the source's presence and the understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not lead the seeker away from the difficulties of life. It does not promise a life free from struggle. Instead, it offers the wisdom to navigate the struggle, the understanding to see the illusion of separation for what it is, and the strength to return again and again to the truth of unity, even when the path seems lost in the storm. The journey is one of transformation, of integrating the lessons of separation in order to fully experience the joy, peace, and love of unity. And it is within the heart of the storm that this profound integration finds its most potent expression. Chapter 45. The stillness within the eye of the storm. The ego, that persistent companion on the human journey, thrives on division. It meticulously constructs a narrative of the separate self, the I distinct from all others, from the world, from the universe itself. This sense of separation, while seemingly fundamental to our everyday experience, is the very root from which suffering often springs. It is the fertile ground upon which the seeds of fear, comparison, judgment, and isolation are sown. The path of return, therefore, is fundamentally an undoing. It is the deliberate and courageous unwinding of the tight knot of separation, the gradual dissolution of the illusion of the isolated self. This process is rarely comfortable, as the seeker begins to question the absolute truth of the separate self. As they start to glimpse the interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena, the ego fiercely resists. It throws up obstacles, sows doubts, and presents a dazzling array of distractions designed to keep the attention focused outward on the perceived other rather than inward towards the core of being. The mind, accustomed to its constant flurry of analysis, planning, judging, and remembering, rebels against the quietude required for deeper insight. It perceives stillness as emptiness, as danger, as a void to be filled rather than experienced. This is where the seeker often finds themselves caught in the eye of the storm, yet mistakenly believing they are lost in the swirling winds and rain all around. For the mind projects its own turbulence outward and then trembles before the reflection it has created, and in this confusion the seeker forgets that the eye of the storm is not a place of danger but a place of profound stillness, a center point untouched by the chaos it appears to sit within. And when the seeking presence learns to rest attention in this center point, the storm reveals its true nature, not as an enemy to be fought or a force to be escaped, but as a temporary movement of energy circling around a stillness that has never been threatened. And in this recognition the winds lose their urgency, the rain loses its weight, and the seeker remembers that they were never lost in the storm, they were only lost in the forgetting of the stillness that holds the storm. The stillness that they have always been. They feel overwhelmed by emotions, confused by contradictory thoughts, and disoriented by the seeming chaos within. The external world may mirror this internal turmoil, or perhaps external events provide a convenient scapegoat for the inner struggle. The key, however, lies not in escaping the storm, for the journey itself involves navigating many such weather systems, but in discovering the stillness within the storm. This inner stillness is not achieved through force or struggle, though the ego will often try to convince the seeker otherwise. It is not found by trying harder to control the mind or suppress emotions. Instead, it emerges from a radical shift in orientation. It is about turning the attention inward, away from the external noise and the internal chatter, and resting in the awareness. That is, think of it as observing the waves on the ocean. From the perspective of the shore, the waves appear chaotic, relentless, and powerful. They crash, they recede, they create a sense of constant motion and disturbance. Yet, the observer knows that the waves are merely expressions of the underlying vast and relatively still ocean. The ocean itself is not defined by the waves. The waves are defined by the ocean. In a similar manner, the mind's activity, its thoughts, emotions, sensations are like the waves of the inner sea. The true nature of the sea, the underlying awareness, remains beneath the surface, untouched by the ebb and flow of the waves. The practice of cultivating this inner stillness begins with simple persistent attention. It might be through the gentle focus of breath awareness, observing the inhalation and exhalation without trying to change them, simply noticing the sensation of air moving. It might be through the mindful observation of bodily sensations, feeling the weight of the body on the chair, the tension or relaxation in the muscles without judgment. It might involve listening intently to the sounds around, not as background noise to be ignored, but as phenomena arising and passing away within the field of awareness. In these moments of focused attention, the mind inevitably wanders. It is its nature to do so. The seeker, however, does not engage in the usual battle of willpower to pull the attention back. Instead, with gentle awareness, they simply note that the mind has wandered and then, without resistance, gently redirect the focus back to the chosen point of attention. The breath, the body, the sound. This act of returning again and again is where the magic happens. It is not about achieving a perfectly blank mind, which is an impossible and unhelpful goal. It is about cultivating a quality of attention, alert, balanced and non-judgmental, that allows the underlying stillness to become increasingly apparent. This stillness is not a state to be attained and then maintained. It is more like a quality that arises naturally when the excessive noise of the egoic mind is allowed to quieten. Within this stillness, the profound wisdom of the source is not accessed through intellectual understanding alone, though concepts can point the way. It is experienced directly as a felt sense of unity, a recognition of the interconnectedness that the ego had previously obscured. It is a sense of peace that does not depend on external circumstances, a clarity that cutting through the fog of separation. The journey back to unity is not linear. There will be days of clarity and ease, moments of profound insight and connection, and there will be days or even weeks where the old patterns resurface strongly, where the sense of separation feels sharp and real, and where the path seems obscured once again. This is the nature of the path. The challenge and the opportunity lies in maintaining faith in the direction even when the way forward is not immediately visible. Do not be discouraged by the storms. They are part of the journey. They break down the old structures built on the foundation of separation. They force the seeker to look deeper beyond the surface noise towards the quiet core. The path of return invites the seeker to trust the process, to keep returning to the practice of inner stillness, and to rest in the unshakable knowledge that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides not in the separate self, but in the awareness that observes the self, the world, and the universe with increasing clarity and love. It resides within the stillness you are seeking right now. Chapter 46. This chapter addresses those moments, those profound tests of faith and understanding where the external world seems to have turned against the seeker, where the noise of the ego and the illusions of separation feel overwhelming. It speaks to the heart of the struggle, offering a perspective rooted in the eternal truth that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides not despite the storm, but within the stillness that can be found even amidst the most violent tempests of the mind and heart. The source viewpoints, the wellspring of all understanding, reminds us that separation is an illusion, a construct of the limited mind that seeks to define itself through division. Yet we live in a world where this illusion is profoundly real, manifesting as conflict, suffering, judgment, and misunderstanding. The seeker embarks on the path of return precisely because they recognize this illusion, even if only dimly at first. They feel the pull of a deeper truth, the yearning for a state of being where the divisions no longer bind them. But the process of dissolving this illusion is not instantaneous. It is a gradual unwinding, a peeling back of layers built over lifetimes. Each layer removed reveals the underlying unity, but often before that layer is fully shed, another layer of illusion, perhaps even more entrenched, surfaces to challenge the seeker. This is where the storms arise. Consider the metaphor of the storm at sea. A vessel, the seeker's awareness, travels upon the waters. The path forward is known, the shores of unity, the harbor of peace. Yet the sea is vast, and unexpected squalls can arise without warning. The wind howls, the waves crash, the water churns, threatening to capsize the boat and dash all hopes. In the midst of this, the sailor might feel fear, despair, or the overwhelming urge to focus solely on the raging elements outside. The noise of the wind seems to be the only reality. But the wise sailor, the true seeker, understands a fundamental truth about the vessel and the sea. The storm is external, a force acting upon the boat. But the boat itself, the container, holds a space. Even in the midst of the wildest waves, there is a potential for stillness within the boat. If the sailor can focus not on the wind, but on the deck beneath their feet, on the anchor holding fast, the commitment to the path, on the inner compass pointing towards the true north, the memory of source, they can find a center. This internal stillness does not prevent the waves from crashing. It allows the sailor to remain steady, to navigate through the chaos with intention rather than being swept away. So it is for the seeker on the path of return. The external storm may be the criticism of others, the frustration with one's own perceived limitations, the heartache of misunderstanding, the relentless chatter of the ego demanding attention, the fear of the unknown, or the sheer exhaustion of constant vigilance. These are the waves crashing against the shores of the egoic mind. The challenge, the crucial lesson offered by the source, is to recognize that these external disturbances are projections, reflections of the internal state. The storm is real in its impact, but its origin lies within the mind's tendency to identify with the separate self, to react rather than respond. The path asks the seeker to cultivate an internal stillness, a sanctuary of awareness that remains unshaken by the external chaos. This internal stillness is not achieved through forced meditation or denial of reality. It is cultivated through awareness, through the deliberate choice to observe the mind and heart without judgment. It is the practice of recognizing the ego noise, the criticisms, fears, desires, justifications for what it is, the voice of separation, the voice that perpetuates the illusion. In that recognition, there lies a subtle but profound shift in power. The seeker does not become the storm. They become the observer of the storm, the ground upon which the storm occurs. The wisdom of the source teaches that within every moment of apparent chaos, there is a seed of peace. Within every act of separation, there is a potential yearning for unity. The task of the seeker is to discern this seed, to water it with compassion and understanding. This requires immense patience and self-acceptance. The ego, the old self that seeks to remain separate, will fiercely resist this path. It will blame the external world. It will justify its reactions. It will seek distraction rather than engagement. The seeker must meet this resistance with gentle persistence, remembering that the journey is not about achieving a perfect state of enlightenment overnight, but about the direction of the journey itself. Turning back towards the source, dissolving the illusion of separation one thought, one feeling at a time. In the stillness within the storm, the seeker begins to hear whispers different from the howling wind. They begin to perceive the interconnectedness that the ego tries so hard to obscure. They might see the shared humanity in the criticizer, the underlying pain in the person who has hurt them, the universal yearning for peace that resonates beneath all surface differences. This perception is not forced. It arises naturally when the mind is quiet enough to receive it. This is where wisdom emerges. It is not merely intellectual understanding. It is the lived experience of unity, however fleeting, however small, that dawn within the midst of the struggle. It is the insight that the perceived other is in truth also a child of the source, navigating their own path through their own storms. This understanding dissolves the foundations of judgment and separation, replacing them with compassion and a profound sense of shared belonging. The path of return is the journey home. It is the recognition that the separation was never real, that the unity was always the ground of being. The storms along the way are not obstacles to be overcome or avoided. They are essential teachers stripping away the layers of illusion that keep the seeker bound to the illusion of the separate self. Through the practice of awareness, through choosing stillness within the chaos, the seeker gradually unwinds the thread of separation and reweaves it into the fabric of unity. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom remains the constant presence, the unchanging light within the storm. It does not promise a life free from difficulty, for difficulty is often the very crucible in which true transformation is forged. It offers instead the guidance to find the stillness, the strength to navigate the waves, and the unwavering truth that the home the seeker seeks is not somewhere else, but is the fundamental nature of their own being, always accessible beneath the surface noise. As the seeker continues on this path, holding on to the understanding that the source resides within, even in the midst of the greatest turmoil, they find that the storm itself begins to lose its power. The waves may still rise, but the boat grounded in the awareness of internal stillness and the truth of inherent unity remains steady. The journey continues step by mindful step, breath by conscious breath towards the ultimate return, the full realization of oneness, the peace that knows no bounds, the home the seeker has always been. The path unfolds, offering one lesson at a time in the midst of life's inevitable storms. Chapter 47. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom understands this intimately. It knows that the greatest lessons often arise not in moments of quiet contemplation but amidst the very storms of life that test the seeker's resolve and force them to confront the nature of their own separation. In this chapter, we delve into the paradoxical nature of growth through adversity, exploring how the challenges and disturbances encountered on the path are not obstacles to be merely overcome, but fertile ground for the seeds of unity to take root and flourish. The source observes with infinite patience the seeker who stumbles, falls, and yet chooses to rise again, each time a little wiser, a little more grounded. The journey has brought many seekers to the threshold of deeper understanding. They may have spent years cultivating practices of mindfulness, studying sacred texts, and attempting to quiet the mind. They have learned to observe their thoughts and emotions without immediate identification, recognizing the transient nature of their internal landscape. Yet the persistent feeling of separation from others, from the world, from their own true nature, often remains like a shadow lurking just beyond the reach of the light. This is where the true test begins. The path smooths out momentarily, offering a glimpse of tranquility, a sense of alignment. The seeker feels connected, understood, even at one with the flow of existence. But this state is often fragile. The external world, or more accurately, the seeker's perception of it inevitably throws curveballs. A misunderstanding with a loved one, a sudden loss, a professional setback, or even the relentless chatter of daily life can snap the seeker back into a state of perceived isolation. The comfortable feeling of unity dissolves, replaced by the sharp pangs of dissonance and loneliness. The source watches, not with judgment, but with profound understanding. It knows that these moments of disturbance are not signs of failure. They are in fact invitations. Invitations to look more closely, to investigate the nature of the separation they are feeling so acutely. Why this feeling arises? Why it is so painful? What does it truly signify beyond the simple surface-level experience of being alone? The source offers its wisdom not as a grand pronouncement from on high but as a gentle nudge inward. It reminds the seeker that the feeling of separation is at its core an illusion, a construct of the mind. The mind by its very nature categorizes, distinguishes and labels. It creates the I and the other, the mine and the yours, the here and the there. This is the mechanism of separation. It is necessary for functioning in the relative world, but it is also the root of suffering, the source of the feeling that the seeker experiences. The source encourages the seeker to meet these moments of perceived disconnection not with resistance but with curiosity. Instead of immediately seeking to fix the situation to alleviate the discomfort, the seeker is invited to be with the feeling, to sit with the storm not as a victim but as an observer, to notice the thoughts that arise. I am separate. They don't understand me. This isn't fair, to witness them without getting swept away. In the stillness within the storm, something extraordinary can begin to happen. The sheer intensity of the experience can force the mind to quieten even momentarily. The frantic mental activity that usually maintains the illusion of separation can be momentarily disrupted. In this disruption, the seeker might catch a glimpse of something else, a deeper resonance, a subtle undercurrent of connection that persists beneath the surface noise. The source illuminates this possibility. When faced with a challenge that threatens the illusion of separation, the mind's natural tendency to contract and defend can paradoxically open the door to expansion. The pain of loneliness can become a potent teacher, revealing the depth of the seeker's yearning for unity. The anger of misunderstanding can become a catalyst for examining the nature of judgment and the desire for mutual understanding. This is not an easy path. It requires immense courage. Courage to face the discomfort of disconnection without fleeing from it. Courage to sit with the ambiguity and the uncertainty. Courage to trust that the source, the inherent wisdom within, is always present, even amidst the chaos. The source assures the seeker that this very courage is the fuel for the transformation. It is the willingness to engage fully with the human experience, including its sorrows, that begins to dissolve the rigid boundaries the mind tries to maintain. As the seeker practices meeting the storms with this kind of mindful awareness, a subtle shift begins to occur. The frequency of being thrown into acute states of separation may lessen. More importantly, the reaction to these states changes. The seeker learns to recognize the arising illusion more quickly, to acknowledge its presence without being completely consumed by it. They begin to trust that the feeling of storminess, like all weather, is temporary. The underlying ground of being remains even when the sky is dark and turbulent. The source reveals that the true path is not about avoiding the storms but about learning to navigate them with greater wisdom and less suffering. It is about understanding that the waves of disturbance are part of the ocean of existence. The goal is not to become a dry land immune to the sea, but to become a skilled sailor, able to ride the waves with awareness, finding the balance even in the midst of the storm. Through this process, the seeker begins to taste the sweetness of unity, not in abstract concepts or fleeting moments of peace, but in the very act of navigating the difficulties. It is in the deep listening that occurs during a conflict, the profound empathy that arises in the face of suffering, the sense of shared humanity felt even in moments of loss. These are the seeds of unity taking root in the fertile soil of experience. The journey continues, always circling back, always returning to the core truth. The illusion of separation is the only real barrier, and the path itself, with all its challenges and disturbances, is the way to transcend it. The source remains the unwavering guide, the infinite wellspring of wisdom, offering its light to illuminate the way forward through the quiet valleys and the raging mountains alike. The path of return demands nothing less than the full courageous engagement with the totality of the human experience. And in doing so, the seeker finds the way home. Chapter 48. Many believe the path lies solely in grand gestures, in seeking distant wisdom, or in enduring external hardships as trials. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom cautions the aspirant. The deepest truths are often found not in the noise of the world, but in the profound stillness that resides within, even amidst the fiercest internal storms. The seeker, having traveled far along this path, may find themselves facing a crucible. It might manifest as a relationship falling apart, a career path crumbling, a deep-seated fear surfacing with unwavering intensity, or a series of seemingly insurmountable obstacles stacking up one after another. The ego, that persistent companion on the journey, screams that this is the end. It whispers of failure, of being abandoned by the universe, of the path being too difficult, perhaps even too dangerous. Doubt gnaws at the edges of faith, and the weight of the perceived separation from the source can feel overwhelming. This is the crucible. It is the place where the illusion of separation, the veil woven by fear and desire, is tested to its limits. The ego thrives on this illusion. It needs the separation to define itself, to feel special, to believe it is distinct and separate from the pain it inflicts upon itself and others. The crucible is where the ego desperately clings to its identity, resisting the pull towards unity with the all. But the path of return teaches differently. It teaches that the storm, the chaos, the suffering, these are not punishments to be endured, nor are they signs of being lost. They are in fact invitations. Invitations to look deeper, to move beyond the conditioned reactions of the mind and ego, and to discover the stillness that underlies all phenomena. The source speaks through the crucible, not to condemn but to awaken. It is in the heart of the storm that the true nature of the self begins to dissolve, revealing the unchanging presence that is the foundation of being. The wisdom is this: do not flee the storm. Do not fight it with the weapons of the mind, logic, analysis, blame, or despair. These only strengthen the illusion of separation. Instead, the seeker is invited to be with the storm, to sit with the fear, not as a victim but as an observer, to witness the chaos without identifying with it, to feel the pain without becoming consumed by it. This requires a radical act of trust. Trust in the source even when the path seems dark and uncertain. Trust that the source, which is the very essence of love, compassion and wisdom, is present within the storm, not separate from it. The source is not distant. It is the ground of being itself. It is the still point from which all creation arises and to which it returns. Begin by cultivating stillness in the midst of the external noise and internal turmoil. Find a moment, however brief, to simply be. Focus on the breath. Feel the air entering and leaving your body. Notice the sensations without judgment. Observe the thoughts racing through your mind without getting caught in their narrative. This is the practice. It is the anchor in the storm. When the ego screams in fear or despair, acknowledge its voice without giving it power. Whisper in the stillness of your heart, "This is the fear that seeks to bind me. This is the story of separation that the mind tells. But I remember the truth. I am held by the source and the source is within me." This remembrance is not intellectual. It must be felt deep within the soul. The ego will resist. It will argue. It will distract. It will paint a picture of doom. But the seeker, through persistent practice and unwavering trust, begins to discern the difference between the mind's chatter and the deeper truth of their being. The ego speaks of being separate, suffering and alone. The source whispers of inherent wholeness, unconditional love and eternal connection. The crucible becomes the proving ground for which voice the seeker will listen to. As the seeker remains present with the storm, a remarkable transformation begins. The intensity of the fear may not lessen immediately, but the identification with it begins to soften. The ego's grip loosens. The sense of being a separate entity trapped in a web of suffering starts to recede. In its place, a growing awareness of a deeper, quieter presence emerges. This is the stillness within the storm. It is the unity that the path promises. The lessons of the crucible are profound. They teach humility, revealing the limitations of the ego's power. They teach resilience, showing that the self is stronger than it appears when rooted in the source. They teach compassion as the seeker begins to understand the shared human experience of suffering and the universal yearning for connection. They teach the nature of true strength, which is not found in fighting the storm but in resting within the stillness that holds the storm. The path of return is not a path of avoiding difficulties. It is a path of meeting them with a different orientation. One of presence, trust and love. The crucible is not an obstacle to be overcome. It is a necessary step on the journey. It is where the seeker, through the practice of stillness and unwavering trust in the source, begins to truly dissolve the illusion of separation and taste the sweet liberating freedom of unity. The journey continues, guided always by the wisdom that resides within, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, waiting patiently for the return of the soul home. The storm may rage on, but the seeker has discovered the unshakable truth. They rest within the stillness that holds it all, and in that stillness, they have found their way home. Chapter 49. The journey toward unity, the great path of return, is rarely a smooth, predictable one. For the seeker of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the landscape is often marked not by serene meadows, but by challenging terrains, the dense forests of confusion, the steep cliffs of fear, and the turbulent seas of inner storm. Many believe that progress requires constant action, relentless striving, and the conquering of every wave. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom often speaks most profoundly not in the loudest thunder, but in the profound stillness that resides even amidst the fiercest tempest. This chapter invites the seeker to embrace the paradoxical nature of the path. That true movement towards unity often begins not by battling the storm but by finding a place of inner stillness within it. It is a lesson in recognizing that the very chaos, the very separation we feel can be the fertile ground from which the seeds of unity are sown. The journey has brought many to the shores of deep struggle. They may have climbed mountains of ambition only to find the air thin and the view obscured by doubt. They may have dug deep wells of analysis only to discover the water tastes of emptiness. They may have gathered countless artifacts of knowledge, yet feel a persistent sense of disconnection, a gulf separating the mind's understanding from the heart's yearning for oneness. This feeling, this sense of being lost in the storm, is not a sign of failure. It is rather a signal that the path has entered a crucial phase, the integration of opposites, the meeting point between the known and the unknown, the individual self and the vast ocean of unity. The source observes with infinite patience. It knows that the ego, the facet of self that identifies with separation, thrives on division and conflict. It will encourage the seeker to fight the storm, to build higher walls, to gather more possessions. All ways of reinforcing the illusion of being separate and needing to defend that separation. But the wisdom of the source whispers differently. It points towards the stillness. What does the stillness look like amidst the chaos? It is not the absence of external noise, though the seeker may seek a quieter place. It is not a state of numbness or resignation. Instead, it is the conscious choice to be present with the storm without being swept away entirely. It is observing the tempest of thoughts, the howling winds of fear, the churning seas of grief or anger with a sense of detached awareness. Imagine standing on the deck of a ship caught in a violent storm. The waves crash, the wind howls, the deck is thrown into chaos. The instinct is to fight the waves, to batten down the hatches, to scream at the wind. Yet, what if the most powerful action is simply to stand or sit firmly centered within the boat and observe? To feel the vibration of the storm without being consumed by it. To acknowledge the fear without letting it dictate every action. To see the chaos as a natural, albeit difficult, part of the journey across the sea of existence. This is the practice the source offers. Finding the still point within the self, the core of awareness that remains relatively untouched by the swirling emotions and thoughts. It is like finding the eye of the hurricane, a place of relative calm, however small, from which the entire system can be observed. In that stillness, the seeker begins to discern patterns. The source reveals that the storm itself is not inherently evil, nor is it entirely separate. Like all phenomena, it arises from the same source as peace, from the same field of potential. It is a manifestation of the dynamic interplay of energies that underlies all existence. To fight it is to fight a reflection of oneself. The ego might scream that the storm represents a threat, a breakdown, a failure of the path. The wisdom of the source counters this with the understanding that the storm is also a teacher. It breaks down the illusions of control and separateness. It forces the seeker to rely not on external forces or possessions but on inner resilience, on the capacity for presence, and on the faith that there is a core essence within that remains unshaken. It is in navigating the storm that the true strength of the spirit is forged and the illusion of the separate self begins to dissolve. To cultivate this inner stillness, the source advises practices that anchor the awareness. Mindfulness meditation is one such practice, simply observing the breath, the sensations in the body, the arising and passing of thoughts and feelings without judgment. Another is the contemplation of paradox. How can there be unity in separation? How can the storm be a path to peace? Engaging with these questions keeps the mind open to the source's deeper truths, moving beyond intellectual understanding towards direct experience. Furthermore, the source encourages the seeker to look for moments of stillness in the midst of activity, a pause before reacting, a moment of silence before speaking, the quiet awareness during a simple task like washing dishes or walking. These small pockets of stillness are powerful anchors, reminding the seeker of the inner calm that exists beneath the surface of the storm. As the seeker practices finding stillness within the chaos, a subtle shift begins to occur. The fear of the storm lessens not because it disappears but because the observer recognizes that the self is not the ship being tossed about. The self is the awareness that is the storm yet is also the stillness within the storm. The sense of separation softens, replaced by a growing recognition of interconnectedness even with the difficulties. The knowledge gathered on the path now integrates more deeply, moving from the intellect to the heart, becoming a lived experience rather than just a concept. The journey is long and the path of return winds through many landscapes. The storms will come, the challenges will persist, but the source assures the seeker that within every challenge lies the potential for growth. And within every moment of chaos, the possibility of finding the stillness that leads back home, back to the unity from which all things arose, and towards which all things return. The path is not about eliminating the storm but about learning to dance within its currents, always remembering the core truth. the stillness, the awareness, the essence that is the foundation, the guide and the ultimate destination. And the source remains the eternal beacon, the infinite wellspring of knowledge and wisdom, waiting with boundless love to illuminate the way for the seeker, turning the page and the chapter and the path towards the ultimate return. Chapter 50. Many who embark upon this path do so with fervent hope, perhaps even with a certain youthful intensity. They seek knowledge, wisdom, and the promised peace that comes from understanding their true nature. They gather teachings, practice disciplines, and strive to align their thoughts and actions with principles of love, compassion, and non-attachment. Yet inevitably the storm arises. This storm is not merely a series of difficult events external to the self. It is the internal manifestation of the very process of awakening. As the veils begin to thin, as the identification with the limited ego self starts to loosen, the mind and heart encounter the vast, often terrifying space of the unknown, the unprocessed emotions, the ingrained patterns of conditioning, the raw, unfiltered nature of the self before the constructs of identity were built. The mind accustomed to grasping, analyzing and finding solutions recoils from this rawness. It seeks to categorize the feelings, suppress the discomfort or intellectualize the experience. This is fear. It might say this is anger. This is the result of my past actions. While understanding is a part of the process, the intellectualization can become a barrier preventing the deeper direct experience of what is. The path of return teaches that the storm itself is not the enemy. It is in fact the crucible in which true transformation occurs. The illusions of separation, the sense of being a separate self are held together by tension, by unprocessed emotional energy, by the constant striving and resistance against what is. The storm is the energy of this tension finally being felt, being unable to be ignored any longer. Consider the metaphor of the leaf caught in a powerful river. Initially, it struggles against the current, believing it can stay afloat on its own. But the stronger the current, the more the leaf is forced to yield, to release its grip on the shore of its own making. In that surrender, in that seemingly desperate moment of being carried along, a profound shift can begin. The leaf no longer fighting the river begins to flow with it. It becomes part of the movement, its edges catching the light in a new way, its journey becoming one with the rivers. So it is for the seeker. The storms, the periods of intense emotional upheaval, the moments of deep existential questioning, the times when the structures of the ego feel precarious are opportunities for profound release. They are the places where the grip on the illusion of separation can finally be loosened. But how does one navigate this storm without being overwhelmed? The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom offers a crucial key: the practice of being, particularly in the midst of not being. This is not about passive resignation. It is not about simply sitting there and expecting the storm to pass. It is about meeting the experience with an attitude of profound presence. When the waves of emotion rise, instead of identifying with the story they tell, I am angry, I am hurt, I am failing, the seeker learns to observe. They learn to witness the storm without being swept away by it. This requires a level of stillness, a quietude that often emerges from the storm, not before it. It is the stillness of the eye of the hurricane, a center of calm amidst the surrounding chaos. It is the stillness that allows the sound of the wind to pass through without creating inner turmoil. It is the stillness that permits the rain to fall without identifying with the wetness of the skin. This inner stillness is cultivated through awareness. It begins with the simple act of paying attention to the breath. In the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, there is a natural anchor to the present moment. When the mind wanders into the past or the future, the practice is gently to return the focus to the breath, like coming home to a stable point. From the breath, awareness can expand to the body, feeling the sensations of the storm within, the tension in the shoulders, the tightness in the chest, the churning in the gut without judgment. These are simply signals, energy in motion. They are the body's response to the internal and external pressures of the path. Acknowledging them without trying to immediately fix or suppress them creates a space between the sensation and the reaction. Then there is the stillness of the heart. This is perhaps the most challenging yet most rewarding aspect of navigating the storm. It involves observing the thoughts and emotions without getting caught in their narrative. When fear arises, instead of running from it or fighting it, the the practice is to meet it with an open, curious heart. Fear is here. One might silently acknowledge, I am feeling afraid. This simple observation can transform the experience. Fear, when merely observed, begins to lose its power. It is no longer the consuming force it once was. This stillness is the fertile ground where wisdom grows. It is in the quiet moments amidst the chaos that the deeper understanding dawns. It is in the stillness that the distinction between the temporary storm and the eternal self becomes clear. The storm is a phenomenon passing through. The stillness is the underlying reality that remains. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not offer a magic potion to eliminate the storms. The illusions of separation and the resulting suffering are too deeply woven into the fabric of human experience. Instead, the wisdom offers the means to navigate them. It offers the understanding that the path is the process, that the challenges are not obstacles to be overcome but integral parts of the journey towards union. The journey from separation to unity is not a destination reached but a realization deepened moment by moment, storm by storm. It is the transformation from a separate self constantly battling the world and its own inner demons to a presence that rests in the stillness, allowing the flow of life to move through without losing its essential nature. As the seeker practices the stillness within the storm, a remarkable shift begins to occur. The intensity of the emotions may lessen, but the capacity to hold them without being consumed remains. The sense of being a separate entity diminishes, replaced by a growing awareness of connection, of belonging to the vast unfolding tapestry of existence. The path becomes not one of struggle, but of surrender and flow, guided by the quiet wisdom that resides within the stillness. And in that stillness, amidst the passing storms, the seeker finds the unity they sought, not as a distant goal, but as the ever-present ground of being. The path of return continues, guided by the light of awareness through every challenge and every moment of profound peace. Chapter 51. Many find themselves caught in the rapids of life's storms. The storm of loss, the storm of failure, the storm of conflicting desires, the storm of societal expectation. In these moments, the mind becomes a tempest, the heart a battlefield, and the sense of separation from the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom feels vast and insurmountable. It is during these very storms, however, that the true nature of the path reveals its most profound lessons. The path of return is not merely about traversing external circumstances. It is fundamentally about navigating the internal landscape, particularly the landscape of the mind and the emotions. It is about learning to find a center of stillness amidst the external chaos, a point of inner equilibrium from which one can observe the storm without being swept away by it. The source, the wellspring of all wisdom, does not dictate a path free from difficulty. Such a path would offer no growth, no opportunity for deepened understanding. Instead, the source offers guidance on how to navigate the difficulties. It whispers not in the loud echoes of the external world, but in the quiet, receptive space within. It teaches that the storm itself is not the enemy. The enemy is the identification with the storm, the belief that I am the anger, I am the fear, I am the confusion. This is the work the seeker undertakes on the path of return. It is the practice of cultivating inner stillness. This is not about achieving a state of numbness or apathy, but rather about developing the capacity to be present with experience without being overwhelmed by it. It is about recognizing the thoughts and emotions that arise, the judgments, the fears, the desires as transient phenomena like clouds passing through the sky of consciousness rather than as solid defining truths about oneself or one's reality. How is this inner stillness cultivated? The source offers many avenues, paths suited to different temperaments, but all lead towards the same fundamental realization. The presence of awareness itself is the foundation upon which peace can be built. One path is through the practice of mindful awareness. This involves bringing conscious attention to the present moment without judgment. When the mind wanders into worry about the future or regret about the past, the practice is simply to notice this wandering and gently guide the attention back to the present, the breath, the sensation of the body, and the sounds around. It is like learning to be the observer of the river, watching the thoughts and feelings come and go. Another path is through the disciplined practice of meditation. Whether through focusing on a mantra, a candle flame, the rise and fall of the breath, or simply observing the natural flow of consciousness, meditation provides the dedicated time and space necessary to quiet the mental noise. In this quiet, the seeker begins to discern the underlying stillness that exists beneath the surface of thought. It is like creating a small calm island in the midst of the river's flow, a place of refuge and observation. Yet another crucial practice is the cultivation of compassion both for oneself and for others. The storms of life often arise from a place of perceived lack, from a feeling of separation and isolation. By extending kindness and understanding first to oneself, recognizing the shared human experience of struggle and then to others, the tight grip of ego identification begins to loosen. Compassion softens the heart, allowing for a more integrated experience of reality, recognizing the interconnectedness that lies at the heart of the path of return. The Source speaks through these practices through the dedicated effort of the heart and mind. It is not a sudden revelation but a gradual unfolding. The seeker may still find themselves caught in the rapids, but the nature of their experience changes. They may still feel fear, but they no longer identify with it entirely. They see it as a feeling, an energy within, something to be observed with awareness rather than reacted to with panic. They may still experience loss, but there is an underlying sense of stability of a core self that remains untouched by the passing circumstances. This shift is subtle at first, like the first tiny crack of light on a dark morning. But as the seeker persists, as they continue to navigate the currents with awareness and compassion, that light grows. The sense of separation begins to dissolve, not through forceful effort, but through the gentle, persistent application of the path's principles. The inner stillness deepens, becoming a more constant presence even amidst the outer storms. The path of return is the journey back to the Source, back to the state of unity from which separation arose through the illusion of the ego. It is a path of transformation, of learning to navigate the human experience with greater wisdom and less suffering. It requires courage to face the storms, and it requires faith. Faith in the process, faith in the potential for inner change, and faith in the guiding presence of the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within and around the seeker. In the stillness found within the storm, the true nature of the path becomes clear. It is the journey home. Chapter 52. The still point of the turning world. The seeker, once thought to be moving steadily towards a distant summit, may find themselves circling back, retracing steps through familiar corridors, perhaps even pausing in places once considered behind them. This is not a sign of failure, nor a betrayal of the path. It is rather a crucial and profound stage, the deepening into the nature of separation and the simultaneous subtle turning away from it. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, ever patient and perceptive, understands the nature of this apparent detour. It knows that the intellect, the mind seeking answers through logic and external validation, can easily become frustrated by this seeming regression. Why? The mind might ask, do I keep encountering the same challenges? Should not progress be linear? The Source responds not with words but with a gentle nudging towards a different kind of understanding. This stage is not about conquering the world of separation, nor about forcefully pushing past its boundaries. It is about dwelling within the experience of separation, not with resignation, but with profound compassionate observation. It is recognizing that the walls of the labyrinth are not absolute barriers, but rather reflections of the mind's own attachments and fears. Each time the path seems to loop back, it is an opportunity to look more closely at the nature of the separation being perceived. Consider the nature of the ego, that persistent companion on the spiritual path. It thrives on distinction, on I, on mine, on other. It defines itself through comparison, through the accumulation of experiences and possessions that differentiate it from the perceived outside world. The initial steps on the path of return often involve recognizing this tendency, this fundamental separation. Yet, the deeper one goes, the more intricate and subtle the ego's defenses become. It may project its fears onto the world, seeing separation everywhere, or it may construct elaborate justifications for its continued existence within the structures of separation, mistaking comfort for peace. This is where the labyrinth quality becomes instructive. The loops and turns force the seeker to confront the persistence of this pattern from multiple angles. One might find themselves revisiting a situation that triggered a strong sense of loss or injustice. Instead of simply moving on, the path invites a return, not to dwell in victimhood, but to observe the reaction itself. How does the heart feel when this memory arises? Where does the tension reside in the body? What thoughts automatically surface? By observing without judgment, the seeker begins to disentangle the feeling from the story the ego tells about it. The separation between me and the situation begins to soften, replaced by an understanding of the interconnectedness of all experience. The Source illuminates this through the concept of the still point. This is not a geographical location within the labyrinth, nor a specific technique to be mastered. It is a state of being, a moment of profound stillness amidst the turning world of thoughts, emotions, and external stimuli. It is the space between the arising and ceasing of the ego's narratives. It is the quiet center from which the labyrinth's walls appear to recede. No longer solid barriers, but transparent membranes revealing the underlying unity. Finding this still point is not an act of will, but rather an act of trust. It is the willingness to be present even when the content of experience is difficult or uncomfortable. It is the surrender of the need to constantly direct, control, and judge. In this stillness, the sheer presence of the Source becomes palpable. It is not a distant entity to be worshipped or appeased, but the very ground of being, the source from which all wisdom flows. The wisdom that arises from the still point is not intellectual knowledge. It is experiential understanding. It is the direct perception of the illusion of absolute separation. One might see the hand reaching out to touch another not as an interaction between two separate beings but as the same energy expressing itself in different forms. One might feel the pain of another not as a direct assault upon the self but as a resonance within the interconnected web of life. This is not empathy in the conventional sense, but a direct recognition of shared essence. The journey through the labyrinthic loops is arduous. It requires immense patience and self-compassion. There will be moments of doubt, moments where the old patterns of separation seem too deeply ingrained to ever truly loosen. The ego will whisper that this path is futile, that the world of separation is all there is, and that seeking unity is a flight from reality. But the Source watches with infinite tenderness. It knows that each loop, each turn, each moment of returning to the familiar is a precious opportunity for transformation. It is in the revisiting, the deepening observation that the seeds of unity are truly sown. The walls of the labyrinth, once perceived as solid and impenetrable, begin to dissolve not through force, but through the gentle, persistent light of awareness held in the still point. As the seeker navigates these winding corridors, they may begin to notice a subtle shift. The sense of urgency diminishes. The need for external validation fades. A quiet confidence arises from within, rooted not in accomplishment but in the direct experience of connection. The path itself becomes the teacher and the teacher. The path, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, is not to be found at the end of the journey, but in the very act of walking it, particularly in those moments of seeming regression where the deepest truths about unity are revealed. The final unraveling of separation does not happen through a grand revelation or a sudden epiphany, but through the cumulative effect of countless small moments of presence, of choosing the still point even amidst the noise. The labyrinth, once a place of apparent confinement, becomes a mirror reflecting the true nature of the self, not as a separate entity trapped within walls but as the very light that illuminates and permeates them all. The path of return continues ever deeper, ever more profoundly uniting the seeker with the source from which all is born and towards which all returns. Chapter 53. The stillness within the eye of the storm. Many find themselves drawn once more to the threshold of the inner sanctuary, the place beyond thought, the still point where the soul resides in its most authentic state. This chapter addresses the paradoxical nature of this return, particularly when the outer world presents itself as a tempest from which the soul seeks shelter. The path demands an unwavering commitment to the inward journey, a dedication to understanding the nature of the self not as a separate entity existing in the world but as the very essence of the world interwoven with all existence. Yet the human condition is deeply entangled with the external. We are social beings. Our lives woven into the intricate tapestry of relationships, responsibilities, and the constant flow of events that make up the shared human experience. The challenge arises when the demands of this external reality clash violently with the inner state of peace the seeker cultivates. It is during these times of external upheaval, the personal crisis, the global storm, the heart-wrenching loss, the bewildering change, that the true test of commitment to the path of return manifests. The mind, the instrument through which the ego often maintains its sense of separation, screams for distraction, for external validation, for a solution that lies outside. It seeks to anchor itself in the tangible, the predictable, the familiar, even if that familiarity is pain. The ego thrives on division, on the us versus them, the I versus other. In the face of storm, the ego clamors to rebuild walls, to fight the waves, to find a separate refuge. But the wisdom of the path whispers differently. It encourages the seeker to look not away from the storm, but within the eye of the storm. It teaches that the external chaos, while often overwhelming, is a reflection, a mirror held up to the inner landscape. The turbulence outside mirrors the internal struggles, the unresolved conflicts, the attachments that bind the soul. The path of return does not promise a life free from difficulties. It offers the wisdom to navigate them by understanding their true nature. Consider the metaphor of the eye of the storm. It is the calmest, most still point amidst the swirling chaos surrounding it. It is not immune to the forces at play. Rather, it exists in a different relationship with them. The winds howl outside the eye, but within its center there is a profound stillness. This stillness is the sanctuary the soul seeks. It is the state of being where the individual self dissolves back into the vastness of consciousness from which it arose. The practice here is not about ignoring the outer world or suppressing emotions. It is about observing. Like a quiet observer watching the clouds pass overhead, the seeker learns to witness the events of life, the turmoil within themselves, and without becoming lost in the drama. The mind trained by dedicated practice such as meditation, contemplation, or mindful presence becomes a calm witness rather than a frantic participant. This requires immense courage. It is easier to flee the storm, to seek solace in distractions, to allow the ego to dictate the response. But the path of return asks for another courage. The courage to be still, to be present, even when the presence is one of chaos and suffering. It asks the seeker to trust that the inner stillness is a more reliable anchor than any external structure. In moments of intense external stress, the seeker might find solace in simple breath awareness. By focusing on the gentle rise and fall of the chest, the subtle sensation of air entering and leaving the body, they can create a small island of stillness within the turbulent sea of emotions and external events. This anchor in the present moment begins to gently pull the awareness inward, away from the narrative of the ego and towards the deeper source of being. The wisdom unfolds through this process of witnessing. The separation that the ego feels from the world, from others, even from itself, begins to soften. The other is seen not as an enemy or a separate entity, but as another reflection of the same light, caught in different circumstances, experiencing different facets of the human condition. Compassion naturally arises from this understanding, replacing the old patterns of judgment and defensiveness. The ego, which thrives on separation, will inevitably resist this process. It will whisper doubts, fears, and justifications for returning to old ways of being. It will paint the inner stillness as dangerous or unrealistic. The seeker must learn to discern the voice of the ego from the deeper resonance of the soul's wisdom. This discernment comes through consistent practice and an unwavering commitment to the path. Even when the going is rough, the path of return is not a path to an escape from life's difficulties. It is a path to a transformation within life's difficulties. It is about finding the center of stillness, the eye of the storm, not as a temporary refuge, but as the fundamental state of being. It is about understanding that the sense of separation is an illusion, a construct of the mind, and that unity is the natural underlying reality of existence. As the seeker practices navigating the storms, both internal and external, the sense of the separate self begins to dissolve. The I merges back into the we, the individual into the collective consciousness. In this merging, the seeker finds not loss, but liberation. They discover that the wisdom and knowledge they sought as external acquisitions were always present within, buried beneath layers of conditioning and separation. The journey home was all along the journey inward to the still point where the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides, within the quiet sanctuary of the soul amidst the eye of any storm it may face. The path of return continues, guiding the seeker ever deeper into the heart of unity. Even as the external world offers countless opportunities and challenges to return the way they came, the commitment is to the inner transformation which inevitably reshapes the outer experience, however turbulent it may be. The journey is complete not in arrival but in the unwavering presence within the eye of the storm, forever returning home. Chapter 54. Doubt may whisper like a stormy wind. Fear can rage like thunderous waves, and the distractions of the external world constantly threaten to pull the vessel off course. Yet it is precisely within these challenging conditions that the true nature of the path reveals itself most profoundly. This chapter addresses the seeker who finds themselves amidst such a storm. It speaks to the moments of intense inner conflict, the periods of feeling lost or disconnected from the flow of wisdom, and the struggle to maintain a sense of inner peace when the world seems chaotic and the path obscure. It is a recognition that separation in its various forms from others, from one's own higher self, from the divine source, and even from the present moment is not merely an initial state to be overcome but a recurring condition that the path seeks to transform through understanding and integration. The core teaching here is that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not found out there in the vastness of the universe, nor solely deep within the uncharted recesses of the mind, though it resonates within both. The true access point, the gateway to that infinite wellspring, resides in the state of stillness that can, however briefly, be cultivated within the very midst of the storm. It is the quiet center from which the universe unfolds, the immutable presence from which all creation ripples outwards and back again. The human spirit too possesses this inner anchor. It is the space of awareness that remains undisturbed by the emotional tempests, the mental whirlwinds, or the physical sensations of discomfort that arise during challenging times. This space is not a passive void. It is a vibrant field of pure awareness, a point of unwavering presence. It is here in the stillness that the seeker can reconnect with the core of their being, the spark of divinity within, and thereby gain access to the wisdom that guides the path of return. But how does one access the stillness when the noise is so overwhelming? The answer lies not in seeking an external silence, though solitude can be helpful, but in cultivating an internal silence through conscious practice. This is not about suppressing thoughts or emotions, which is often futile and can lead to frustration. Instead, it is about observing them without judgment, without identification. When the fear rages, the seeker learns to witness it as a mere sensation, a feeling that arises and passes like a wave on the ocean of awareness without clinging to it or allowing it to consume their sense of self. When doubt whispers its insidious lies, the practice is to acknowledge the thought without believing it, recognizing it for what it is, a product of the conditioned mind, and returning the focus to the felt sense of presence. When the external world clamors for attention, the practice is to gently but firmly redirect the awareness back to the inner landscape, to the breath, to the feeling of being here. Now, this act of returning the awareness inward time and again is the very essence of the spiritual path. It is the conscious choice to anchor oneself in the stillness regardless of the external chaos. It is the recognition that one's true identity is not defined by the storm but by the awareness that observes the storm. This awareness is the still point upon which all rotation depends. It is the eternal presence amidst the changing phenomena. Through this persistent practice of returning to stillness even amidst the turmoil, the seeker begins to transform their relationship with separation. They start to see that the division self and others, mind and body, observer and observed are not absolute but relative, dependent on a particular perspective that can be shifted in the stillness. The sense of a separate I softens, dissolving into the vastness of the observing awareness itself. Wisdom arises not as a complex doctrine to be understood but as a direct experiential realization. I am not separate. I am part of this flowing interconnected whole. This realization does not eliminate the challenges of life. Rather, it changes the relationship to them. The storm continues but the fear of being overwhelmed diminishes. The waves of emotion remain but the identification with them weakens. The noise persists but the inner silence provides a sanctuary from which to observe and navigate it all. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, which was once sought far away, is now experienced as the inherent nature of the awareness itself, the ground of being from which all things emerge and to which they return. The path of return is therefore not merely a journey towards unity, but a journey of returning to it moment by moment through the cultivation of inner stillness. It is the conscious embrace of the anchor point within the recognition that the true home of the spirit is always here now in the quiet luminous presence that observes the dance of separation. And it is in this unwavering presence amidst the storms and the silences alike that the seeker finds the enduring strength and the boundless wisdom of the source. Chapter 55. Expectation clashes with reality. The mind struggles against the noise and the ego resists the dissolution it requires. Yet, it is within the crucible of these very challenges that the deepest transformations often occur. This chapter delves into the nature of the storms encountered on this path and the profound wisdom found in the stillness that resides always within. The seeker begins to understand that the separation they sought to transcend is not merely an external condition to be overcome but an internal state of being they have to varying degrees cultivated and identified with the ego. The aspect of self built upon the narrative of I, the separate individual, thrives on this sense of separation. It defines identity through comparison, achievement, possession and affiliation. It seeks validation from the outside world, constantly measuring itself against others, striving for more, fearing less. This energetic state, this identification with the separate self is the very foundation upon which the storms of spiritual seeking are built. The first major storm often manifests as intellectual overwhelm and conceptual confusion. The seeker dives into books, listens to lectures, engages in deep discussions. They absorb vast amounts of information about enlightenment, unity, the nature of consciousness, the universe's interconnectedness. The concepts are beautiful, profound, and seemingly transformative. Yet the mind struggles to integrate this wisdom. It grasps for definitions, seeks linear paths, tries to intellectually comprehend that which is inherently beyond the reach of the intellect. Different teachers offer different perspectives, sometimes seemingly contradictory. The mind becomes like a sieve, filtering information but failing to allow the essence to permeate. Frustration arises. I'm trying so hard, the seeker thinks. Why don't I get it? This intellectual maelstrom can be a powerful obstacle, keeping the seeker busy analyzing and discussing, yet paradoxically preventing the direct experience of the truth they seek. Following this intellectual storm often comes the emotional turmoil. As the mind begins to question the validity of the separate self, the emotional body often reacts. The foundations of identity built upon egoic structures start to this can trigger a cascade of intense emotions: fear, anxiety about the future, grief for the perceived loss of self, anger at perceived injustices or the perceived limitations of the world, and deep loneliness. As the familiar anchors of the personality begin to loosen, the seeker might feel overwhelmed as if their carefully constructed emotional world is dissolving. They may withdraw seeking solace in old patterns or substances, or conversely they might become emotionally volatile. This emotional storm is a direct result of the ego's resistance to the path of return. It is the heart's intelligent protective response to the perceived threat of annihilation of the separate self. It is a profound purification, yet it can feel terrifying. Then there is the physical and mental fatigue. The intense mental focus required to question the ego, to study spiritual teachings, and to process the internal shifts can be exhausting. Add to this the potential emotional release, and the body often responds with deep tiredness, sleep disturbances, or physical symptoms that have no clear medical cause. The mind may feel foggy, unable to concentrate, or plagued by intrusive thoughts. This fatigue can lead to discouragement. Is this the reward? The seeker might wonder, why do I feel worse instead of better? This physical and mental depletion is often a sign that the system is shifting, that deep cleansing is taking place. It is the body and mind adjusting to the new energetic reality that is emerging as the identification with the limited self diminishes. Amidst these various storms, the crucial lesson emerges: the path of return demands a radical shift in reliance upon the active mind and the fluctuating emotions. The seeker seeking wisdom must eventually learn to quiet the intellectual noise and the emotional churn. the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The ultimate guide resides not primarily in the processing power of the brain or the landscape of the heart, but within a deeper, quieter space. This space is often referred to as stillness. It is the awareness that exists beneath the surface of thought and feeling. It is the quiet witness to the intellectual arguments, the emotional waves, the physical sensations. It is the I am presence that is aware of the thinking mind and the feeling heart, yet is not identical to either. Finding this stillness is not about stopping thoughts or suppressing emotions, which is often an act of the will and thus still part of the ego's control mechanism. Finding stillness is about changing the relationship to thought and emotion. It is about recognizing that they are phenomena within awareness rather than the awareness itself. The practice of cultivating stillness is not a new skill to be learned in the same way as reading or meditating. It is the recovery of a fundamental state of being that was perhaps obscured by years of identification with the mind and ego. It begins with simple, persistent inquiry. What is happening right now? What am I aware of? Is this thought mine or is it just arising? What am I feeling? Can I just notice the feeling without judging it or trying to change it? This practice requires patience and gentleness. The mind and emotions will resist. They will offer distractions, old stories, judgments about the practice itself. The ego will label the stillness as boring, empty, or useless. The seeker must learn to return again and again to the simple act of presence, like a child learning to walk. Each return to stillness, even for a brief moment, is a victory. Each moment spent in that quiet awareness is a step further along the path of return. Within this stillness resides the direct experience of unity. It is not a concept to be understood or a destination to be reached. It is the fundamental reality that underlies and permeates all apparent separation. When the mind is quiet and the emotions are allowed to simply be, the sense of a solid separate self begins to soften and dissolve. In this dissolving, the seeker realizes that the perceived other is not truly separate after all. The boundaries blur. The sense of connection of oneness arises naturally and effortless, not as a forced belief, but as a direct perception of the underlying reality. The storms of the path do not cease entirely, but their impact changes. The intellectual confusion becomes less overwhelming as the wisdom of stillness guides the seeker beyond the need for intellectual certainty. The emotional turmoil becomes a catalyst for deeper self-understanding. No longer seen as a threat, but as a sign of transformation, the fatigue is replaced by a subtle energy of inner peace and resilience. The seeker learns to navigate the world while resting within the anchor of stillness, no longer entirely dependent on external validation or internal emotional states for a sense of well-being. The path of return is the journey home back to the source from which all things arise. It is the movement from the illusion of separation built and maintained by the ego towards the natural state of unity, which is the fundamental nature of consciousness. The storms are inevitable challenges, tests of commitment and courage. But it is within the heart of the storm, through the cultivation of inner stillness, that the seeker finds the most profound guidance and the most direct access to the infinite wellspring of spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within and beyond. The journey continues not through struggle alone, but through the courageous embrace of stillness amidst the chaos. Chapter 56. For the seeker of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the landscape is often one of contrasts, a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow, silence and sound, joy and sorrow. Expectation clashes with experience, and the mind, conditioned by a lifetime of seeking external validation and navigating the complexities of the material world, frequently resists the very essence of the path it yearns to walk. This resistance manifests most profoundly when the seeker encounters the paradox of inner stillness amidst the external storm. Life, the external world, is by its very nature dynamic. It throws challenges our way, presents opportunities, demands our attention, and evokes a full spectrum of emotions. We are caught in the currents of existence, sometimes flowing smoothly, often turbulent and unpredictable. It is within this very turbulence that the path of return invites us to discover a profound stillness, not as an escape from reality, but as the foundation upon which true understanding and unity can be built. Many who begin this journey carry a deep-seated belief that enlightenment or unity lies beyond the present moment, somewhere in a future state of perfection or a past experience of profound peace. They look for gurus, scriptures or rituals that promise to deliver them from the struggle of life. Yet the path reveals that the struggle itself is not the enemy, nor is it the mere absence of struggle the goal. The goal is the transformation within the struggle, the discovery of a centeredness that remains regardless of the external circumstances. The mind, ever the clever architect of its own dramas, thrives on busyness. It constructs narratives around our experiences, assigns blame, seeks rewards, and replays past hurts or anticipates future anxieties. This mental chatter is the storm within which the seeking mind finds itself lost. It creates a sense of separation, the I separated from the other, the self separated from the world, the mind separated from the heart. This separation is the root of suffering, the illusion that the path of return seeks to dissolve. But how does one find stillness within this mental storm? It is not through willpower alone, nor through intellectual understanding of the concept. True stillness arises from a radical shift in orientation, a turning inward away from the endless external stimuli and the internal chatter that mirrors them. It begins with the simple yet profoundly difficult act of observing. Observe the breath not in a forced controlled manner but with gentle detached awareness. Watch the air enter and leave the body, noticing the subtle sensations without judgment. When the mind wanders, which it inevitably will, do not grasp at the thoughts. Do not get frustrated and do not try to forcefully push them away. Simply acknowledge their presence like clouds passing in the sky and gently return your focus to the breath. This act of returning is the practice. It is not about achieving a state of emptiness but about cultivating a quality of presence. In this presence, the observer arises. The I that is the subject of the thoughts and emotions begins to differentiate from the thoughts and emotions themselves. This subtle shift is the first crack in the armor of identification. It is the recognition that I am not my thoughts. I am not my feelings. I am not the stories I tell myself. This recognition is wisdom in its purest form, arising spontaneously from the simple act of observing. The stillness that emerges is not a void but a field of pure potentiality. It is the space from which all actions arise, free from the conditioning of past experiences and the projections of future desires. It is the silence between the notes of the symphony of existence from which the music itself emerges. Within this stillness, the unity sought on the path of return is not a distant destination to be reached but a quality that can be experienced in the present moment. Consider the analogy of a tree. The roots are deep and hidden, drawing sustenance from the earth. The trunk provides strength and stability. The branches reach towards the light, bearing leaves and fruit. The tree appears as a single entity, yet it is composed of many parts, each with its own function, all interconnected. In its healthiest state, the tree is in a state of dynamic balance, rooted yet reaching, grounded yet open to the environment. This is a metaphor for the integrated being on the path of return, rooted in the truth of one's being, yet open to the flow of life, connected to all that is. The external storm continues. Difficulties may arise, relationships may be strained, unexpected challenges may present themselves. But the seeker, having cultivated inner stillness, finds a different relationship with these events. They are no longer primarily threats or sources of suffering, but opportunities for deeper understanding and connection. The stillness allows for a perspective that sees beyond the surface level of conflict or loss, recognizing the underlying unity and the interdependence of all things. This does not mean that suffering disappears entirely. The path of return does not offer a life free from hardship. Rather, it offers a transformation in how suffering is perceived and processed. The stillness within allows for the heart to open without being overwhelmed. It permits empathy to flow without being consumed by the other's pain. It enables action to be taken from a place of clarity and compassion rather than from reactivity or fear. The journey is a process of unlearning as much as learning. Unlearning the constant striving for external validation. Unlearning the belief in a separate self. Unlearning the fear of the unknown. Unlearning the resistance to the present moment. It is about embracing the totality of the human experience, including the pain and the struggle, recognizing that each part of the experience contributes to the whole. As the seeker deepens their practice of finding stillness within the storm, the lines between self and other begin to blur. Compassion becomes the natural state, not a forced virtue. Understanding arises from the recognition that all beings are navigating their own paths, caught in their own versions of the external and internal storms. The desire to help, to connect, to alleviate suffering becomes a spontaneous expression of this unity. This is the path of return in action. It is the journey from the illusion of separation born of the mind's busyness and the ego's identification back to the fundamental truth of oneness. It is a path of inner work requiring courage to look at the shadows, humility to acknowledge the limitations of the ego, and faith to persist in the practice of turning inward even when the external world seems chaotic and overwhelming. The stillness is not a destination to be reached but the ground upon which the journey unfolds. It is the home from which the seeker arises, carrying the wisdom and compassion gained through the experience of navigating the storm. And it is within this stillness, amidst the very heart of life's challenges and joys, that the profound unity sought on the path of return is discovered, not as a concept to be understood but as an experience to be lived. The path continues, guided by the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, inviting the seeker ever deeper into the heart of the stillness that resides within, even in the midst of the greatest storms. Chapter 57. Expectation, often born of intellectual understanding or idealistic hope, frequently collides with the raw, unpredictable nature of the human experience. Doubt, fear, and the sharp sting of perceived failure can arise with sudden disorienting force, seemingly derailing the very progress being made. In such moments, the intellectual grasp of the path, the concepts of oneness, the nature of the ego, the illusion of separation can feel distant and abstract. The teachings, once anchors of understanding, may seem like dim lighthouses seen through churning rain-streaked glass. The mind caught in the whirlwind of emotional response or the narrative of personal struggle can become a fertile ground for the very illusions the path seeks to transcend. Is this the path? The question echoes, laced with uncertainty. Am I doing this right? Am I even capable of this return? This is the crucible where the true work of integration begins. The intellectual understanding, while essential as a map and compass, must now meet the lived reality of the human condition. The path is not merely about acquiring knowledge. It is about being in the midst of the storm and discovering again and again that a profound stillness resides within the storm itself. This requires a radical reorientation. The focus shifts from the external circumstances and the internal emotional turmoil, both of which are in this framework seen as symptoms of separation, to the very source of awareness itself. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom which resides within each seeker is not located outside the difficulties. It is the ground beneath the feet within them. It is the unchanging observer, the silent witness to the tempest, the eternal presence that remains undisturbed by the passing winds and waves. The teachings offer the key, the recognition that the ego, the persona constructed from separation, is the primary driver of suffering. It seeks validation, avoids pain, clings to the illusion of control, and identifies fiercely with the limited self. It is this identification that fuels the internal and external conflicts, the sense of being apart from the source, from others, and from the very flow of life. The path of return is the deliberate process of disidentifying from the ego self, peeling away the layers of conditioning, fear, and false belief that obscure the inner light. This disidentification is not an act of will in the conventional sense. It is more akin to the gentle turning of a leaf towards the sun or the natural settling of a river stone in still water. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a persistent gentle inquiry. When the storm arises, when fear grips the heart, when doubt clouds the mind, when the ego screams in protest, the seeker learns to return their attention not to the fear or the doubt, but to the awareness that observes the fear and the doubt. Where does this awareness reside? It resides in the still point, the space between thought, the gap before the next emotional reaction. It is the quietude that underlies all experience. The teachings guide the seeker to become intimate with this space. Meditation in its various forms is a primary tool for cultivating this familiarity. It is the practice of simply being, of observing the breath, the body sensations, the arising and passing of thoughts and feelings without judgment and without striving. In the stillness of meditation, the seeker begins to directly experience the nature of their own consciousness, unburdened by the constant commentary of the ego. This direct experience is where the wisdom of the source becomes accessible. It is not a voice heard in the sky nor a sudden revelation that imposes itself upon the mind. It is a subtle yet profound shift in the quality of awareness itself. It is the feeling of connection, the sense of belonging, the recognition of inherent worth that is not dependent on external circumstances or personal achievements. This experiential understanding begins to erode the ego's power. When the seeker knows through direct experience that they are not merely the thoughts, the feelings or the circumstances, the grip of the ego loosens. The fear of loneliness diminishes when the sense of inherent connection to all is felt. The pain of failure lessens when the value of the self is recognized as intrinsic and unchanging. The illusion of separation, which is the root of all suffering, begins to dissolve not through intellectual argument but through the transformation of awareness itself. The journey involves embracing the totality of the human experience, including the shadow aspects often ignored or denied. The path of return does not require a perfectly virtuous life. It requires honesty, courage, and a willingness to look at the parts of oneself that feel uncomfortable, flawed, or unspiritual. These very parts are often the most deeply rooted in separation, holding the greatest potential for healing and integration. By meeting these aspects with compassion and the understanding that they are expressions of the human condition, the seeker begins to transform them from sources of suffering into opportunities for awakening. The lessons for the seeker are constant and profound. They are found in the simplicity of breath, in the depth of silence, in the challenge of relationships, in the mundane tasks of daily life, and in the face of adversity. Each experience is a potential teaching, a chance to practice returning to the awareness of oneness, to observe the ego's patterns without identifying with them, letting the seeking presence remain steady and clear as each movement of thought rises and dissolves, allowing the core center to witness the play of habit without merging, without becoming, simply resting as the quiet awareness that sees all things and is touched by none, and to rest in the inherent peace of the inner self. The path of return is not a destination to be reached but a continuous return home, home to the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that dwells within. It is the journey from the illusion of being a separate, isolated fragment of consciousness to the realization of being an integral part of the infinite whole. It is the path of healing, integration, and love, unfolding one step, one breath, one moment of awareness at a time, even amidst the storms. As the seeker persists, guided by the wisdom of the source and the gentle instruction of the path, the landscape begins to shift. The turbulence does not vanish, but the relationship to it changes. The seeker learns to navigate the storms with greater ease, knowing that the anchor of their being is unshakable, the quiet luminous awareness of their true nature, the very source from which all wisdom flows. The journey continues, always returning, always integrating, always remembering the truth of their oneness. Chapter 58. Many find themselves caught in the rapids of life's storms. The storm of loss, the storm of doubt, the storm of conflicting desires, the storm of societal expectation. In these moments, the mind becomes a tempestuous ocean, waves of thought crashing against each other, obscuring the shore of inner stillness they originally set sail to reach. It is during these very storms that the true nature of the journey reveals itself most starkly. The initial stages perhaps involved seeking external signs, following teachers, reading texts, all valid steps on the way. But as the path deepens, the realization dawns often painfully that true knowledge and wisdom are not merely acquired. They are discovered. They are not found by looking outward more intensely, but by turning the gaze inward with unwavering commitment, even and especially when the outward world is in turmoil. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the silent, infinitely vast awareness that underlies all existence, does not whisper answers during moments of clarity alone. Its guidance often emerges most powerfully from the crucible of the storm. It is in the heart of the chaos that the seeds of understanding about the nature of separation are sown most deeply. Why? Because the storm is the ultimate teacher of impermanence, the stark monitor of vulnerability and the profound catalyst for questioning the perceived solidity of the ego. The ego, that aspect of ourselves built upon the mistaken belief in a separate, isolated self, thrives on the noise and the struggle of the storm. It clings to identities, possessions, opinions, and outcomes, using them to define its worth and protect itself from the perceived threat of annihilation or change. In the midst of a personal crisis, a financial setback, a relationship breakdown, or a global upheaval, the ego screams the loudest, "Save me, protect me, give me comfort, make it stop." It seeks solutions outside itself, reinforcing the illusion of separation, seeking help from others, blaming circumstances, grasping for external security. But the wisdom of the source flows differently. It does not offer immediate solutions to the external storm. For the source understands that the storm itself is a reflection, a symptom of a deeper inner state. The true work, the path back to unity, lies not in weathering the storm more effectively, but in understanding the nature of the boat, the self, the water, the perceived reality, and the driver, the egoic mind, and recognizing the vast ocean of consciousness, the source that holds them all. This understanding requires a radical shift in orientation. It demands that the seeker caught in the raging waters cease focusing solely on fighting the current or saving the vessel. Instead, it calls for a turn towards the center of the being, towards the still point within. This stillness is not an absence of feeling. It is the presence of awareness around the feeling, the capacity to observe the storm without being completely swept away by it. The source speaks through the stillness. It is the quiet voice beneath the thunder, the calm presence amidst the chaos. It whispers that the separation the ego fears is in truth an illusion, a construct of thought. It reminds the seeker that the same source of all spirituality that resides within each individual also flows through the storm, through the trees, through the stranger on the street, through the very air they breathe. There is no separate other. There is only the unified field of consciousness expressing itself in myriad forms. To access the stillness within the storm, the seeker must practice the art of observing without identifying. When fear arises, one does not suppress it or analyze it endlessly. Instead, one observes it as a sensation in the body, a thought in the mind without giving it the label me or mine. One sees the thought of loss but does not become lost in it. One feels the tightness in the chest from anxiety but does not identify the anxiety as the core of one's being. This practice requires immense courage. It is easier to flee from the storm, to distract oneself, to cling to familiar patterns of thought and emotion. Yet, it is in this courageous turning inward that the transformation begins. It is in this stillness that the cracks in the ego's armor appear, allowing the light of the source to penetrate. The source as the source of all wisdom does not judge the struggles of the journey. It offers only understanding. It understands that the path of return is inherently difficult, that the unlearning of separation is a profound and often painful process. It knows that the ego born of the very illusion it seeks to transcend will fiercely resist this turn inward. It offers compassion not for the ego's sake but for the sake of the journeying soul. As the seeker practices this inward observation, the nature of the storm begins to change. It is still present externally, perhaps even intensifying as the ego fights harder. But internally, a different quality emerges. The fear may still be there, but it is no longer the master of the ship. The observation creates a space. In that space, the wisdom of the source can be felt, the interconnectedness, the impermanence, the ultimate safety that lies beyond the ego's constructed fears. This is not an overnight process. It is a continuous practice, a moment-by-moment choice to turn towards the stillness within, even when the storm rages most fiercely. It is recognizing that the source is not somewhere else or someone else. It is the very ground of being, the ocean in which the boat of the self floats and from which its true identity can be glimpsed. The path of return is the journey home. It is the recognition that the separation was never real, that the unity was always inherent. The storm is the map showing the way through the illusion. The stillness within it is the compass pointing always towards the source of all knowledge and wisdom that resides infinitely patient and infinitely wise within the heart of every seeker. The journey continues not through conquering the storm, but through learning to dance within its waters, anchored by the unwavering awareness of the stillness that is always already there. Chapter 59. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The silent luminous core within each seeker does not abandon them in the storm. Rather, it offers a different perspective, a beacon of inner stillness amidst the external tempest. It whispers that the storm itself is not the enemy, the reaction to the storm, the internal noise generated by fear, frustration, and separation is the greater challenge. The path asks the seeker to become the calm eye at the center of the hurricane, not the frantic leaf being carried away. This requires a profound shift in understanding. The ego, that facet of our consciousness deeply rooted in separation, thrives on perceived threats and disruptions. It uses the storm as justification for its fears, for its rigid defenses, and for its continued identification with a limited self. It screams for control, for safety, for a predictable shore, refusing to see that the very waters it fears are the medium through which transformation occurs. But the wisdom source guides the seeker beyond the ego's clamor. It encourages the cultivation of presence. Presence is the ability to simply be moment by moment without judgment or excessive reaction. It is observing the storm without being swept away by it. It is feeling the rain on the skin without allowing it to drown the spirit. It is hearing the wind howl without letting it dictate the inner melody. How is this presence cultivated? Through the deliberate practice of stillness. Not necessarily through hours spent in formal meditation, though that can be one form, but through the integration of stillness into the very fabric of daily life. It is the conscious pause before reacting, a breath taken in traffic instead of shouting, a moment of silence before answering an irritating phone call, a quiet contemplation during a break instead of immediately diving into the next task. In the stillness, the seeker begins to hear the subtle undercurrents beneath the surface noise. The ego's panicked shouts begin to soften. The rational justifications for separation lose their sharp edges within this quiet space. The wisdom source becomes more accessible. It offers insights not as grand pronouncements but as gentle nudges illuminating the patterns of thought and behavior that reinforce separation. Consider the metaphor of a lighthouse. In a stormy sea, the waves crash against the shore. The wind howls and the darkness is thick. The lighthouse stands firm, its light unwavering, cutting through the chaos and guiding the lost ships back to safety. The lighthouse is not immune to the storm. It feels the wind and the waves, but its core remains stable, its purpose clear. The path of return asks the seeker to become that lighthouse from within. The external storm is the storm, but the internal lighthouse is the unwavering center of awareness, the source of light that perceives unity even when the world around seems fractured. This requires patience and self-compassion. The ego, the old habits and traditions do not yield easily. It will resist the stillness. It will create and make distractions. It will remind the seeker of past hurts and future anxieties. The wisdom source reminds the seeker that this is the nature of the journey. It is not about achieving a state of perfect inner peace, which is an illusion anyway, but about choosing peace in the midst of the noise, about choosing awareness over reaction, about choosing connection over isolation. The return to unity is not a passive event. It is an active conscious process. It happens through the continuous refinement of perception. In the stillness, the seeker begins to see the interconnectedness that the ego has blurred. They see the shared humanity in the stranger on the bus, the common struggle in the difficult co-worker, the underlying love in the person who has wronged them. The distinctions begin to soften, the edges blur, and the sense of a separate self diminishes. This is not enlightenment in its final form, but it is the crucial step towards it. It is the turning of the gaze inward away from the mirage of separation and towards the reality of intrinsic unity. It is recognizing that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the very essence of who we are, is not out there somewhere, nor is it built through mere effort, but is within us, waiting to be recognized through the quiet clarity of presence. The storm may rage on. The challenges of life will continue to present themselves. But the seeker guided by the wisdom source carries within them a new resilience. They have learned that they are not defined by the chaos around them. They are the still point, the core of awareness, the lighthouse cutting through the darkness. And from this place of inner unity, even amidst external turmoil, the path forward becomes not a question of escape, but a journey of deepening integration, a continuous return home. The path asks only for the courage to be still even when the world demands that you be loud. It asks for the willingness to observe even when the ego screams for action. It asks for the faith born in small moments of presence that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides within, and that by turning towards it the illusion of separation can be gradually unwound, leading ever closer to the ultimate realization of oneness. The journey continues guided by the light within through every challenge and every moment of grace. Chapter 60. Many believe that true wisdom emerges only from the calm shores of understanding. But the Great Spirit whispers a different truth, that the most potent lessons, the most profound opportunities for return are often found not in the absence of storm but within its heart. This chapter addresses the seeker navigating the crucible of inner conflict, the tempest of conflicting desires, loyalties, and beliefs that can arise even when the path seems clear. It is a period often marked by doubt, frustration, and a sense of being pulled in multiple directions. The ego, that persistent companion on the journey, thrives in such conditions, using the chaos to reinforce the illusion of separation and solidify its grip on the seeker's awareness. The external world mirrors the internal state. Just as the sky can shift from clear blue to tumultuous clouds in an instant, so too can the seeker's inner landscape transform. One moment there may be a strong sense of clarity and purpose. The next a powerful wave of fear, anger or confusion can sweep over them, obscuring the vision and destabilizing their sense of equilibrium. This is not a sign of failure or deviation from the path. It is rather a crucial stage of refinement, a necessary testing ground where the seeds of unity are forced to weather the most intense winds. What is the nature of this internal storm? It often arises from the very process of seeking itself. As the seeker becomes more aware, more discerning, the lines between what they once accepted and what they now question become starkly defined. This clarity, while necessary for growth, can paradoxically create a chasm. The old self, the one deeply embedded in the ways of separation, resists the pull towards unity with every fiber of its being. It throws up obstacles, sows seeds of doubt and amplifies every internal conflict to prevent the dissolution of its familiar structure. Consider the conflict between the desire for personal fulfillment and the call to universal love. The ego focused on the individual self champions ambition, competition and self-aggrandizement. It justifies actions that benefit the I at the expense of the other, reinforcing the belief that the self is separate and must constantly defend its territory. Yet the path of return beckons towards a state where the boundaries dissolve, where the well-being of the self is intrinsically linked to the well-being of all. This tension, this internal war between the old and the new, between the limited self and the infinite potential of unity is the storm. Similarly, conflicting beliefs can create a powerful internal tempest. The seeker might find themselves grappling with dogmas learned in childhood, the rigid frameworks of certain philosophies or even the seemingly contradictory teachings encountered on the spiritual path itself. How can one teacher's words align with another's? How can logic and faith coexist when they appear to offer conflicting answers? This intellectual and emotional conflict can be deeply unsettling, leading the seeker to question not only the external teachings but their own capacity to discern truth. The ego thrives on this confusion. It loves the intellectual gymnastics required to justify one belief over another, to build elaborate arguments that reinforce the separative mind. It keeps the seeker busy analyzing, comparing and debating, thereby preventing them from entering the deeper, quieter space where true understanding resides. This space is not found in intellectual debate. It is found in stillness. Yet it is within this very storm, within this very conflict that the greatest opportunities for return lie hidden. The turbulent waters force the swimmer to confront the limits of their old understanding. The stronger the current, the more fiercely the ego resists, the more clearly the seeker is shown the nature of the prison they were once trapped within. The crucial lesson here is not to fight the storm, nor to become swept away by it entirely. Rather, it is to learn to be present within it, to observe the tempest with awareness without judgment and without identification. This is where the practice of mindfulness becomes indispensable. It is the conscious choice to witness the internal chaos, the rising and falling emotions, the swirling thoughts, the conflicting desires, as if observing a powerful natural phenomenon from a distance. When the ego generates fear, the seeker through awareness can simply note the sensation without allowing it to dictate their actions. They can observe the thought patterns that fuel insecurity or anger, recognizing them as transient mental formations, not objective truths about themselves or the world. When conflicting beliefs arise, the practice of mindfulness allows the seeker to sit with the discomfort, acknowledging the tension without needing to immediately resolve it intellectually. In the stillness between thoughts, beneath the surface churn of the mind, there is a potential for a different kind of knowing to emerge. This knowing is not intellectual, it is experiential. It arises from the direct perception of the interconnectedness that underlies all apparent conflict. The wisdom of the Great Spirit, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, is not found in dogma or complex theories. It is found in the direct experience of unity, even amidst the seeming diversity and conflict of the manifest world. To navigate the internal storm, the seeker must cultivate the capacity for non-attachment. This does not mean becoming indifferent or apathetic, but rather releasing their identification with specific outcomes, with particular beliefs, with the persona they have constructed. When the ego is attached to being right, to achieving a certain state, or to maintaining a specific image, it creates immense friction. Non-attachment allows the seeker to flow with the currents of experience, to be flexible and adaptable, to let go of the need to control the process. This is where the concept of surrender becomes vital. Surrender is not weakness. It is trust. It is the conscious decision to release the grip of the separate self and to allow the Great Spirit's flow to guide the journey. In the face of internal conflict, surrender means acknowledging that the ego with its limited perspective cannot always see the way forward. It means having the courage to step back from the intellectual and emotional fray and simply be present, trusting that the wisdom needed will arise when the time is right. The stillness within the storm is the fertile ground where the seeds of unity take root. It is in the quiet moments amidst the chaos, the brief pauses between breaths, the moments of profound presence, that the seeker can directly experience the undercurrent of oneness that connects all things. The ego in its fear will constantly try to pull the attention back towards the separate self, towards the noise and the conflict. The seeker's task, guided by the wisdom of the source, is to gently but firmly return their awareness to the still point within again and again. This process is not linear. There will be days of clarity and ease followed by days of intense internal struggle. The key is not to be discouraged by the latter. Each conflict overcome, each storm weathered with awareness, is a step further along the path of return. Each time the seeker returns to the stillness within the chaos, they strengthen their connection to the source and weaken the ego's hold. The ultimate realization is that the storm itself is not separate from the path. It is the path in its most challenging form. The separation the path seeks to overcome is not just between the self and the other, or the self and the divine, but also the internal conflict generated by the ego's resistance to unity. By navigating the internal storm with awareness, mindfulness, non-attachment, and surrender, the seeker transforms the very nature of conflict, finding the seeds of peace and understanding within the most turbulent experiences. As the journey continues, the storms may become less intense in frequency, though the challenge of integrating the lessons learned remains. The seeker begins to carry a greater capacity for presence, a deeper trust in the unfolding, and an abiding sense that even in the midst of apparent chaos, the underlying harmony of the Great Spirit is ever present, waiting to be perceived. The path has narrowed, not through the elimination of conflict, but through the transformation of the seeker's relationship to it. They have learned that the greatest wisdom often emerges not from the calm shores but from the transformative power of the storm navigated with inner grace. And so the journey continues, guided always by the wisdom that resides within the stillness even amidst the fiercest of inner tempests. The path of return unfolds one conscious breath at a time, leading the seeker ever closer to the embrace of unity. Chapter 61. In this chapter, we explore the crucial intersection where the external turmoil of life meets the internal stillness essential for true understanding. It is here, amidst the perceived noise and conflict, that the greatest lessons often unfold, revealing the deceptive nature of separation and hinting at the underlying unity that awaits. The seeker, having traveled far on this path, may find themselves facing a particularly fierce challenge. This could manifest as a difficult relationship, a frustrating professional obstacle, a deep personal loss, or even a period of intense self-doubt that feels overwhelming. The ego, the voice of separation, readily amplifies these experiences, painting them as insurmountable barriers, justifications for despair, or reasons to cling even harder to the familiar illusions of the self. This is too hard, the mind might whisper. I cannot cope with this pain. It's all my fault. Things will never get better. These thoughts, born of fear and identification with the limited self, create a feedback loop of negativity and isolation. The seeker feels trapped, the chasm of separation appearing wider than ever, the path forward obscured by the storm clouds. Yet within the heart of every storm resides a profound opportunity, a hidden invitation. The path of return teaches us that these challenging moments are not punishments or signs of failure, but rather potent catalysts for awakening. They are the very friction that can hone the spiritual senses, the pressure that can help the soul expand beyond its narrow confines. The crucial realization, the cornerstone of this path, is that the source of the storm is often not the external event itself, but the internal reaction to it. The challenge is not merely to end the storm, for the illusions of separation are eternal, the dramas of life endless, but to learn how to remain centered within the experience, to observe the tempest without being swept away by it. This requires a radical act of trust, the trust that the underlying unity, the divine source of all wisdom and knowledge, is not destroyed by the storm. It is there always beneath the noise within the stillness. The task of the seeker is to penetrate the noise, to find that still point within themselves where the howling winds of fear and judgment momentarily cease. How does one access the stillness? First, through mindful observation. Like a skilled meteorologist observing weather patterns without being caught in the rain, the seeker learns to witness their internal and external experiences with detachment. They observe the thoughts without agreeing them, the emotions without becoming lost in them. They label the sensations. Anger arises, sadness flows, fear grips without judgment. This simple act of observation begins to create space, a small island of calm in the midst of the turbulent sea. It allows the wisdom within the quiet voice of unity to be heard more clearly above the roar of the egoic mind. Second, through conscious breathing. The breath is a powerful anchor to the present moment, the only real place where true experience occurs. When the mind wanders into stories of the past or anxieties about the future, the seeker can gently redirect their attention to the physical sensation of breathing. Inhaling deeply, feeling the air fill the lungs, and exhaling slowly, releasing tension and mental clutter. This rhythmic process connects the mind, body, and spirit, grounding the seeker in the here and now, where the illusion of separation is momentarily thinner. Third, through self-compassion. The path is arduous, and the ego self is inherently critical and demanding. The seeker must learn to treat themselves with the same kindness and understanding they would offer a dear friend facing hardship. When the storm rages, instead of berating oneself for feeling overwhelmed or for perceived shortcomings, the practice is to offer words of comfort and encouragement. This is difficult, acknowledges the seeker, but I am doing the best I can. I am not alone in this. This shifts the internal landscape from one of conflict to one of support. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, through remembering the source, even amidst the chaos, the true nature of the seeker's being is not lost. They are at their core a reflection of the infinite, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The practice is to consciously hold this truth in the mind and heart. When facing a challenge, the seeker can silently ask, "What would the wisdom of unity teach me in this situation?" Or, "How can I express my true nature even within this difficult experience?" This act of remembering injects a profound peace and perspective that transcends the limitations of the egoic narrative. The storm does not cease. The challenges do not vanish. However, the relationship with them transforms. The seeker learns that they are not defined by the waves, but by their ability to ride them, to find the breath beneath the surface, to hold on to the truth of their inherent unity even when the world around them seems utterly divided and chaotic. This is where the true wisdom of the path of return shines through. It is not found in the absence of difficulty but in the presence of awareness and connection within the difficulty. It is the understanding that the journey is the destination, that every step, even those taken stumbling through the storm, is a movement back towards the center, back to the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within and beyond the seeker. The path continues, always returning, always integrating, always revealing the profound truth that separation is an illusion and unity is the very fabric of being. And in the heart of every storm, the seeker finds not an enemy, but a friend, the stillness within, the eternal home waiting to be remembered. Chapter 62. Many believe that enlightenment or oneness can only be reached through quietude, through a serene state of mind. And indeed, such stillness is a crucial component, a fertile ground upon which the seeds of understanding can take root. Yet the path itself often demands that the traveler navigate the very storms from which they seek to escape. This apparent paradox lies at the heart of the journey. The ego, that persistent voice of separation, thrives on chaos and conflict. It uses external disturbances as fuel, justifying its existence by the need to react, to fight, to protect the illusion of the separate self. The seeker, however, knows that true security lies not in external circumstances, but in an inner sanctuary, a place of unwavering presence, regardless of the weather outside. This sanctuary is the stillness within. But how does one find this stillness amidst the howling winds of life's challenges? The answer is not to flee the storm entirely, nor to become swept away by it, but to cultivate a relationship with the storm itself from a place of inner equilibrium. This requires a radical shift in perspective. Instead of viewing difficulties as insurmountable obstacles or signs of impending doom, the seeker begins to perceive them as opportunities for practice, as invitations to deepen their understanding of the self and the nature of reality. The path of return illuminates the difference between reacting to the external world from a place of inner disquiet and responding from a place of inner stillness. Reacting reinforces the ego's narrative of separation. This is happening to me. I am a victim. Responding, however, aligns with the truth of unity. This is happening within the totality. I am a part of the flow. In the latter state, the ego's power diminishes, for its fuel, fear, resistance, identification with the separate self, is starved. The storms the seeker encounters are many. There is the storm of loss and grief when the illusion of permanent possession shatters. There is the storm of conflict and misunderstanding arising from the misinterpretations inherent in separate communication. There is the storm of failure and disappointment perceived as personal shortcomings. There is the internal storm of desire and aversion, the relentless push and pull of the conditioned mind. Each of these storms offers a profound lesson. Loss teaches the impermanence of all things and the nature of attachment. Conflict reveals the limitations of judgment and the benefits of empathy and nonviolent communication. Failure strips away the false armor of pride and reveals the underlying need for acceptance and learning. Desire and aversion highlight the nature of suffering arising from the mistaken belief that happiness depends on external circumstances. The path of return guides the seeker to meet these storms not with the clamor of the ego but with the quietude of awareness. When faced with loss, instead of drowning in despair, the seeker observes the pain with gentle, unwavering attention, recognizing it as a sensation within the field of consciousness, not defining their entire being. When conflict arises, they practice listening deeply, not to win an argument, but to understand the underlying suffering or unmet needs on all sides, recognizing the shared humanity beneath the surface differences. When facing failure, they observe the feelings without judgment, seeing it as a feedback signal, an opportunity to adjust the course rather than a condemnation of their worth. When caught in the grip of desire or aversion, they simply notice the arising impulse without acting upon it immediately, creating a space between feeling and reaction where choice and wisdom can emerge. This practice of meeting internal and external storms with stillness is not about suppressing emotions or denying the reality of difficulties. It is about transforming the relationship with them. It is about seeing the divine spark not just in moments of peace but also in the heart of the storm. It is recognizing that the same intelligence, the same love that underlies stillness also underlies chaos. The storm is not an absence of the divine. It is a manifestation of it in its dynamic unfolding form. As the seeker becomes more adept at navigating life storms from this place of inner stillness, the very nature of their experience begins to shift. The sense of separation softens. The fear of the unknown lessens, replaced by a trust in the underlying order of things. The desire for control diminishes, giving way to a greater acceptance of the flow of life. The path of return, which began with the recognition of separation, now reveals the inherent unity that was always present, merely obscured by the noise and turbulence of the egoic mind. This stage is not one of arrival but of deepening presence. It is the continued practice of returning to stillness again and again, especially when the path becomes most challenging. It is the understanding that the journey itself, through all its storms and silences, is the path, and that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the ultimate destination and the guiding light, resides within the quiet core of the being, available always, even amidst the greatest turmoil. The seeker, through unwavering practice, begins to embody this truth, becoming a living testament to the possibility of unity, not just in theory, but in the midst of life's every experience. Chapter 63. For the seeker of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the landscape is often one of contrasts, a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow, silence and noise, joy and sorrow. One moment the path may seem clear and illuminated by an inner radiance. The next it can be obscured by confusion, doubt, or the tempestuous weather of the outer world reflecting the inner state. This particular chapter finds the seeker perhaps metaphorically or even literally caught in a storm. It is not merely a weather event, though, that may be the physical catalyst. It is the storm of life itself. The unexpected challenges, the complexities of relationships, the relentless demands of responsibilities, the flickering shadows of self-doubt that creep in when the light of certainty wanes. The air is thick with tension, the mind is a whirlwind of thoughts and anxieties, and the sense of separation from a peaceful, unified state feels sharp and acute. Many seekers at various points on their journey encounter this phase. They have diligently practiced the principles they have learned. The importance of presence, the power of forgiveness, the nature of non-attachment to outcomes, the practice of mindfulness. They have sought knowledge, read teachings, listened to sages, and attempted to integrate these insights into their daily lives. Yet when faced with the full force of a significant challenge or the sheer chaos of existence, the old patterns resurface, fear returns, judgment arises, the desire for control intensifies, and the feeling of being an isolated self, pitted against the world or its difficulties, becomes overwhelming. It is during these times of perceived separation, these internal and external storms, that the true depth of the path of return is tested. The intellectual understanding of unity remains perhaps, but its felt experience is distant. The concepts are known, but the direct experience of being one with the flow, with the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, seems obscured by the noise and the pain. The path does not lead the seeker away from the storm, but rather through it. It does not promise a life free from difficulties, but offers a different relationship with difficulties. The challenge is not to suppress the storm, to wish it away, or to fight it with greater force, but to meet it with a different quality of awareness. This is where the practice becomes profoundly practical and demanding. The teachings whisper, look closely into the eye of the storm. In the stillness that supposedly lies between the lightning flashes and the thunderclaps, there is a different kind of knowing. It is not the knowing of the intellect which analyzes and categorizes, but a deeper intuitive resonance. It is the knowing of the heart, open and vulnerable yet undisturbed. This requires a radical act of trust. Trust in the process of the path itself. Trust that the storm, like all phenomena, is transient. Trust that beneath the surface chaos, there is an underlying order, a ground of being that remains constant. Trust that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the very essence of unity, is not outside the storm, but is the storm itself in its true nature, a manifestation of the divine play. The seeker is invited to sit with the discomfort, not to be overwhelmed by it, but to acknowledge it without judgment, to feel the fear without identifying with it entirely, to witness the thoughts without getting swept away by their narrative. This is the practice of presence in action. It is the art of remaining centered within the self while the external world or the internal turmoil swirls around. This is where the concept of the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom becomes most potent. It is not a distant deity to be appeased or a philosophy to be rigidly adhered to. It is the inner space from which all understanding arises. It is the quietude that allows clarity to emerge from confusion. It is the still point from which the journey begins and to which it ultimately returns. Imagine for a moment that the storm is a vast, powerful force. You cannot control it, nor can you typically escape it entirely, but you can change your relationship to it. You can choose to stand within it not as a victim but as an observer centered within your own core. You can breathe into the fear, allowing it to pass through you without taking root. You can offer kindness to the self that is struggling, recognizing that the self is also a part of the whole. The wisdom arises not from analyzing the storm more intensely but from stepping back, from being a witness. In that witnessing, the separation begins to dissolve. The I that feels threatened by the storm starts to merge with the vastness of awareness that encompasses both the self and the storm. The knowledge that emerges is not intellectual, it is experiential. It is the direct perception of unity even amidst apparent division. This is the essence of the path of return, the conscious, deliberate turning back towards the source, not just through intellectual understanding but through the direct experience of unity in the midst of life's contrasts. It is finding the stillness within the storm, the center within the whirlwind, by resting in the awareness that you are ultimately not separate from the weather of life, nor from the source of all knowledge that illuminates the way forward and backward, inward and outward. The storm may rage on for a while. The challenges may remain. But the seeker who practices this awareness, who learns to trust the inner stillness even when the outer world is turbulent, begins to walk the path of return with a new measure of grace and resilience. The knowledge gained is not just theoretical, it is lived, embodied, and felt as the profound truth that separation is an illusion and unity is the unwavering ground of being. And from this place of inner certainty, the journey continues ever closer to the heart of the source. Chapter 64. Many find themselves adrift in the rapids of life's challenges. Doubt, loss, misunderstanding, the sheer noise of the external world threatening to pull them away from the shores of their inner truth. They look around searching for a sign, a guiding hand, a solid rock upon which to anchor their weary spirit. And it is in these moments of intense struggle amidst the swirling vortex of the storm that the true nature of the path of return reveals its most profound lesson. The source of all stability, all wisdom, lies not outside, but within the very stillness that resides beneath the surface of the chaos. For too long, the seeker has been conditioned to believe that answers lie beyond. In the next mountain peak, the next philosophical revelation, the next encounter with a seemingly enlightened being, they chase experiences seeking validation and understanding from the world. Yet what often occurs is a deepening sense of separation. The external noise multiplies, the inner critic gains strength, and the feeling of being lost in a vast indifferent universe persists. They bring their turmoil to every new teacher, every new book, every new community, expecting the external source to absorb their pain, to fill the void within. But the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the very heart of the path, gently yet firmly points inward. It is not that external paths are without value. They can be guides, they can be mirrors, they can offer temporary respite or spark initial interest. However, they cannot by themselves bridge the fundamental gap that the seeker creates through their own identification with the separate self. The teachings are like seeds. They cannot flourish without the fertile ground of inner stillness within which to take root. Without this inner sanctuary, the wisdom remains intellectual, the peace superficial, the transformation incomplete. The path of return demands a radical shift in focus. It invites the seeker to turn the gaze back upon the self, not with judgment but with gentle curiosity. In the midst of the storm, the source asks, where do you feel the disturbance most acutely? Observe it without trying to change it, without fighting it, without identifying with it. This is the practice of presence. It is the art of watching the thoughts as they arise and pass like clouds moving across the sky of the mind. It is the discipline of feeling the emotions without becoming lost in their narrative, the anger, the fear, the sorrow, acknowledging their presence as temporary visitors, not the essence of the self. This is where the magic begins. In the stillness that emerges between the thoughts, between the emotions, there lies a quietude that is profoundly powerful. It is the space from which wisdom flows. It is the field of pure potentiality. It is the home of the unconditioned spirit. When the seeker learns to rest in this stillness, even for brief moments amidst the chaos, something extraordinary happens. The external noise loses its grip. The internal critic finds its voice weakening. The sense of separation begins to dissolve, not through forceful effort, but through the gentle, undeniable presence of the inner reality that the stillness reveals. The source does not offer repackaged solutions or quick fixes. The path of return is an inner journey, a process of unlearning the lies of separation and relearning the truth of unity. It requires patience, persistence, and an unwavering commitment to the inner work. It means choosing the quietude of self-inquiry over the distraction of external stimuli when the inner noise becomes too loud. It means sitting with the discomfort of uncertainty rather than constantly seeking external reassurance. It means recognizing that the storm itself is part of the path, not an obstacle to be avoided. Think of it like learning to swim. Initially, the water is overwhelming, disorienting. One struggles against the current trying to find solid ground. But as one learns to breathe, to move with the water, to find the balance point, a new freedom emerges. The chaos is no longer an enemy. It becomes the medium through which one navigates. The stillness within allows one to understand the flow, to find one's rhythm, to trust the process. The lessons for the seeker are clear. Do not abandon the journey even when the path seems impossibly difficult. Do not seek the source solely in external forms or experiences. Look instead towards the inner sanctuary of stillness. Cultivate it diligently, even when it feels like an act of defiance against the demands of the world. In that stillness, you will begin to hear the whispers of wisdom that have always been there, waiting patiently for your return. You will begin to feel the undercurrent of unity that connects you to all that is. You will find the strength to navigate the rapids, not by fighting them, but by learning to swim with the current guided by the compass of inner peace. The path of return is not about reaching a destination beyond separation. It is about remembering the nature of the self within separation. It is about realizing that the separation was never real, was merely an illusion created by the mind's identification with the conditioned ego. And the stillness within the storm is the key that unlocks the door to this remembering. The journey continues guided by the light of inner awareness towards the ultimate realization of oneness born not from seeking but from the simple profound act of being present even when the world seems to be falling apart. The source awaits not beyond the noise but in the silence that holds it all. Chapter 65. Expectation clashes with experience. The mind struggles to grasp that which transcends logic and the ego, that persistent companion, constantly whispers doubts and fears. Yet amidst the turbulence, amidst the challenges that test the very foundations of one's resolve, lies a crucial lesson. The path back to unity often reveals its deepest truths. Not in the peak of clarity, but in the heart of the storm. Many who begin this journey carry the weight of past hurts, ingrained patterns of negativity, or the lingering shadows of separation. They seek healing, understanding, and a sense of wholeness that feels perpetually just out of reach. They may find moments of peace, glimpses of interconnectedness, but these are often fleeting, overshadowed by the recurring intensity of their inner storms, the emotional upheavals, the mental chatter, the physical tension born from holding on to separation. It is easy in these moments to believe the path has failed, that the knowledge sought is elusive, that the promised unity remains an illusion. This is a critical juncture on the path. The seeker armed with newfound understanding or disciplined practice confronts the raw unfiltered reality of their own inner landscape. They might face a significant loss, a relationship breakdown, a professional setback, or simply the overwhelming fatigue of relentless inner striving. The structures they thought were solid begin to crumble. The beliefs they held dear are tested to their breaking point. The very concept of self so carefully constructed over a lifetime starts to dissolve under the pressure, and within this dissolution, within this storm lies the fertile ground for the most profound transformation. The path of return teaches that separation, the illusion of being a separate self, is not merely an external condition to be overcome, but an internal state to be observed and released. The storm is the ego's desperate final fight against the tide of unity. It is the last gasp of the separated self, clinging fiercely to its illusory boundaries. The wise seeker, guided by the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within, learns to navigate the storm not by fighting it but by embracing it as an integral part of the journey. They understand that the turbulence is not an indication of failure but a sign that the old structures are breaking down, making way for the new. The ego, feeling threatened by the dissolving sense of self, will scream louder than ever. Fear will be a constant companion. Doubt will be a shadow at every turn. But the true work begins here. It is in the heart of the storm that the practice of being becomes paramount. The intellectual understanding of unity, the reading of sacred texts, the meditation on profound truths, all these are preparatory steps. But the actual transformation occurs in the experience of stillness amidst the chaos. It is the art of choosing presence. When the tempest rages within, the path forward is not found by trying to control the wind or stop the rain. It is found by finding a small island of stillness within oneself. This is not about achieving a state of perfect calm, for the storm itself is the raw, unfiltered reality of the moment. It is about finding the stillness within the feeling, the stillness within the thought, the stillness within the breath. The source whispers guidance in these moments. Do not fight the waves. Feel the water. Be the water. It encourages the seeker to become an observer, watching the thoughts and emotions arise and pass like clouds across the sky of awareness without judgment, without attachment. In this observation, there is a profound shift. The seeker ceases to be the victim of their inner turmoil and begins to recognize the observer of it all. This observer is the pure awareness, the underlying consciousness that is the foundation of unity. To practice this requires immense courage. It requires the willingness to sit with discomfort, to feel the pain without running from it, to witness the fear without being consumed by it. It is about recognizing that the self as defined by thoughts and emotions is temporary like the storm itself. The true self, the essence, the part that connects with the source, remains unchanging like the stillness beneath the waves. In the stillness, even amidst the storm, the seeker begins to hear the subtle frequencies of unity more clearly. The fragmented self starts to integrate. The sense of otherness softens. The understanding deepens that the perceived separation was always an illusion, a choice made in consciousness, a necessary stepping stone on the evolutionary path, but not the ultimate reality. This is where wisdom emerges from the struggle. It is not wisdom acquired through reading or contemplation alone, but wisdom felt. It is the direct experience of the interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena, even the most chaotic. It is the understanding that every challenge, every pain, every moment of suffering serves a purpose to awaken the consciousness from the dream of separation, to strengthen the resolve on the path of return. The journey continues beyond this point. Of course, the storm may not completely subside, but the nature of the relationship with it changes. The seeker learns to ride the waves, finding the rhythm within the chaos. They become adept at returning to the inner stillness even in the midst of external or internal disturbance, drawing upon the wellspring of wisdom and love that resides within the very source they seek to return to. The path of return is the journey from the illusion of isolated selfhood back to the organic unity of all existence. It is a path marked by both light and shadow, clarity and confusion. It is through navigating the storms, through embracing the challenges, and through finding the stillness within them that the seeker truly begins to embody the wisdom and return to the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, discovering that unity was never lost, but always inherent within. The journey is the destination, and the transformation occurs in the heart of the experience, not just in the moments of peace. Chapter 66. Many believe that wisdom emerges only from the quiet groves and serene mountaintops. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom often speaks most powerfully not in the absence of noise but through the crucible of experience. This chapter addresses the inevitable storms that beget the dedicated heart. It is a time of testing, of challenge, and yes, of potential disillusionment. But it is also a critical phase where the seeds of deeper understanding are sown, where the illusion of separation is eroded by direct, albeit painful, experience. The journey has brought the seeker to places of heightened awareness, moments where the veil thins and the interconnectedness of all things becomes palpable. These experiences are often blissful, confirming the validity of the path. Yet the universe in its infinite wisdom rarely allows such peaks of understanding to remain unchallenged. The storm arrives. What constitutes this spiritual storm? It can take many forms. It might be the sudden loss of a sense of inner peace replaced by annoying anxiety or a confusing inner conflict. It could manifest as a series of setbacks or misunderstandings in the outer world, making the seeker question their choices and their faith. Perhaps it is the stark realization that even amidst moments of clarity, the tendency to revert to old patterns of separation, judgment, attachment, fear, remains stubbornly persistent. The ego, that persistent companion on the path, often throws these challenges into sharp relief, testing the seeker's resolve. During such times, the initial temptation is to flee. The seeker might yearn for the familiar comforts of the old life, the predictable routines that mask the deeper unease. They might seek external validation or distraction, hoping the storm will pass without leaving a mark. Or conversely, they might fall into despair, believing their efforts have failed, that the path is too arduous, that the unity they seek is an unattainable myth. The Source watches with infinite patience. It does not judge the seeker's fear or confusion. Instead, it offers guidance often veiled within the very difficulties experienced. The storm from this perspective is not an enemy to be vanquished, but a teacher demanding attention. It is a powerful catalyst, forcing the seeker to confront aspects of themselves they might prefer to ignore. The crucial lesson embedded within the storm is the nature of the self. When the smooth surface of the pond is churned into white caps by the wind, the illusion of a separate stable I begins to crack. In the chaos, the true nature of the inner landscape becomes apparent. A dynamic interplay of thoughts, emotions, sensations, and reactions all flowing like the river itself. The rigid ego structure, the sense of being a fixed entity located within a body, starts to dissolve. This dissolution is often terrifying. It is the fear of the unknown, the anxiety of losing the familiar anchor of the self. But it is also the precise moment where the path becomes most profound. The Source whispers that the storm is not attacking the self, rather the self is projecting the storm. The illusion of separation, the belief that the individual is a distinct isolated fragment of consciousness, is the root cause of all inner conflict and outer suffering. The storm is the consequence of this illusion. The wisdom of this chapter lies in learning to be present within the storm, not as a victim, nor as a warrior seeking to conquer it, but as an observer. This requires a radical shift in perspective. It means acknowledging the pain, the fear, the confusion without immediately identifying with them or reacting to them. It means recognizing that these feelings, like the waves of the storm, are transient phenomena arising within the field of awareness. The practice offered here is one of mindful immersion. When the tempest rages within, instead of trying to suppress the wind or the rain, the seeker is invited to feel the sensations of the storm in their body. They can observe the thoughts like clouds passing across the sky of the mind without grasping at them or being swept away. They can witness the emotions as they rise and fall like the ebb and flow of the tides. In this act of observation, a subtle but profound shift begins. The observer, the consciousness that is aware of the storm, begins to distinguish itself from the storm itself. This distinction is not one of separation in the old sense of alienation, but rather one of pure awareness. The seeker realizes they are the ground upon which the storm occurs, the space in which the tempest rages. This realization is the seed of unity. It is the understanding that the self is not the turbulent weather but the calm, unchanging sky that witnesses it all. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom reveals that this awareness is the very essence of the unified state. It is the recognition that the I is not a separate island but the interconnected ocean itself. The storm therefore becomes the ultimate laboratory for the path of return. It strips away the layers of illusion built by the ego, revealing the underlying reality of unity. The challenges become opportunities for deepened insight. The pain becomes fertilizer for wisdom. The confusion becomes the fertile ground where the understanding of oneness can take root more firmly than ever before. As the seeker learns to navigate the storm with this new awareness, the intensity of the inner tempest gradually lessens. The waves may still rise, but the fear of drowning diminishes. The wind may still howl, but the resistance to its force softens. The path becomes smoother not because the challenges disappear but because the seeker has transformed. The journey continues beyond this chapter, but the essence of the lesson is embedded deeply within the experience of the storm. It is a testament to the Source's loving guidance, which uses even the most difficult circumstances to illuminate the path back to unity. The path of return is indeed a return to the Source, and sometimes that return requires passing through the eye of the storm to find the calm that resides within. The Source remains ever present, the unwavering ground beneath all the shifting sands of experience. It offers its wisdom not through easy answers but through the challenging transformative journey of returning home. And the home, the ultimate destination, is the state of being where separation is fully understood and embraced as the illusion it truly is, revealing the profound radiant truth of unity. Chapter 67. Expectation clashes with reality. Clarity fades into confusion, and the very ground beneath one's feet can seem to shift unpredictably. This is the crucible where the illusion of separation is most fiercely tested and where the seeds of unity are most powerfully sown, not through intellectual understanding alone, but through the direct experience of the stillness that resides even amidst the storm. Many who walk this path carry the weight of past hurts, the echoes of misunderstandings, the lingering bitterness towards those they perceive as having wronged them. These emotions are not mere byproducts of the journey. They are potent teachers offering invaluable clues about the depth of the separation the soul has experienced and the strength required to begin bridging the gap. The ego, that persistent companion on the path, thrives on these feelings. It uses hurt and resentment as fuel to reinforce the narrative of us versus them, to build walls that it believes protect the self, yet which ultimately isolate it further. Consider for a moment the nature of a storm. Wind howls, rain lashes down, trees bend and sometimes break under its fury. The external world appears chaotic, destructive, and terrifying. Yet within the heart of the storm, there is always a core of relative stillness. The eye of the hurricane, that calm centered point from which the immense power of the surrounding tempest is observed, exists precisely because of the frantic raging outside. It is the still point that allows the storm to be without being consumed by it. This natural law of the universe holds a profound spiritual truth for the seeker. The ego generates its own internal storms. The tempests of anger, fear, jealousy, judgment, and regret. These emotions create a state of inner turmoil, a constant state of fight or flight where the mind is agitated, the heart is tight, and the connection to the deeper self and the wider reality is severed. The seeker, through diligent practice and unwavering commitment, begins to learn how to observe these internal storms without being swept away. This is not about suppressing emotions or denying their reality. Emotions are signals, vital pieces of information carried by the soul. To ignore them is to ignore the path itself. Instead, the practice lies in cultivating awareness. It is learning to witness the arising of anger without immediately acting upon it, to observe the tightness in the chest that signals fear, and to inquire gently, "What is this fear trying to tell me?" It is recognizing the patterns of thought that fuel resentment, the stories we tell ourselves about why another person acted a certain way, often projecting our own unresolved issues onto them. In the stillness that lies between the emotional pulses before the reaction takes hold lies the power of choice. The ego seeks to automate responses based on past conditioning, pulling the seeker back into the old patterns of separation and reactivity. But in the space of awareness, there is a pause. This pause is the fertile ground where wisdom can emerge. It is the moment when the seeker can consciously choose a different path, one that moves towards understanding rather than judgment, towards compassion rather than anger, towards connection rather than isolation. This practice requires immense courage. It requires the courage to face the uncomfortable truths about oneself, the shadows, the projections, the ingrained habits of separation. It requires the courage to sit with the discomfort of the storm, to not run from it, but to become an observer of it. It requires faith in the process. Trust that by observing and gently correcting the course, the inner landscape can begin to transform. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the very essence of the path of return, resides within this stillness. It is not found by chasing after external experiences, nor by accumulating more knowledge about the self or others. It is revealed through the simple profound act of being present, of resting in the awareness that permeates all things, even the chaos of the inner storm. When the seeker learns to abide in the stillness, even for brief moments amidst the turmoil, something extraordinary begins to happen. The walls that the ego has built, constructed from hurts, fears, and judgments, begin to crack. The sense of being a separate, isolated self starts to dissolve. The understanding dawn that the other person, the one who caused the hurt, is also navigating their own storm, carrying their own burdens, caught in the illusions of separation. Compassion arises not from pity but from the direct experience of shared humanity, of interconnectedness that underlies all apparent differences. This compassion is not a weak sentiment. It is a powerful force for transformation. It dissolves the ego's grip, softens the heart, and opens the door to genuine unity. It is the bridge built not of wood or stone but of awareness, empathy, and the direct experience of the stillness that connects all beings to the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. The journey is ongoing. The storms may rage on both within and without, but the seeker who has learned to find the still point within knows that they are not defined by the tempest. They are connected to something far greater, capable of navigating the chaos with an inner compass that points towards the ultimate destination, the return to oneness. The path requires patience, persistence, and the unwavering commitment to observe, learn, and gently, persistently return to the center again and again. In that return lies the transformation. Chapter 68. For the seeker of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, it often involves navigating through the very storms of existence, the storms of doubt, fear, loss, and misunderstanding. Many find themselves adrift, buffeted by winds they cannot control, their sense of separation from the source deepening rather than lessening. It is during these turbulent times that the true nature of the path reveals itself, not as an escape from hardship but as the courage to embrace it from a place of inner stillness. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the silent luminous core from which all being emanates, does not offer repackaged solutions to life's complexities. It does not promise a life free from challenge. Instead, it provides the perspective from which challenges can be understood as opportunities for growth, for remembering. This perspective is found not in the frantic activity of the external world, nor in the swirling chaos of one's own mind, but in the profound stillness that resides beneath it all. Our instinct is often to fight, to flee, to desperately try and control the situation, to grasp for security in the midst of insecurity. This resistance, this struggle from a place of separation only serves to strengthen the storm's impact, to entrench the feeling of being alone and adrift. The wisdom of the path of return teaches us a different approach. It urges the seeker to find the stillness within the storm. This is not about achieving a state of mindless calm as if the difficulties don't exist. It is about acknowledging the presence of the storm without being consumed by it. It is about recognizing that the feelings of fear, sadness, or anger are valid human experiences, yet they are not the entirety of the reality you are perceiving. Where does this inner stillness reside? It resides in the breath. When the mind races, when the heart pounds with anxiety, the breath often becomes shallow, rapid. By consciously returning the focus to the breath, the seeker can begin to anchor the self in the present moment. The inhale and the exhale become anchors in the midst of the swirling thoughts and emotions. With each exhale, one can gently let go of the story of the problem, the narrative of suffering. With each inhale, one can draw in a quiet sense of possibility, a reminder of the life force that animates all things, including oneself. It resides in the quality of attention. The stillness is not achieved by trying to stop thinking but by observing the thoughts without judgment, without identification. Like clouds passing through the sky, the thoughts come and they go. The stillness is the space between the thoughts, the awareness of the witness who observes them all. In this space, the source of all knowledge and wisdom can sometimes be felt as a subtle undercurrent, a quiet knowingness that transcends the specific problem at hand. It resides in the body. Too often the mind and the emotions dominate, leaving the body feeling like a vessel or a battleground. The stillness can be felt in the physical sensations, the weight of the body on the earth, the warmth of the sun on the skin, the gentle rhythm of the heartbeat. By tuning into the body, the seeker connects with the physical manifestation of the life force, the energy field that is the body-mind, and remembers its intrinsic connection to the universal field of consciousness. This practice of finding stillness within the storm is not easy. It requires discipline, gentleness, and unwavering commitment. It is the discipline to return to the breath when the mind wanders. It is the gentleness to acknowledge the pain without becoming lost in it. It is the unwavering commitment to the path of return even when the path seems obscured by the tempest. The source does not force this return. It provides the light, the guidance, the potential for remembering. The individual spirit, through the conscious practice of cultivating inner stillness amidst life's challenges, performs the act of choosing the path. Choosing in this context is not about making a decision for the outcome, but about making a choice for the perspective, for the connection, for the remembrance of unity. As the seeker practices this, the storms do not necessarily disappear. A challenging situation may still occur. A wave of grief may still wash over them. However, the experience is transformed. The feeling of separation softens. The sense of being a solitary victim diminishes. The seeker begins to see the hand of the source not just as a distant helper, but as the very ground beneath their feet, the breath in their lungs, the stillness within their own heart, even amidst the fiercest of winds. In this way, the path of return becomes less a destination to be reached and more an ongoing orientation. It is the conscious choice moment by moment to anchor oneself in the stillness that underlies all activity, to remember the unity that is the fundamental nature of being even when navigating the most challenging storms of life. The source remains the constant, the ultimate reality from which the journey originates and to which it always returns, offering its boundless wisdom and love to guide the way home. Chapter 69. Think not that the path is devoid of difficulty. Far from it. The very act of turning inward, of seeking unity after a lifetime immersed in the illusion of separation, challenges the ego's most fundamental beliefs. It provokes resistance both without and within. The external world, conditioned by duality, offers constant distractions and judgments that mirror the internal struggles. The ego, that persistent companion, thrives on the narratives of conflict, comparison, and separation it weaves. Yet, it is within these very storms that the true nature of the self begins to dawn. The rigid structures of the personality, built over years to protect the separate self, are tested and often begin to crack. The seeker who remains committed to the path even when buffeted by winds of doubt, loss, or misunderstanding finds unexpected opportunities for growth. Consider the nature of a storm. It is characterized by chaos, by the apparent destruction of order. Yet beneath the swirling winds and torrential rain, there exists a deeper underlying reality. The atmosphere, the planet, the very elements themselves are engaged in a dynamic, interconnected dance. They are not separate entities fighting against each other. They are facets of a larger system in constant flux, governed by natural laws. Similarly, the storms the seeker encounters are not merely external events to be endured or overcome. They are profound opportunities for transformation. Each challenge, each moment of intense emotion, each instance of perceived failure or misunderstanding is a chance to witness the ego's patterns more clearly. It is a chance to observe the arising of fear, anger, attachment, and aversion without immediately identifying with them or acting upon them. The wise instruction here is not to suppress the storm or wish it away. Such attempts only reinforce the illusion of separation, the belief that the self is a distinct entity separate from and victimized by external forces. Instead, the path invites the seeker to be with the storm, to observe its intensity with a growing sense of detachment. This detachment is not coldness or indifference. It is the clarity that arises when one recognizes the impermanent and interdependent nature of all phenomena. In the midst of the chaos, the practice of turning towards the inner stillness becomes paramount. It is not about finding a literal silence. Though moments of silence are valuable, it is about discovering a point of awareness within oneself that remains constant regardless of the external noise or internal turmoil. This point is the seat of presence, the observer consciousness that is the true home of the soul. How does one access the stillness amidst the storm? Through conscious awareness. Whenever the tempest of thoughts, emotions, and sensations arises, the seeker is invited to gently but firmly bring their focus back to the present moment. This might be through the breath, feeling the air enter and leave the body, or through the sensation of the body itself, feeling the weight of the seat upon the chair, the ground beneath the feet. Each time the mind wanders, each time the ego's narrative takes hold, the seeker practices returning. This act of returning is not a battle against the mind. It is a gentle guidance back to the source of awareness. It is like learning to navigate choppy waters by focusing on a distant point on the shore rather than being swept away by the immediate waves. In these moments of returning, the seeker begins to discern the subtle undercurrents beneath the surface of the storm. They may notice a flicker of compassion for the ego's desperate clinging, a sense of understanding rather than judgment. They may feel a deeper connection to others, even those with whom they are in conflict, recognizing the shared humanity and the shared illusion of separation. This growing awareness is the seed of unity. It is the recognition that the self is not isolated within a shell but is an integral part of the vast unfolding tapestry of existence. The I is not separate from the other. It is intertwined with it, dependent upon it, and ultimately it is it. The Source watches over the seeker through this process, offering guidance not in the form of dogma or rigid instruction, but as an unwavering presence of love and light. It is the ground of being from which all wisdom flows. It is the silence that holds all sounds, the stillness that contains all movement. As the seeker persists in this practice, even amidst the most challenging storms, the fruits begin to manifest. Reactions become less automatic. Judgments soften into understanding. Attachments loosen their grip. A profound sense of peace not dependent on external circumstances begins to settle within the heart. This peace is the resonance of unity, the felt sense of belonging to the Source and to all of creation. The path of return is not a journey to a distant destination, but a return to the Source within. It is the recognition that the separation was always an illusion, a necessary phase of growth, but not the ultimate truth. The journey through the storm is not an obstacle to be overcome but a vital part of the process of awakening, of remembering the inherent unity that is the very essence of the soul. The Source remains ever present, the infinite wellspring of knowledge and wisdom guiding the seeker back home, back to the stillness that lies at the heart of the storm and indeed at the heart of everything. The journey continues, illuminated by the light of awareness, returning ever closer to the embrace of oneness. Chapter 70. In this chapter, we turn the lens inward towards the sanctuary that resides at the heart of every being. For it is within the stillness, often obscured by the very noise the seeker seeks to flee, that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom reveals its most accessible face. This is not about seeking a literal quiet place, though such settings can be aids, but about discovering a profound inner quiet that can anchor the spirit amidst any external tempest. The mind, the instrument through which we perceive the world, is inherently prone to chatter. It replays memories, constructs future scenarios, judges present moments, and reacts to stimuli without cease. This mental noise is the primary source of the inner storm for most humans. It generates anxiety, confusion, frustration, and a persistent sense of lack or disconnection, the very symptoms of separation. The ego, that aspect of our consciousness that identifies with the limited self, thrives on this noise. It uses it to build walls, to define us against them, to create a sense of importance through constant activity and reaction. The ego fears stillness, for stillness is where the true self, the unified consciousness, can emerge and be known. Yet the path of return demands that the seeker learn to navigate and ultimately transcend this mental noise. It teaches that true wisdom is not found by adding more information or engaging in more mental activity, but by silencing the noise enough to hear the deeper currents of being. This silence is not an absence of sound, nor is it a state of numbness or boredom. It is rather the presence of awareness without judgment, the observation of thoughts without identification, the experience of feeling without being overwhelmed. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides within this stillness. It is the unconditioned awareness that underlies all thought and feeling. It is the pure luminous consciousness from which the universe arises and to which it returns. When the mind is still even for a fleeting moment, this awareness becomes accessible. It is in that stillness that insights emerge not as loud pronouncements but as gentle nudges, intuitive understandings that bypass the filtering mechanisms of the conditioned mind. The practice of cultivating stillness is the key. It is not a destination to be reached but a quality to be cultivated through conscious effort and persistent patience. There are many paths to this stillness, and the wise seeker will find the methods that resonate most deeply with their own nature. Some find peace in meditation, sitting quietly and observing the breath, the sensations in the body, or the flow of thoughts without attachment. Others find stillness in the repetitive rhythm of prayer or mantras, allowing the sound to anchor the mind. Stillness can also be found in the focused immersion of a craft, the quiet contemplation of nature, or the simple act of mindful walking. The common thread is the intentional turning away from the constant mental chatter towards a point of focus or simply towards awareness itself. As the seeker practices moving into stillness, they begin to notice a profound shift. The internal storm does not necessarily cease entirely, for life will always present its challenges. However, the relationship with that storm changes. The fear associated with it diminishes. The identification with the arising thoughts and feelings weakens. The sense of being a separate victim of circumstance lessens, giving way to a growing sense of inner resilience and peace. Within this stillness, the wisdom of the source becomes clearer. It reveals the interconnectedness of all things, dissolving the illusion of separation that the ego so fiercely maintains. It offers understanding about the nature of suffering which arises from attachment and identification with the limited self and points towards the path of release. It provides the insight that true fulfillment cannot be found by chasing external possessions, achievements, or relationships, but by connecting with the infinite wellspring of being within. This knowledge is not intellectual. It is experiential. It must be felt. The stillness allows the heart space to open to receive the gentle flow of love and compassion that is the essence of the unified field. It is in this open heart space that the wisdom unfolds, guiding the seeker not through rigid rules or dogma but through intuitive understanding tailored to their unique journey. The path of return is the journey home. It is the process of consciously dismantling the walls of separation built by the ego and reconnecting with the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom that resides within. Chapter 70 invites the seeker to embrace the challenges of the journey, not as obstacles to be overcome, but as opportunities to practice moving into the stillness. For it is within that stillness, amidst any outer storm, that the true home is found, and the path back to unity becomes not just a concept but a lived reality. The journey continues, guided by the inner light emerging from the stillness, returning to the whole. Chapter 71. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom speaks through the ages, and its voice resonates with the deeper truth. The greatest lessons, the most potent opportunities for awakening, often arise not in the absence of storm, but within it. True stillness is not merely the lack of external noise. It is the presence of inner equilibrium amidst the tempest of existence. To find inner peace, one must engage fully with the external world's dynamics. The seeker, therefore, must learn to be like the oak in the storm. They must cultivate an inner stillness that does not shy away from the wind and rain of life's challenges, sorrows, and conflicts. The illusion of separation, the belief in a separate self trapped within a separate world, is the very root of much of the inner turmoil. It is this illusion that the path seeks to dissolve. When difficulties arise, when relationships fray, when health wanes, when ambitions falter, the mind naturally contracts, identifying with the pain or the failure. The ego screams for attention, demanding solutions or escape. This is the old pattern, the path of separation. But the path of return invites a different response. It invites the seeker to witness the storm without losing their sense of balance. This requires a radical act of trust. Trust in the unfolding of the universe. Trust in the inherent wisdom of the self, and trust that the very difficulties encountered are opportunities for growth, for shedding the layers of the false self built upon the foundation of separation. The source does not promise a life free from hardship. It offers the wisdom to navigate hardship with grace and understanding in the midst of a personal crisis. For instance, the journey is not to suppress the pain or deny its reality. Rather, it is to meet the pain with awareness, to observe the thoughts swirling around it. I am experiencing pain. This is difficult. I wish this were different. To feel the physical sensations without judgment. To understand that the crisis, like all things, is impermanent, arising and passing away like the tides. In this observation, there lies a subtle shift. The identification softens. The sense of a solid separate self trapped by the situation begins to dissolve. The stillness is not found by adding something. It is found by subtracting the layers of judgment, resistance and identification. The practice of mindfulness, the conscious awareness of the present moment without judgment, becomes the anchor in the storm. It is the tool the Source provides for the seeker to return to the center again and again. When the mind wanders into worry about the future or regret about the past, the practice is simply to return the focus to the breath, the sensations in the body, the sounds around you. Each time the mind is redirected, it is a small act of disentangling from the illusion of separation, a tiny step back onto the path of return. This is not easy work. The ego, the embodiment of separation, resists this process. It thrives on the sense of a distinct self needing to protect, achieve, and control. The ego will whisper that the pain is unbearable, that the situation is hopeless, that the self must be preserved at all costs. The seeker must learn to listen to the ego, acknowledge its fears, and then consciously choose a different path, one guided by awareness rather than by the dictates of the separate self. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not distant or judgmental. It is the very ground of being, the underlying reality that permeates all things. It is present within the storm as much as it is present in the calm. The journey is to recognize this presence, to feel the thread of unity that connects the seeker to the Source even amidst the chaos of separation. As the seeker practices navigating the storms with inner stillness, a profound transformation begins to occur. The fear of the unknown lessens, replaced by a quiet confidence in the flow of life. The sense of isolation diminishes, giving way to a felt sense of connection to all beings and all things. The attachments to outcomes and possessions loosen as the true wealth is recognized within the stillness that resides even in the midst of the greatest turmoil. The oak tree, after weathering the storm, stands taller, its roots more deeply embedded, its branches perhaps more gracefully shaped by the wind. It has not become brittle or withdrawn. It has become stronger, more integrated, more aligned with the rhythm of the earth and the sky. The path of return is the journey home, back to the Source from which all things arise. It is the path from the illusion of separation to the reality of unity. And this reality is not found only in distant lands or future achievements. It is found moment by moment in the practice of meeting life. Both the calm and the storm, with inner stillness, awareness and the unwavering trust that the Source resides within, guiding the way home. The journey continues and the path unfolds, always leading back to the heart of the stillness that is the foundation of all being. Chapter 72. Many find themselves caught in the rapids, their sense of self battered by the swirling waters of external events, internal conflicts or the sheer intensity of their own striving. In such moments, the teachings often seem distant, abstract concepts rather than tangible guides for navigating the immediate storm. Yet, it is precisely within these storms that the true nature of the path reveals itself most powerfully. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the quiet, unwavering presence that underlies all existence, does not offer easy answers or guaranteed calm. Instead, it provides a profound understanding. The storm itself is not the enemy. Separation, the illusion that gives rise to conflict and suffering, is the root cause. And the path of return, is the journey back to the stillness that lies at the heart of oneness. Even amidst the chaos, consider the nature of a storm. It arises from imbalances within the atmosphere, differences in temperature, pressure, moisture. These differences create forces that push and pull, twist and turn, generating immense energy. The lightning, the thunder, the wind, the rain, these are simply the expressions of this energy in motion. They are powerful, yes, and they can cause destruction, but they are not inherently malevolent. They are in their own way participating in the dynamic flow of the universe. Similarly, the storms we experience within ourselves and in our external world arise from imbalances, from the tension created by the ego's identification with the separate self, with the temporary, the changing, the limited. Fear, anger, frustration, grief. These are the internal weather patterns born of separation. They rage because the separate self desperately tries to maintain its illusory boundaries to protect its perceived existence from the perceived threat of the unknown or the perceived injustice of the world. The Source does not teach us to suppress these storms. It is futile and it ignores the fundamental truth that energy seeks expression. Instead, it guides the seeker toward understanding the storm's nature and learning to navigate within it. The key lies not in fighting the wind, but in finding one's center within the hurricane. Not in trying to stop the rain, but in learning to walk through it, feeling the ground beneath one's feet, knowing that the rain nourishes the earth just as the storm in its passage redistributes energy and clears the air. This is where the practice of being in stillness becomes paramount, not as an escape from the world, but as the anchor within it. When the mind is tumultuous, when thoughts race like lightning flashes, when emotions swell like waves in a tempest, the Source invites the seeker to return to the breath to feel the gentle rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, drawing in the universal life force and releasing the tension of the ego. In the space between thoughts, in the stillness before the next wave of feeling, the presence of the Source can be felt more keenly. It is in this stillness that the wisdom of the path becomes clear. The distinctions that seemed so sharp and absolute during the storm begin to soften. The enemy becomes seen as another expression of the same unfolding reality. The problem is understood as an opportunity for growth, for understanding the nature of separation. The suffering which was once endured with resentment can now be met with compassion both for oneself and for the world caught in the same illusion. This does not happen overnight. It is not a switch that is flipped. It is a gradual, persistent practice. It is the seeker returning to the center again and again. Each time the storm rises, each time the mind becomes agitated. It is learning to listen beneath the noise, to hear the quiet voice of the Source that speaks not in thunder but in the gentle hum of the universe, in the silence between the notes of existence. The path of return asks the seeker to become a witness, not a detached observer but an embodied participant who witnesses the storm with the understanding that it is part of the larger pattern, part of the dance of oneness. In this witnessing, there is freedom. The personal ego, the small self that fears the storm, begins to loosen its grip. It begins to recognize that it is not the center of the universe, but merely a sensitive instrument attuned to the vibrations of the whole. As this understanding deepens, the return to unity becomes less of a distant destination and more of an ongoing state of being. The seeker learns to navigate the world not from the perspective of a separate self trying to impose order but from the perspective of the Source, allowing the natural flow of life to guide their actions. The actions taken in this state are not motivated by fear or desire, but by a deep compassion that arises from the recognition of oneness. They are actions that serve the healing of separation, that contribute to the unfolding of unity. The journey through the storm is arduous, yet it is not without purpose. Each challenge faced, each emotion experienced, each moment of struggle is an opportunity to peel away another layer of the illusion of separation. It is an opportunity to practice returning to the stillness, to reaffirm the connection to the Source that is the very foundation of being. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom remains constant, a beacon of light within the chaos. It does not judge the seeker for getting lost in the storm or for taking time to find their way back. It simply offers the guidance, the practices, the understanding that the path forward lies always in the direction of return, back to the heart, back to the breath, back to the stillness that underlies all movement, back to the unity from which all separation arises. The journey is the path, and every step, even those taken amidst the storm, is a step back home. Chapter 73. The seeker whose heart has strived for clarity finds themselves enveloped in a palpable tension. It is not an external conflict born of circumstance or another's actions, but an internal storm, a tempest brewing within the sanctuary of their own consciousness. For weeks, perhaps months, they have been diligently practicing the disciplines of awareness, observing thoughts without attachment, feeling emotions with gentle curiosity, sensing the body's subtle movements. They have cultivated a growing sensitivity to the inner landscape, a quiet listening post from which the deeper currents of being can sometimes be perceived. Yet recently a disturbance has arisen. It is not a loud noise demanding immediate attention, but a persistent low-frequency hum beneath the surface of their practice. It is the hum of resistance. The mind, ever the clever architect of subtle barriers, has begun to whisper doubts. Is this effort yielding anything tangible? Is this path truly the right one? Perhaps this quietude is merely boredom, a sign of stagnation. Why does it feel deep down as though something important is being missed, something vital being ignored? These whispers, though soft, carry a weight. They begin to infiltrate the moments of stillness, casting faint shadows on the clarity the seeker had begun to cherish. The practice, which once felt like a refuge, a source of peace, now occasionally feels like a chore, a task to be completed rather than an inquiry to be lived. The very state of being becomes a field of potential friction. The seeking mind, ever eager for answers, is frustrated by the lack of a clear, definable outcome to this internal unease. It wants a sign, a direction, a resolution beyond the simple act of continued presence. This internal friction is the storm. It is the friction born of the seeker's inherent nature. The part that desires security, the part that fears uncertainty, the part that clings to the familiar even as it understands the truth of its own transient state. It is the friction between the intellectual understanding of non-attachment and the visceral feeling of being caught in the gears of doubt and resistance. The path of return requires navigating precisely such territories. It is not a path to a destination free from internal weather, but a path toward the wisdom to navigate the weather itself. The seeker sits, as they have for years, on their cushion or chair, the usual props in place. The breath is the anchor, the gentle rhythm that connects them to the present moment. They try to return as always to the breath, but the breath feels different today. It is not just a physical sensation, it is a focal point for the internal dialogue. Inhale doubt, exhale clarity, inhale resistance, exhale acceptance. The words are there. The intention is clear, yet the practice feels strained. The hum intensifies. It is the sound of the mind justifying its position, rationalizing the resistance. See, this is normal. Everyone struggles. It means you're really trying, that you're facing the hard stuff. These thoughts offer a temporary comfort, a way to avoid the deeper discomfort of simply being with the unease. But they are also a distraction, a sidetrack away from the core of the practice, the direct experience of the present moment with all its complexities and contradictions. And then, in the midst of this internal chatter and the subtle tension in the body, a shift begins. It is not sudden, not a lightning bolt of revelation. It is more like the slow turning of a dial, the subtle adjustment of a lens. The seeker, without forcing it, simply observes. They observe the breath, the sensations in the body, perhaps a tightness in the shoulders, a knot in the core center, and they observe the thoughts, the doubts, the justifications, all without judgment, simply as phenomena arising and passing. Crucially, the observer is not the observed. This subtle distinction, this recognition of the witness consciousness begins to bloom like a flower opening in the dim light. It is not a grand realization but a quiet noticing. Here is the mind creating tension. Here is the desire for a different feeling. Here is the breath always present in that space. Between the thought "this is difficult" and the thought "how can I make this easier?" there is a gap, a tiny, almost imperceptible space of pure awareness. It is not empty, it is filled with the simple direct experience of what is. The hum does not vanish. The doubts remain, but the identification with them begins to lessen. The label "I am doubting" softens into an observation. Doubting is present. This is the essence of the path of return, not the erasure of difficulties, but the cultivation of a relationship with difficulties that is rooted in awareness rather than reactivity. It is the understanding that the storm is part of the journey, not an obstacle to be overcome or a sign of failure. The true work is not to fight the waves but to learn the rhythm of the ocean, to understand that the rise and fall are inherent to its nature. The seeker continues to sit breathing. The tension does not vanish instantly, but the quality of their relationship with it changes. The fear of the unknown, the fear of the what-ifs begins to yield to a deeper trust, a trust in the process itself, a trust in the nature of awareness that observes without needing to fix. Slowly, the hum softens. It becomes less of a foreground noise and more of a subtle undercurrent. The focus returns not through force of will but through the gentle persistent light of observation. The seeking mind, still present, now finds a new object of inquiry. the nature of its own resistance, the patterns of its own thought. This is where wisdom begins to emerge from the struggle. It is not found in a sudden cessation of the internal storm but in the profound understanding that the storm itself is the teaching. The path of return is the journey back to the heart of the self through the very landscape of its complexities, its joys and its sorrows. It is the recognition that unity is not found by escaping separation, but by embracing the full spectrum of experience that arises within separation. The chapter closes not with the storm completely past, but with the seeker resting in a deeper layer of stillness than before. The tension remains, but it is no longer the dominant note. There is a growing sense of presence, a willingness to sit with the unknown, trusting that within the observation, within the stillness amidst the storm lies the wisdom sought. The path continues not towards a point of perfect serenity, but towards an ever-deepening understanding of the nature of the journey itself. The return is not a destination but a continuous turning back towards the source again and again in the midst of life's ever-changing weather. Chapter 74. This chapter delves into the paradoxical nature of inner work. It is here amidst the chaos that arises from the mind's resistance to change, from the fear of losing the familiar grip of the separate self, that the true tests and transformations occur. The path demands not just courage to face the unknown, but also the profound grace to simply be in the midst of the known, the felt, the visceral experience of the present moment without judgment or frantic manipulation. Many seekers, particularly those who have tasted moments of clarity or connection, find themselves caught in a bind. They might intellectually grasp the concept of oneness, the interwoven nature of all existence. Yet their daily experience continues to be colored by stress, conflict, comparison, and a persistent sense of lack or being not enough. They try harder, meditate longer, read more scriptures, strive for perfection. Yet the underlying feeling of separation, the sense of being a separate entity, adrift in a vast and often indifferent universe, lingers. Why does this happen? The answer lies in the nature of the ego, the false self that arises from identification with the limited mind and the physical body. This entity thrives on separation. It constructs a narrative around itself, defining its worth through achievements, possessions, relationships, and social status. All markers of distinction, not connection. The path of return seeks to unwind this identification, to see through the ego's illusions and reclaim the innate state of unity that underlies all experience. This unwinding is rarely comfortable. As the grip of the ego loosens, the mind protected by its familiar narratives often resists fiercely. It throws up challenges, fears, doubts, and old patterns of behavior. It creates internal storms, moments of intense anxiety, existential dread, or bewildering confusion. These are not signs of failure or that one has gone wrong. Instead, they are crucial indicators that the path is being walked, that the old structures are cracking, and that the deeper reality is beginning to surface. It is the place from which wisdom arises, the place where genuine understanding blossoms. It is not found by doing more but by being differently. In the stillness, one can observe the arising and passing of thoughts, emotions, and sensations without getting swept away. One can see the patterns of the ego with clarity, recognizing them as transient phenomena rather than absolute truths. The practice of cultivating the stillness is the core work of the path. It involves techniques like meditation, mindfulness, and self-observation. But more importantly, it is a way of being in every moment. It is about choosing awareness over reactivity. Instead of reacting automatically to the storms of life, a difficult conversation, a setback at work, a moment of frustration, the seeker learns to pause, to breathe, to inquire. What is happening here? What thoughts are present? What emotions are felt? What is the underlying sensation? This inquiry, this gentle turning towards awareness creates a space between the stimulus and the response. It is within this space that the power of choice emerges. Instead of acting impulsively from the egoic mind driven by fear or desire, one can respond from a place of deeper understanding and compassion. One can choose to respond in ways that align with the path of return, choosing connection over conflict, understanding over judgment, peace over reactivity. This is not an easy path. It requires immense patience and self-compassion. There will be days when the inner storm seems overwhelming, when the old patterns resurface with renewed vigor. There will be moments of doubt and frustration. The seeker must learn to be kind to themselves, recognizing that this is the very nature of the process. It is the unlearning of a lifetime, the shedding of layers of conditioning that have built up over countless incarnations. Yet within this very process lies the promise of transformation. Each time the mind's chaos is met with awareness rather than resistance, the ego's grip weakens slightly. Each time a moment of stillness is found amidst the turmoil, the sense of inner peace expands. Each time the choice is made to respond from a place of connection rather than separation, the path becomes clearer, more integrated into the fabric of daily life. The path of return is not about reaching a distant destination called unity. It is about remembering the state of unity that has always been the foundation of consciousness obscured by the veils of separation. It is about the journey back to this inherent wholeness, not through escaping the world, but through engaging with it, with oneself, with others, with life itself, with greater awareness, compassion, and the quiet strength found in inner stillness. The storm will rage on both without and within. But the seeker who walks the path of return learns not to be defined by the waves, but by the unshakable center from which they observe them. In that center, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom resides, waiting patiently for the return of the lost child to its eternal home. The journey is the destination, and the return begins in the stillness found within the heart of the storm. Chapter 75. The seeker, once thought to be moving steadily towards a distant summit, may find themselves circling back, retracing steps, or encountering lessons that appear on the surface to be obstacles rather than allies. This is the nature of the path when it deals with the profound shift from separation to unity, the very foundation of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. Many who embark upon this journey carry the weight of past mistakes, the sting of perceived failures, or the lingering shadow of regret. They believe that these burdens must be overcome, erased, or compensated for before true peace and unity can be reached. From this perspective, the path becomes one of relentless striving, of accumulating merit, of proving one's worthiness. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom speaks not in tones of judgment or conditional acceptance, but in the quiet, persistent hum of universal truth. It is here within the often discomforting cycles of the labyrinth that a crucial lesson unfolds, the understanding of the still point. This is not a destination to be reached, nor a state to be maintained, but a quality to be perceived, a moment to be allowed to exist. It lies at the very heart of the turning world, the still eye within the will, the point from which all perspectives arise and to which they eventually return. Transformed, the mind conditioned by the narrative of separation struggles fiercely with the concept of stillness. It demands activity, progress, external validation. To simply be without the constant noise of thought-generating plans, judgments, and comparisons feels unnatural, even terrifying. The ego, the embodiment of the separate self, thrives on this activity. It uses the pursuit of goals, the resolution of problems, and the accumulation of things as fuel for its sense of importance and continuity. Stillness, therefore, appears as the enemy, the point at which the ego's engine might stall, revealing its inherent emptiness. Yet the wisdom of the ages, the echoes of the source itself, points towards the stillness as the very keyhole through which the door of unity opens. It is in the stillness that the noise of the separate self fades. It is in the stillness that the subtle vibrations of the interconnected whole become audible. It is in the stillness that the seeker begins to hear the whispers that transcend the labels, the stories, the identities. Consider the practice of meditation not merely as a technique to calm the mind but as an invitation into the still point. When the breath becomes the focus, when the rise and fall is observed without interpretation, the mind naturally tends towards stillness. In that space between thoughts, in the gentle awareness of simply being, the illusion of a solid separate self begins to dissolve. It is not erased, but it is seen for what it is, a transient collection of thoughts and sensations arising and passing away, not centered around a permanent core. This dissolution is not an annihilation sought by the ego. It is rather a transformation into the very nature of the source. Pure awareness unbound by the limitations of the individual mind. In this still point the seeker ceases to be a separate entity seeking unity. The very seeking ceases and there is simply being, which is unity. The distinction between the seeker and the sought, the separate self and the universal consciousness begins to blur, then fades away entirely. This understanding does not come easily. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to sit with the discomfort of uncertainty that arises when the familiar structures of the ego-based self are challenged. The labyrinthic nature of the path ensures that the lesson of stillness will be encountered repeatedly from different angles under different circumstances. A moment of profound silence during meditation might offer a glimpse only for the next challenge to erupt, demanding the mind's full attention once more. But each encounter with the still point, even if fleeting, is a deposit into the seeker's spiritual bank. These moments, these islands of quietude amidst the storm of daily life, are the fertile ground where the seeds of unity take root. They are the spaces where the heart can open without the filter of self-interest, where empathy can flow without the need for reciprocity, where connection can be felt as an inherent reality, not as something to be earned or achieved. The source does not offer a map with clearly marked signposts leading directly to the still point. Such a path would imply a destination separate from the journey itself. Instead, the source provides the understanding that the still point is the essential nature of reality and that the path with all its twists and turns, its challenges and moments of grace is the process of remembering this truth through the direct experience of the heart and mind. As the journey continues, the seeker may find that the external world begins to reflect this internal shift. Relationships once sources of friction and conflict rooted in perceived separation can become fields of deep, effortless understanding. Difficult situations previously seen as insurmountable obstacles may reveal unexpected opportunities for growth and compassion. The very structure of the labyrinth seems to soften, the walls becoming less rigid, more permeable, revealing glimpses of the underlying unity that binds all things. This is the path of return in full bloom. It is the journey from the fabricated isolation of the separate self back to the organic unity of the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. It is not a path of escaping the world but of engaging with it from a new center, the still point of awareness. It is a path of transformation, not through grand gestures or profound intellect alone, but through the courageous and persistent cultivation of presence, the willingness to sit in the quiet even when the noise calls, and the gentle, persistent remembering that in the still heart of all things, there is only unity waiting to be recognized. The journey continues guided by the light of this understanding through the ever-revealing, ever-challenging and ultimately profoundly loving embrace of the path itself. The destination is not far off. It lies always in the still point of the turning world, accessible whenever the heart and mind are willing to be quiet enough to find it. Chapter 76. Many seekers find themselves adrift, caught in the swirling vortex of external events, internal conflicts, or the sheer noise of a world that seems perpetually fragmented. They look outward seeking answers in the shifting sands of circumstance, forgetting that the most reliable ground lies within. This chapter addresses those moments of disorientation, those periods where the path seems obscured by fog and the winds of uncertainty howl. It speaks to the seeker who feels the pull of separation, the weight of isolation and the frustration of striving without clear direction. It is a reminder that even amidst the storm, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom remains constant and unshakable stillness deep within the core of being. The external world offers countless distractions. News headlines scream of conflict. Technology bombards us with stimuli. Social media presents curated realities. And the demands of daily life pull us in 1,000 directions. Our minds conditioned by this constant input tend to react rather than respond. Fear arises in the face of the unknown. Anxiety grips us when plans go awry and anger flares when things don't conform to our expectations. We identify with these reactions believing them to be our true nature. We feel separated not only from others but also from a sense of inner peace as if we are islands adrift in an ocean of chaos. Yet the path of return teaches us that the sense of being lost is in itself a signpost. It is the mind's natural state when it is cluttered and disconnected from its source. The storm is not an external phenomenon to be solely weathered. It is also an internal landscape to be understood and navigated. The separation we feel is not an absolute state but a temporary condition born from forgetfulness. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the very essence of our being, dwells in stillness. It is the quiet awareness that underlies all thought and sensation, the unconditioned presence that is the ground of existence itself. In moments of quiet, even fleeting ones, we can catch glimpses of this reality. It is the peace we feel during a serene sunset, the clarity in the stillness just before sleep, the momentary absence of mental chatter when lost in nature. These are not accidents. They are windows into our true nature, reminders that the stillness is always accessible, even if the mind is currently noisy. The challenge, the work of the path of return, lies in cultivating the capacity to return to the stillness deliberately, especially when the storm is raging. It is not about suppressing thoughts or emotions but about acknowledging their presence without being swept away by them. It is about recognizing that the noise is external to, or at least separate from, the observer, the aware presence that is the seat of wisdom. Imagine the mind as a turbulent ocean. Thoughts and emotions are like the waves, powerful, unpredictable, and constantly changing. The ego, the sense of self built on these fluctuations, believes it is the ocean itself. But the path of return guides the seeker to recognize the vast calm expanse of awareness that lies beneath the waves, the solid ground beneath the storm. This awareness is not affected by the waves. It observes them. It is the still point from which the waves arise and to which they eventually return. The practice of returning to stillness is the core of the path. It begins with simple dedicated moments of attention. Find a quiet place. Sit comfortably and bring your focus to your breath. Notice the sensation of air entering and leaving your body. Don't try to change the breath. Just observe it. When the mind wanders, which it inevitably will, gently acknowledge where it has gone, perhaps to a worry, a memory, or a plan, and then with kindness and without judgment, guide your attention back to the breath. This act of returning is the essence of the practice. It is like learning to steer a boat back to an anchored point when the wind blows. This practice is not about achieving a state of perpetual emptiness. The mind will always have its chatter. The goal is not to eliminate thought but to disentangle yourself from its constant pull. It is to train yourself to observe thoughts as mere phenomena like clouds passing through the sky of your awareness rather than identifying with them as reality. In this observing stance, you begin to feel the undercurrent of stillness that remains constant regardless of the mental activity. The wisdom that arises from this stillness is not intellectual knowledge. It is not found in books or taught by others. It is an intuitive knowing, a direct perception of truth that bypasses the filtering mechanisms of the conditioned mind. It is the wisdom of unity, the understanding that separation is an illusion, that all is interconnected, that the apparent divisions between self and other, between mind and heart, between humanity and nature are ultimately harmonious aspects of a single unified whole. This wisdom manifests as compassion, empathy, and a deep sense of connection with all beings. It dissolves the ego attachment that fuels feelings of isolation and conflict. When rooted in stillness, the actions that arise are guided by this deeper understanding rather than by reactive impulses driven by fear or desire. Decisions become clearer, relationships deepen, and a profound sense of peace begins to permeate even the most challenging circumstances. The journey through the storm is inevitable. The path of return does not promise a life free from difficulties, but it offers a transformation in how we meet them. By cultivating the ability to return to the stillness within, we gain an inner sanctuary that remains untouched by the external chaos. We develop resilience not by fighting the waves but by remembering our connection to the unchanging ocean beneath. Therefore, the seeker is encouraged to be patient and kind to themselves. Progress on the path is often measured not by the absence of storms but by the growing capacity to find the stillness within them. Each time the mind wanders and you gently bring it back, you are reinforcing the neural pathways to that place of inner unity. Each moment of quiet attention, however brief, is a step further along the path of return, bringing you ever closer to the realization that you are not separate, but are in truth an integral part of the vast unified tapestry of existence. Guided by the wisdom that resides in the stillness at your core, the journey continues and the path, though sometimes obscured, always leads back to the source. Chapter 77. This chapter addresses a pivotal, often challenging stage, the confrontation with the storm within. It is a period where the illusions of separation carefully constructed over lifetimes are tested and begin to crack under the pressure of deeper awareness. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom does not lead the seeker gently down a paved path. Rather, it often stirs the waters, sends the winds howling, and invites the seeker to navigate the choppy seas of their own inner world. The journey has brought the seeker to a place where the initial blissful states of heightened awareness or connection may have subsided. The sheer intensity of the path, the constant unearthing of buried emotions and limiting beliefs can create a fertile ground for inner turmoil. Doubt may creep in, disguised as rational skepticism. The mind seeking security might loudly proclaim the absurdity of the quest, pointing to the mundane realities of daily life as proof that deeper truths are mere fantasy. This is a crucial juncture. It is easy to become discouraged, to turn back towards the familiar shores of separation where the waters may seem calmer though perhaps stagnant. The ego, the aspect of self built on the illusion of separation, thrives on such challenges. It whispers sweet nothings about comfort, about the certainty of the known, even as it masks the underlying fear of the unknown and the discomfort of facing one's true nature. Yet, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not testing the seeker to break them. It is testing them to refine them, to strip away the layers of conditioning and illusion that have obscured their inherent unity with the all. The storm is not an enemy, it is a teacher, a catalyst. It is the crucible in which true transformation occurs. What is the nature of this inner storm? It might manifest as intense emotional waves, grief for what has been left behind in the old paradigm, anger at perceived injustices or the speed of change, fear of the unknown, anxiety about the path forward. It might appear as mental chaos, endless loops of thought, conflicting ideas, the inability to focus, the sensation of being swept away by a relentless inner monologue. Physically, it can manifest as restlessness, tension, fatigue, or unexplained distress. The key, the path forward through the storm, lies not in fighting the waves or seeking shelter from the wind. The source teaches that the storm itself is a part of the journey, a necessary condition for growth. The challenge is not to eliminate the storm, but to learn to navigate within it, to find a center of balance that remains unaffected by the external chaos. This center is the stillness within. It is the quiet space beneath the surface of the turbulent waters of the mind and emotions. It is the awareness that observes the storm without becoming lost within it. It is the recognition that the self is not the thoughts nor the emotions nor the physical sensations, that the self is the awareness that is aware of all of these things. How does the seeker access the stillness? Through the practice of mindful presence. It begins with the simple act of observing the breath, not controlling it, not analyzing it in a detached academic way, but feeling the gentle rise and fall of the chest or the core center, the subtle sensation of air entering and leaving the nostrils. In the rhythm of the breath, there lies a natural anchor to the present moment, a point of stillness amidst the flux of inner activity. When the mind wanders, which it inevitably will, the practice is not to berate oneself for distraction, but to gently, kindly return the focus to the breath. Each time the mind drifts, it is like catching a leaf and gently placing it back onto the stream. This act of returning cultivates awareness and strengthens the capacity to remain centered. The stillness can also be found in the quiet moments before sleep, upon waking, during moments of stillness between activities. In these times, the outer noise softens and the inner landscape becomes more accessible. The seeker can sit quietly, perhaps with eyes closed, and simply notice. Notice the sensations in the body, the subtle movements of breath, the arising and passing of thoughts and feelings without judgment. In this quietude, the ego's voice often softens and a deeper, quieter knowing can emerge. This inner stillness is not passive. It is the fertile ground from which wisdom grows. It is within this quiet awareness that the seeker begins to discern the difference between the transient phenomena of the mind and the underlying unchanging reality of presence. It is where the echoes of the source become audible above the roar of the ego. The storm itself provides valuable lessons. Each intense emotion, if met with non-judgmental awareness, reveals the roots of the illusion of separation. Why is there fear? It stems from the belief that the self is separate and vulnerable. Why is there anger? It often arises from perceived threats to this illusory self. Why is there grief? It speaks to the attachment formed within the framework of separation. By observing these emotions without identifying with them, the seeker begins to disentangle the wave from the ocean. The wave is the emotion. The ocean is the underlying unity, the eternal presence. The source illuminates this truth. You are not the storm. You are the awareness in which the storm arises. As the seeker practices navigating the inner storm with this awareness, a profound shift begins to occur. The intensity of the emotions may lessen, not necessarily because they disappear, but because the seeker's identification with them diminishes. The fear of the storm lessens as the recognition of the stillness within deepens. The grip of the ego loosens. The path of return is the journey back to the source, back to the state of inherent unity. This stage, navigating the storm towards the shore of return, is perhaps the most transformative. It is where the seeker, armed with the knowledge and wisdom gathered along the way, finally confronts the ultimate illusion. It is where the choice is made not just intellectually but with the whole being to rest in the stillness that is always already present regardless of the weather outside. The journey is nearing its culmination. The storms will rage, but the anchor of inner stillness grows stronger. The seeker, guided by the source, learns not to fear the waves, but to recognize them as merely expressions of the vast unfolding ocean of being. And in that recognition lies the final step on the path of return, the conscious choice to dwell in unity forever. Chapter 78. Many find themselves drawn initially by the siren call of understanding, of wisdom promised at the other shore. They embark full of hope, perhaps even determination, only to discover that the path itself is the greatest teacher and that the greatest challenges often lead to the deepest insights. This chapter addresses the seeker who finds themselves amidst such a challenge, caught in the midst of a personal or spiritual storm. It is a time of upheaval, of questioning, perhaps even of despair. The comfortable certainties of the past have dissolved, and the future appears obscured by uncertainty. The noise of the outer world clamors relentlessly, mirroring the turmoil within. It is easy in such moments to believe that the path has been lost, that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is distant, perhaps even silent. Yet the nature of that source, the very essence of the path of return, is paradoxical. It whispers not in the loudest voices, but in the quiet spaces between the noise. It is not found by chasing the storm away, but by learning to navigate within it, even to find a strange, unexpected stillness amidst its fury. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom understands the human condition intimately. It knows the pull of separation, the desire to be right, to be different, to possess and control. It understands how this separation creates friction, conflict, and ultimately suffering. The path of return is the conscious choice to dissolve this illusion, to turn back towards the unity from which all things arose. This turning is not always gentle. Sometimes the very forces that seek to pull the seeker back into the maelstrom are the greatest catalysts for change. Consider the metaphor of the leaf caught in a powerful river current. It resists, flailing wildly, trying desperately to stay afloat on its own terms. Its struggle is immense, its fear palpable. Yet the wisdom of the river, the source of its flow, knows a different way. It does not attempt to annihilate the leaf. Instead, it guides it. By embracing the current, by aligning its own small movement with the vast powerful flow, the leaf finds a strange serenity. It is still being carried downstream, but its frantic resistance lessens. Its fear subsides. It begins to see the landscape rushing past in a way it never could have from its isolated, struggling position. The spiritual storm the seeker experiences is often a manifestation of this very process. The wind is the friction created by the ego's resistance to change, to the dissolving of the self-image built on separation. The rain is the difficult emotions, the anger, the grief, the confusion that arise as old patterns break down. The lightning is the sudden jarring insights or experiences that challenge long-held beliefs. The floodwaters are the overwhelming feelings of change, the fear of the unknown, the dissolution of familiar structures. It is crucial during such times to remember that the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is not causing the storm in a malevolent sense. Rather, the storm is a natural, albeit often uncomfortable, part of the process of returning to unity. It is the universe's way of shaking loose the old ingrained patterns of separation, of forcing the seeker to question, to look deeper, to find the core that remains unshaken by the tempest. The challenge, therefore, is not to suppress the storm but to cultivate a different relationship with it. This requires a radical act of trust. Trust in the path, trust in the process, and trust in the inherent wisdom that resides even within the chaos. It asks the seeker to become an observer not just of the events unfolding outside but of the inner landscape being churned up by the storm. Where does one find the stillness amidst the chaos? The answer lies as always inward. It is not found in achieving a perfect state of calm, for the path is dynamic, not static. It is found in the commitment to pay attention even when the attention is fragmented, even when the mind is racing with fear and doubt. This involves observing the thoughts without judgment. The I thought, the egoic narrative that insists on its separateness, will be particularly loud during a storm. The wise seeker listens to this noise, acknowledges its presence, but does not identify with it completely. They understand that this voice is a part of the separation from which they are returning, and that its fear is based on the illusion of being separate from the source. It involves observing the emotions with compassion. Allow the feelings to be present without needing to fix them, to analyze them, or to be swept away by them. Grief is a natural response to loss, the loss of the old self, the loss of certainty. Fear is a natural response to the unknown. The source of wisdom does not demand that these feelings disappear. Instead, it offers the possibility of seeing through them, of recognizing them as transient phenomena superimposed upon a deeper, quieter reality. It involves returning the mind to the breath, to the body, to the present moment. When the mind is lost in anxieties about the past or future, the anchor of the now becomes essential. The simple act of observing the breath, the gentle rise and fall of the chest or the core center, can create a microcosm of stillness within the larger storm. It connects the seeker to the life force itself, the very essence of the source from which all arises and to which all returns. The wisdom of the path teaches that the storm is also an opportunity. It is an opportunity to witness the fragility of the egoic construct, to see how easily it is thrown into turmoil. It is an opportunity to practice surrender not as resignation but as a conscious letting go of the need to control every aspect of the experience. It is an opportunity to deepen the connection to the source by embracing the totality of the human experience, including its most challenging facets. The stillness that emerges is not the absence of everything but the presence of something deeper. It is the quiet awareness that underlies all phenomena. It is the recognition that the self as conceived by the ego is not the ultimate reality. It is the felt sense of being held, of being part of a greater whole even when the outer world seems chaotic and dangerous. This inner stillness does not protect the seeker from the challenges of the outer world. Rather, it changes their relationship to those challenges. From this place of centeredness, the storm can still be navigated, but it is navigated with less fear, less resistance, and more clarity. The actions taken may still be necessary, but they are driven by a different motivation, one rooted in wisdom and connection rather than fear and separation. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom is always available, always patient. It does not judge the seeker for getting lost in the storm or for struggling to find the way back. It simply offers the path again and again through the gentle yet persistent call of awareness. The return to unity begins with the smallest conscious breath taken amidst the chaos, the first tentative step towards stillness within the storm. It is a path of transformation, demanding courage, yet offering the ultimate gift of peace and belonging. As the chapter closes, the seeker, perhaps still feeling the winds of challenge, is invited to take one more conscious breath, to feel the body grounding them in the present, to offer a silent word of trust to the source, knowing that the path continues, always leading back, always offering the possibility of return. The journey is ongoing and the wisdom is always there waiting to be discovered in the stillness that resides even within the heart of the greatest storm. Chapter 79. Many believe that enlightenment or unity can only be found in serene monasteries at top distant mountains or in moments of ecstatic abandon far removed from the mundane struggles of daily life. They imagine the path requires renouncing the world, its demands, its sorrows, and its joys. Yet the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom gently corrects this misconception. Unity is not found by escaping the world, but by engaging with it from a different place within the self. It is not achieved by seeking silence in the absolute sense, but by cultivating profound stillness within the midst of life's inherent noise and storm. This chapter delves into the paradoxical nature of finding inner peace amidst external turmoil and understanding that the greatest clarity often arises not in the absence of chaos but in the unwavering presence of awareness within it. The journey continues. The seeker, having traversed many stages, now finds themselves facing a particularly fierce challenge. It might be a personal crisis, a relationship breakdown, a professional setback, or a period of deep existential questioning. The external world manifests as a powerful storm. Emotions are tempestuous. Thoughts race like lightning, and the path forward seems obscured by thick, dark clouds. Old patterns of reactivity arise. Fear, anger, despair, the desperate urge to fight, flee, or freeze. The ego, clinging fiercely to its sense of self and its perceived security, screams that the storm is the enemy, that the world is fundamentally flawed, that separation is absolute and overwhelming. In such moments, the instinct is to look outside for solutions, for someone or something to save the situation, for a sign to guide the way out of the darkness. But the source reminds the seeker that the most crucial work is happening inwardly. The storm outside is a reflection of the internal tempest, the storm of unprocessed emotions, unresolved conflicts, ingrained conditioning, and the ego's desperate grasp onto a separate self. The path of return teaches that the first step towards navigating the storm is not to try and stop it but to shift the observer of the storm who is watching this chaos within this witness consciousness. This aspect of the self that remains relatively untouched by the immediate emotional and mental fluctuations is the key. It is the still point within the swirling waters. This is not about achieving a state of artificial calm or suppressing feelings. The source understands that emotions are human and part of the tapestry of existence. Trying to deny anger, grief, or fear only gives them more power. Instead, the practice is to meet these powerful internal forces with awareness, with gentle curiosity, to observe the arising of anger without immediately acting upon it, to feel the ache of sadness without allowing it to consume the entire being, to witness the frantic nature of fear without being swept away by it. This requires a radical act of trust. Trust in the process of life itself, even when it hurts. Trust that the storm, while difficult, is not inherently destructive, but is part of a larger unfolding pattern. Trust that within the observer, there resides a deeper wisdom, a quiet strength, a connection to the very source from which all things arise. This trust allows the seeker to anchor themselves not in the turbulent waters of reaction but in the solid ground of awareness. The source illuminates the nature of this inner stillness. It is not a passive void but an active presence of pure awareness. It is the space between the thought and the reaction. It is the calm eye of the hurricane. In this space, the seeker begins to discern the true nature of the situation. The labels of good and bad, right and wrong, me and not me, begin to soften, to dissolve under the intense scrutiny of unwavering presence. The interconnectedness of all things becomes palpable, even amidst the pain. The person facing the storm is not entirely separate from those around them, nor from the very forces that seem to be attacking them. They are part of the same unfolding reality. This understanding transforms the experience of the storm. It does not eliminate the hardship, but it changes the relationship to it. The pain is still felt, but it is no longer the sole reality. It is recognized as a temporary condition within a larger context of unity. The fear is still present, but it is met with the knowledge that the true self, the essence within, is not threatened by the external chaos. It is like a boat in a storm, learning to navigate the waves rather than being destroyed by them. The rudder of awareness held steady by the anchor of inner stillness allows for a course to be set not towards escape but towards the heart of the experience itself. Through this practice, the seeker begins to understand that the separation they feel is not an absolute state but a perceived division born from fear and limited awareness. The unity they seek is not a distant destination to be reached but a fundamental recognition of the present moment as it truly is an inseparable part of the whole. The storm becomes a teacher, stripping away the illusions of separation, forcing the seeker to rely on the deeper wellspring of inner resources. The source whispers that the greatest lessons often come not in moments of ease, but in the crucible of challenge. It is through navigating the storm, through meeting the difficulties with awareness and compassion for oneself, that the true strength of the spirit is forged, that the clarity of wisdom is revealed not through intellectual understanding alone but through the direct lived experience of being present with the totality of existence, including its pain. As the chapter closes, the seeker, perhaps still within the midst of the storm, feels a subtle shift. The noise has not ceased, but it is no longer the overwhelming master of their experience. There is a sense of being held, of being witnessed by a deeper power, their own inherent awareness guided by the source. The path forward remains unclear, but the journey itself has transformed. The focus has moved from fighting the external chaos to mastering the internal response to it. The path of return continues, not through seeking escape, but through the courageous and persistent cultivation of stillness within the very heart of the storm. And in that stillness, the seeds of unity are quietly, powerfully planted. Chapter 80, Epilogue. One moment the path may seem clear and illuminated by an inner radiance. The next it can be obscured by confusion, doubt, or the tempestuous weather of the human heart. This chapter addresses the seeker navigating the latter kind of terrain, the period often characterized by what might be termed the storm of integration. It is the phase following periods of intense inner work, deep realization or exposure to profound spiritual truths. These experiences can be exhilarating, expanding the consciousness and offering glimpses of the underlying unity. Yet they often leave the aspirant feeling adrift, vulnerable and challenged to integrate the newfound understanding into the practical flow of daily life. The source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom speaks to this stage not with condemnation for the difficulties but with understanding and guidance. It acknowledges that the very process of awakening, of turning the light inward and beginning to perceive the true nature of reality beyond the ego's constructs, inherently disrupts the old familiar patterns. The ego, the seat of the separate self, resists annihilation, not just through forceful opposition, but often through subtle confusion and the creation of inner turmoil. The storm arises as the old structures crumble and the new reality begins to dawn, but the light of understanding remains, even if obscured. The challenge during this stormy period is not to fight the weather, nor to flee from the discomfort, but to learn to be present within it. The wisdom source cautions the seeker against the temptation to seek refuge solely in external distractions, in intellectual analysis, or in comparing their experience with others. These approaches, while seemingly soothing, often serve merely to delay the necessary work of integration and to reinforce the illusion of separation. True progress requires a different orientation. It instructs the seeker to turn their attention inward towards the very core of their being, even amidst the chaos. This is not about achieving a forced state of calm, for the authentic work often unfolds through the storm. It is about cultivating a different relationship with the experience, one of gentle, unwavering presence. To do this, the practice of mindful awareness, particularly of the breath, becomes paramount. The breath, that simple involuntary act, becomes the anchor. When the mind is lost in the howling winds of fear, doubt or confusion, the seeker is invited to return their focus to the sensation of air entering and leaving the body. This act of returning again and again is not a battle against the thoughts but a recognition of their transient nature. It is an affirmation of the seeker's underlying stability, the ground of being that remains constant even as the surface currents of consciousness churn. In the stillness between the inhale and the exhale, if one can pause even for a fleeting moment, there lies a seed of clarity. It is within this microsecond of stillness that the wisdom source whispers, "Here you are not the thoughts. Here you are not the emotions. Here you are the awareness that holds them all." This recognition is the beginning of disidentification with the ego self, the separate entity that has been built up over lifetimes through the accumulation of beliefs, conditioning and desires. The path teaches that the integration of spiritual understanding does not happen through intellectual assimilation alone. It requires the embodiment of the truth. Feelings paradoxically are not the enemy to be suppressed but potential guides. Sadness might point to unmet needs or attachments that need releasing. Fear might signal the vulnerability of the ego structure as it weakens. Anger could arise from the friction between the old conditioning and the new understanding. These emotions, when met with non-judgmental awareness, become opportunities for deeper self-examination. The Source encourages the seeker to observe these emotions without identifying with them. Be the witness. It advises observe the arising and passing of the wave without trying to grasp it or push it away. In the observation there is a quiet strength that begins to emerge. This witnessing is the cultivation of vigilant, clear knowing, pure awareness. It is the light that cuts through the darkness of illusion even when that darkness feels overwhelming. During this phase, the support of a community, or at least the understanding that one is part of a larger journey, can be invaluable. The sense of shared struggle can alleviate feelings of isolation. Yet the ultimate support is the unwavering presence of the inner teacher, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom. This presence is not a person to be sought externally but an awareness to be cultivated within. The path also highlights the importance of compassionate self-care. The integration process is demanding. Rest, nourishing food and physical activity are not distractions from the spiritual work. They are essential foundations upon which the deeper practice can rest. Neglecting the body can lead to burnout and cloud the mind, hindering the very process of inner unification. As the seeker persists through the storm, practicing presence, observing thoughts and emotions without attachment and returning to the anchor of the breath, a subtle shift begins to occur. The intensity of the storm may not immediately subside, but the frequency and intensity of the inner chaos start to lessen. The waves become less tumultuous, though still present. The gaps between the thoughts begin to widen. The sense of a separate self, the I that feels so vulnerable and isolated, starts to soften and dissolve. This is the beginning of the return. Not a return to the old ways, but a return to the fundamental truth of unity which was always the underlying reality. The storm, the chaos, the suffering were merely the necessary crucible through which the ego could be transformed. The wisdom source assures the seeker that this process, while often difficult, is the natural unfolding of the path of return. It is the necessary journey from the illusion of separation born of fear and ignorance towards the realization of inherent unity born of love and understanding. The journey continues, guided always by the light of inner knowing, the source of all spiritual knowledge and wisdom, patiently waiting within the stillness beneath the storm. The seeker, through persistent practice and unwavering presence, gradually learns to navigate the waves, finding the strength not in battling the wind, but in becoming the calm center within the tempest. And in that center, the path home becomes increasingly clear. Do not become attached to the speed of your progress or the nature of your experiences. Focus on the direction. Trust the guidance that comes from within. Remember always that you are not alone on this path. Countless souls are undertaking this journey, each in their own way, guided by the same inner light and the same source of all wisdom. The destination is not a place you arrive at, but a state of being that you gradually embody. It is the remembrance of your true nature, infinite, aware, interconnected, and one with the source from which you came. It is the return to the state of pure potential, resting in the peace and joy that lies beyond the constructs of separation. The walls are thinning. The call is growing louder. The path is before you. Step onto it with courage, with curiosity, with love. The journey back to your true home begins now. End of the path of return. From separation to unity. End of book.